On Infants' Early Deaths by Gregory of Nyssa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Every essayist and every pamphleteer will have you, most excellent, to display his eloquence upon. Your wondrous qualities will be a broad racecourse wherein he may expatiate. A noble and suggestive subject in able hands, as indeed a way of making a grander style, lifting it to the height of the great reality. We, however, like an aged horse, will remain outside this proposed racecourse, only turning the ear to listen for the contest waged in celebrating your praises, if the sound of any literary car, careering in full swing through such wonders, may reach us. But though old age may compel a horse to remain away from the race, it may often happen that the din of the trampling races rouses him into excitement, that he lifts his head with eager looks, that he shows his spirit in his breathings, and prunces and paws the ground frequently, though this eagerness is all that is left to him, and time has sapped his powers of going. In the same way our pen remains outside the combat, and age compels it to yield the course to the professors who flourish now. Nevertheless, its eagerness to join the contest about you survives, and that it can still evince, even though these stylists who flourish now are at the height of their powers. But none of this display of my enthusiasm for you has anything to do with sounding your own praises. No style, however nervous and well-balanced, would easily succeed there, so that anyone who attempted to describe that embarrassing yet harmonious mixture of opposites in your character would inevitably be left far behind your real worth. Nature, indeed, by throwing out the shade of the eyelashes before the glaring rays, brings to the eyes themselves a weaker light, and so the sunlight becomes tolerable to us, mingling, as it does, in quantities proportionate to our need, with the shadows which the lashes cast. Just so the grandeur and the greatness of your character, tempered by your modesty and humbleness of mind, instead of blinding the beholder's eye, makes the sight, on the contrary, a pleasurable one, wherein this humbleness of mind does not occasion the splendour of the greatness to be dimmed, and its latent force to be overlooked, but the one is to be noticed in the other, the humility of your character in its elevation, and the grandeur reversely in the lowliness. Others must describe all this and extol, besides, the many-sightedness of your mind. Your intellectual eyes are indeed as numerous, it may perhaps be said, as the hairs of the head. Their keen, unerring gaze is on everything alike. The distant is foreseen, the near is not unnoticed. They do not wait for experience to teach expedience. They see with hope's insight, or else with that of memory. They scan the present all over, first on one thing, then on another, but without confusing them. Your mind works with the same energy and with the amount of attention that is required. Another, too, must record his admiration of the way in which poverty is made rich by you, if indeed anyone is to be found in this age of ours who will make that a subject of praise and wonder. Yet surely now, if never before, the love of poverty will through you abound, and your ingotten wealth will be envied above the ingots of Chrysostom. For whom has sea and land, with all the dower of their natural produce, enriched, as thy rejection of worldly abundance has enriched thee? They wipe the stain from steel, and so make it shine like silver. So has the gleam of thy life grown brighter, ever carefully cleansed from the rust of wealth. We leave that to those who can enlarge upon it, and also upon your excellent knowledge of the things in which it is more glorious to gain than to abstain from gain. Grant me, however, leave to say that you do not despise all acquisitions, that there are some which, though none of your predecessors has been able to clutch, yet you and you alone have seized with both your hands, for instead of dresses and slaves and money, you have and hold the very souls of men, and store them in the treasure house of your love. The essayists and pamphleteers, whose glory comes from such laudations, will go into these matters, but our pen, veteran as it now is to rouse itself only so far as to go at a foot's pace through the problem which your wisdom has proposed, namely this: what are we to think of those who are taken prematurely, the moment of whose birth almost coincides with that of their death? The cultured heathen Plato spoke, in the person of one who had come to life again, much philosophy about the judgment courts in that other world, but he has left this other question a mystery, as ostensibly too great for human conjecture to be employed upon. If then, in these lucubrations of ours, that is, of a nature to clear up the obscurities of this question, you will doubtless welcome the new account of it, if otherwise, you will at all events excuse this in old age, and accept, if nothing else, our wish to afford you some degree of pleasure. History says that Xerxes, that great prince, who had made almost every land under the sun into one vast camp, and roused with his own designs the whole world, when he was marching against the Greeks, received with delight a poor man's gift, and that gift was water, and that not in a jar, but carried in the hollow of the palm of his hand. So do you, of your innate generosity, follow his example. To him the will made the gift, and our gift may be found in itself, but a poor watery thing. In the case of the wonders in the heavens, a man sees their beauty equally, whether he is trained to watch them, or whether he gazes upwards with an unscientific eye. But the feeling towards them is not the same in the man who comes from philosophy to their contemplation, and from him who has only his senses of perception to commit them to. The latter may be pleased with the sunlight, or deem the beauty of stars worthy of his wonder, or have watched the stages of the moon's course throughout the month. But the former, who has the soul insight, and whose training has enlightened him so as to comprehend the phenomena of the heavens, leaves unnoticed all these things which delight the senses of the more unthinking, and looks at the harmony of the whole, inspecting the concert which results even from opposite movements in the circular revolutions, how the inner circles of these turn the contrary way to that in which the fixed stars are carried round, how those of the heavenly bodies to be observed in these inner circles are variously grouped in their approachments and divergements, their disappearances behind each other, and their flank movements, and yet effect always precisely in the same way that notable and never-ending harmony, of which those are conscious who do not overlook the position of the tiniest star, and whose minds, by training domiciled above, pay equal attention to them all. In the same way do you, a precious life to me, watch the divine economy, leaving those objects which unceasingly occupy the minds of the crowd, wealth, I mean, and luxury and vainglory, things which like sunbeams flashing in their faces dazzle the unthinking. You will not pass without inquiry these seemingly most trivial questions in the world, for you do most carefully scrutinize the inequalities in human lives, not only with regard to wealth and penury, and the differences of position and descent, for you know that they are as nothing, and that they owe their existence not to any intrinsic reality, but to the foolish estimate of those who are struck with non-entities, as if they were actual things, and that, if one were only to abstract from somebody who glitters with glory the blind adoration of those who gaze at him, nothing would be left him after all the inflated pride which elates him, even though the whole mass of the world's riches were buried in his cellars. But it is one of your anxieties to know, among the other intentions of each detail of the divine government, wherefore it is that, while the life of one is lengthened into old age, another has only so far a portion of it as to breathe the air with one gasp and die. If nothing in this world happens without God, but all is linked to the divine will, and if the deity is skilful and prudential, then it follows necessarily that there is some plan in these things bearing the mark of his wisdom, and at the same time of his providential care. A blind, unmeaning occurrence can never be the work of God, for it is the property of God, as the Scripture says, to make all things in wisdom. What wisdom, then, can we trace in the following? A human being enters on the scene of life, draws in the air, beginning the process of living with a cry of pain, pays the tribute of a tear to nature, just tastes life's sorrows, before any of its sweets have been his, before his feelings have gained any strength, still loose in all his joints, tender, pulpy, unset, in a word, before he is even human, if the gift of reason is man's peculiarity, and he has never had it in him. Such an one, with no advantage over the embryo in the womb, except that he has seen the air, so short-lived, dies and goes to pieces again, being either exposed or suffocated, or else, of his own accord, ceasing to live from weakness. What are we to think about him? How are we to feel about such deaths? Will a soul such as that belong to its judge? Will it stand with the rest before the tribunal? Will it undergo its trial for deeds done in life? Will it receive the just recompense by being purged, according to the gospel utterances, in fire, or refreshed with the dew of blessing? But I do not see how we can imagine that in the case of such a soul. The word retribution implies that something must have been previously given, but he who has not lived at all has been deprived of the material from which to give anything. There being, then, no retribution, there is neither good nor evil left to expect. Retribution purports to be the paying back of one of these two qualities, but that which is to be found neither in the category of good nor that of bad is in no category at all, for this antithesis between good and bad is an opposition that admits no middle, and neither will come to him who has not made a beginning with either of them. What therefore falls under neither of these heads may be said not even to have existed. But if someone says that such a life does not only exist, but exists as one of the good ones, and that God gives, though he does not repay, what is good to such? We may ask what sort of reason he advances for this partiality. How is justice apparent in such a view? How will he prove his idea in concord with the utterances in the Gospels? There, the Master says, the acquisition of the kingdom comes to those who are deemed worthy of it as a matter of exchange. When ye have done such and such things, then it is right that ye get the kingdom as a reward. But in this case there is no act of doing or of willing beforehand, and so what occasion is there for saying that these will receive from God any expected recompense? If one unreservedly accepts a statement such as that, to the effect that any so passing into life will necessarily be classed among the good, it will dawn upon him then that not partaking in life at all will be a happier state than living, seeing that in the one case the enjoyment of good is placed beyond a doubt even with barbarian parentage, or a conception from a union not legitimate, but he who has lived the span ordinarily possible to nature gets the pollution of evil necessarily mingled more or less with his life, or if he is to be quite outside this contagion, it will be at the price of much painful effort. For virtue is achieved by its seekers not without a struggle, nor is abstinence from the paths of pleasure a painless process to human nature, so that one of two probations must be the inevitable fate of him who has had the longer lease of life, either to combat here on virtue's toilsome field, or to suffer there the painful recompense of a life of evil. But in the case of infants prematurely dying, there is nothing of that sort, but they pass to the blessed lot at once, if those who take this view of the matter speak true. It follows also necessarily from this that a state of unreason is preferable to having reason, and virtue will thereby be revealed as of no value, if he who has never possessed it suffers no loss. So, as regards the enjoyment of blessedness, the labour to acquire it will be useless folly. The unthinking condition will be the one that comes out best from God's judgment. For these and such like reasons you bid me sift the matter with a view to our getting, by dint of a closely reasoned inquiry, some firm ground on which to rest our thoughts about it. For my part, in view of the difficulties of the subject proposed, I think the exclamation of the Apostle very suitable to the present case, just as he uttered it over unfathomable questions. O the depth of the riches, both of the wisdom and knowledge of God! How unsearchable are his judgments, and his ways past finding out! For who hath known the mind of the Lord? But seeing, on the other hand, that the Apostle declares it to be a peculiarity of him that is spiritual to judge all things, and commends those who have been enriched by the divine grace, in all utterance and in all knowledge, I venture to assert that it is not right to omit the examination, which is within the range of our ability, nor to leave the question here raised without making any inquiries, or having any ideas about it, lest, like the actual subject of our proposed discussion, this essay should have an ineffectual ending, spoiled before its maturity by the fatal indolence of those who will not nerve themselves to search out the truth, like a newborn infant, ere it sees the light and acquires any strength. I assert, too, that it is not well at once to confront and meet objections, as if we were pleading in court, but to introduce a certain order into the discussion, and to lead the view on from one point to another. What then should this order be? First, we want to know the whence of human nature, and the wherefore of its ever having come into existence. If we hit the answer to these questions, we shall not fail in getting the required explanation. Now, that everything that exists, after God, in the intellectual or sensible world of beings, owes that existence to him, is a proposition which it is superfluous to prove. No one, with however little insight into the truth of things, would gainsay it, for everyone agrees that the universe is linked to one first cause, that nothing in it owes its existence to itself, so as to be its own origin and cause, but that there is, on the other hand, a single, uncreate, eternal essence, the same forever, which transcends all our ideas of distance, conceived of as without increase or decrease, and beyond the scope of any definition, and that time and space, with all their consequences, and anything previous to these that thought can grasp in the intelligible supramundane world, are all the productions of this essence. Well then, we affirm that human nature is one of these productions, and a word of the inspired teaching helps us in this, which declares that when God had brought all things else upon the scene of life, man was exhibited upon the earth, a mixture from divine sources, the godlike intellectual essence being in him united with the several portions of earthly elements contributed towards his formation, and that he was fashioned by his Maker to be the incarnate likeness of divine transcendent power. It would be better, however, to quote the very words, "And God created man, in the image of God created he him." Now the reason of the making of this animate being has been given by certain writers previous to us as follows. The whole creation is divided into two parts, that which is seen and that which is not seen, to use the Apostle's words, the second meaning the intelligible and immaterial, the first the sensible and material, and being thus divided, the angelic and spiritual natures, which are among the things not seen, reside in places above the world and above the heavens, because such a residence is in correspondence with their constitution. For an intellectual nature is a fine, clear, unencumbered, agile kind of thing, and a heavenly body is fine and light, and perpetually moving, and the earth, on the contrary, which stands last in the list of things sensible, can never be an adequate and congenial spot for creatures intellectual to sojourn in. For what correspondence can there possibly be between that which is light and buoyant on the one hand, and that which is heavy and gravitating on the other? Well, in order that the earth may not be completely devoid of the local indwelling of the intellectual and the immaterial, man, these writers tell us, was fashioned by the supreme forethought, and his earthly parts moulded over the intellectual and godlike essence of his soul. And so this amalgamation with that which has material weight enables the soul to live on this element of earth, which possesses a certain bond of kindred with the substance of the flesh. The design of all that is being born, then, is that the power which is above both the heavenly and the earthly universe may, in all parts of the creation, be glorified by means of intellectual natures, conspiring to the same end by virtue of the same faculty in operation in all, I mean that of looking upon God. But this operation of looking upon God is nothing less than the life-nourishment appropriate, as like, to an intellectual nature. For just as these bodies, earthy as they are preserved by nourishment, that is earthly, and we detect in them all alike, whether brute or reasoning, the operations of a material kind of vitality, so it is right to assume that there is an intellectual life-nourishment as well, by which such natures are maintained in existence. But if bodily food, coming and going as it does in circulation, nevertheless imparts a certain amount of vital energy to those who get it, how much more does the partaking of the real thing, always remaining and always the same, preserve the eater in existence? If then this is the life-nourishment of an intellectual nature, namely to have a part in God, this part will not be gained by that which is of an opposite quality. The would-be partaker must in some degree be akin to that which is to be partaken of. The eye enjoys the light by virtue of having light within itself to seize its kindred light, and the finger or any other limb cannot effect the act of vision, because none of this natural light is organized in any of them. The same necessity requires that in our partaking of God there should be some kinship in the constitution of the partaker with that which is partaken of. Therefore, as the Scripture says, man was made in the image of God, that like, I take it, might be able to see like, and to see God is, as was said above, the life of the soul. But seeing that ignorance of the true good is like a mist that obscures the visual keenness of the soul, and that when that mist grows denser, a cloud is formed so thick that truth's ray cannot pierce through these depths of ignorance, it follows further that, with the total deprivation of the light, the soul's life ceases altogether, for we have said that the real life of the soul is acted out in partaking of the good. But when ignorance hinders this apprehension of God, the soul, which thus ceases to partake of God, ceases also to live. But no one can force us to give the family history of this ignorance, asking whence and from what father it is. Let him be given to understand that the word itself, that ignorance and soul, indicate one of the relations of the soul, but no relation, whether expressed or not, conveys the idea of substance. A relation and a substance are quite of different descriptions. If then knowledge is not a substance, but a perfected operation of the soul, it must be conceded that ignorance must be much farther removed still from anything in the way of substance, but that which is not in that way does not exist at all, and so it would be useless to trouble ourselves about where it comes from. Now, seeing that the Word declares that the living in God is the life of the soul, and seeing that this living is knowledge according to each man's ability, and that ignorance does not imply the reality of anything, but is only the negation of the operation of knowing, and seeing that upon this partaking in God being no longer effected, there follows at once the cancelling of the soul's life, which is the worst of evils. Because of all this, the producer of all good would work in us the cure of such an evil. A cure is a good thing, but one who does not look to the evangelic mystery would still be ignorant of the manner of the cure. We have shown that alienation from God, who is the life, is an evil. The cure then of this infirmity is, again, to be made friends with God, and so to be in life once more. When such a life, then, is always held up in hope before humanity, it cannot be said that the winning of this life is absolutely a reward of a good life, and that the contrary is a punishment of a bad one. But what we insist on resembles the case of the eyes. We do not say that one who has clear eyesight is rewarded as with a prize by being able to perceive the objects of sight, nor on the other hand that he who has diseased eyes experiences a failure of optic activity as the result of some penal sentence. With the eye in a natural state, sight follows necessarily. With it vitiated by disease, failure of sight as necessarily follows. In the same way, the life of blessedness is as a familiar second nature to those who have kept clear the senses of the soul, but when the blinding stream of ignorance prevents our partaking in the real light, then it necessarily follows that we miss that, the enjoyment of which we declare to be the life of the partaker. Now that we have laid down these premises, it is time to examine in the light of them the question proposed to us. It was somewhat of this kind. Quote, if the recompense of blessedness is assigned according to the principles of justice, in what class shall he be placed who has died in infancy without having laid in this life any foundation, good or bad, whereby any return according to his deserts may be given him? End quote. To this we shall make answer with our eye fixed upon the consequences of that which we have already laid down, that this happiness in the future, while it is in its essence a heritage of humanity, may at the same time be called in one sense a recompense, and we will make clear our meaning by the same instance as before. Let us suppose two persons suffering from an affection of the eyes, and that the one surrenders himself most diligently to the process of being cured, and undergoes all that medicine can apply to him, however painful it may be, and that the other indulges without restraint in baths and wine drinking, and listens to no advice whatever of his doctor as to the healing of his eyes. Well, when we look to the end of each of these, we say that each duly receives in requital the fruits of his choice, the one in deprivation of the light, the other in its enjoyment. By a misuse of the word, we do actually call that which necessarily follows a recompense. We may speak then in this way also as regards this question of the infants. We may say that the enjoyment of that future life does indeed belong of right to the human being, but that, seeing the plague of ignorance has seized almost all now living in the flesh, he who has purged himself of it by means of the necessary courses of treatment receives the due reward of his diligence when he enters on the life that is truly natural, while he who refuses virtue's purgatives and renders that plague of ignorance, through the pleasures he has been entrapped by, difficult in his case to cure, gets himself into an unnatural state, and so is estranged from the truly natural life, and has no share in the existence which of right belongs to us and is congenial to us. Whereas the innocent babe has no such plague before its soul's eyes, obscuring its measure of light, and so it continues to exist in that natural life. It does not need the soundness which comes from purgation, because it never admitted the plague into its soul at all. Further, the present life appears to me to offer a sort of analogy to the future life we hope for, and to be intimately connected with it. Thus, the tenderest infant is suckled and reared with milk from the breast. Then another sort of food, appropriate to the subject of this fostering and intimately adapted to his needs, succeeds, until at last he arrives at full growth. And so, I think, in quantities continually adapted to it, In a sort of regular progress, the soul partakes of that truly natural life. According to its capacity and its power, it receives a measure of the delights of the blessed state. Indeed, we learn as much from Paul, who had a different sort of food for him who was already grown in virtue, and for the imperfect babe. For to the last he says, I have fed you with milk, and not with meat, for hitherto ye were not able to bear it. But to those who have grown to the full measure of intellectual maturity, he says, but strong meat belongeth to those that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised. Now it is not right to say that the man and the infant are in a similar state, however free both may be from any contact of disease, for how can those who do not partake of exactly the same things be in an equal state of enjoyment? On the contrary, though the absence of any affliction from disease may be predicated of both alike, as long as both are out of the reach of its influence, yet when we come to the matter of delights, there is no likeness in the enjoyment, though the percipients are in the same condition. For the man, there is a natural delight in discussions and in the management of affairs, and in the honourable discharge of the duties of an office, and in being distinguished for acts of help to the needy. In living, it may be with a wife whom he loves and ruling his household, and in all those amusements to be found in this life in the way of pastime, in musical pieces and theatrical spectacles, in the chase, in bathing, in gymnastics, in the mirth of banquets, and anything else of that sort. For the infant, on the contrary, there is a natural delight in its milk and in its nurse's arms, and in gentle rocking that induces and then sweetens its slumber. Any happiness beyond this the tenderness of its years naturally prevents it from feeling. In the same manner, those who in their life here have nourished the forces of their souls by a course of virtue, and have, to use the Apostle's words, had the senses of their minds exercised, will, if they are translated to that life beyond, which is out of the body, proportionately to the condition and the powers they have attained, participate in that divine delight. They will have more or they will have less of its riches according to the capacity acquired. But the soul that has never felt the taste of virtue, while it may indeed remain perfectly free from the sufferings which flow from wickedness, having never caught the disease of evil at all, does, nevertheless, in the first instance, partake only so far in that life beyond, which consists, according to our previous definition, in the knowing and being in God, as this nursling can receive, until the time comes that it has thriven on the contemplation of the truly existent, as on a congenial diet, and becoming capable of receiving more, takes at will more from that abundant supply of the truly existent which is offered. Having then all these considerations in our view, we hold that the soul of him who has reached every virtue in his course, and the soul of him whose portion of life has been simply nothing, are equally out of the reach of those sufferings which flow from wickedness. Nevertheless, we do not conceive of the employment of their lives as on the same level at all. The one has heard those heavenly announcements, by which, in the words of the prophet, the glory of God is declared, and travelling through creation, has been led to the apprehension of a master of the creation. He has taken the true wisdom for his teacher, that wisdom which the spectacle of the universe suggests, and when he observed the beauty of this material sunlight, he had grasped by analogy the beauty of the real sunlight. He saw, in the solid firmness of this earth, the unchangeableness of its creator. When he perceived the immensity of the heavens, he was led on the road towards the vast infinity of that power which encompasses the universe. When he saw the rays of the sun reaching from such sublimities even to ourselves, he began to believe, by the means of such phenomena, that the activities of the divine intelligence did not fail to descend from the heights of deity even to each one of us. For if a single luminary can occupy everything alike that lies beneath it with the force of light, and more than that, can, while lending itself to all who can use it, still remain self-centered and undissipated, how much more shall the creator of that luminary become all in all, as the Apostle speaks, and come into each with such a measure of himself as each subject of his influence can receive? Nay, look only at the ear of corn, at the germinating of some plant, at a ripe bunch of grapes, at the beauty of early autumn, whether in fruit or flower, at the grass springing unbidden, at the mountain reaching up with its summit to the height of the Ether, at the springs on its slopes bursting from those swelling breasts and running in rivers through the glens, at the sea receiving those streams from every direction and yet remaining within its limits, with waves edged by the stretches of beach, and never stepping beyond those fixed boundaries of continent. Look at these and such like sights, and how can the eye of reason fail to find in them all that our education for realities requires? Has a man who looks at such spectacles procured for himself only a slight power for the enjoyment of those delights beyond? Not to speak of the studies which sharpen the mind towards moral excellence, geometry I mean, and astronomy, and the knowledge of the truth that the science of numbers gives, and every method that furnishes a proof of the unknown and a conviction of the known, and before all these the philosophy contained in the inspired writings, which affords a complete purification to those who educate themselves thereby in the mysteries of God. But the man who has acquired the knowledge of none of these things, and has not even been conducted by the material cosmos to the perception of the beauties above it, and passes through life with his mind in a kind of tender, unformed, and untrained state, he is not the man that is likely to be placed among the same surroundings, as our argument has indicated that other man, before spoken of, to be placed, so that in view of this it can no longer be maintained that, in the two supposed and completely opposite cases, the one who has taken no part in life is more blessed than the one who has taken a noble part in it. Certainly, in comparison with one who has lived all his life in sin, not only the innocent babe, but even one who has never come into the world at all will be blessed. We learn as much, too, in the case of Judas, from the sentence pronounced upon him in the Gospels, namely that when we think of such men, that which never existed is to be preferred to that which has existed in such sin. For as to the latter, on account of the depth of the ingrained evil, the chastisement in the way of purgation will be extended into infinity. But as for what has never existed, how can any torment touch it? However, notwithstanding that, the man who institutes a comparison between the infantine immature life and that of perfect virtue must himself be pronounced immature for so judging of realities. Do you then, in consequence of this, ask the reason why so-and-so, quite tender in age, is quietly taken away from amongst the living? Do you ask what the divine wisdom contemplates in this? Well, if you are thinking of all those infants who are proofs of illicit connections, and so are made away with by their parents, you are not justified in calling to account for such wickedness that God, who will surely bring to judgment the unholy deeds done in this way. In the case, on the other hand, of any infant, who, though his parents have nurtured him, and have, with nursing and supplication, spent earnest care upon him, nevertheless does not continue in this world, but succumbs to a sickness even unto death, which is unmistakably the sole cause of it, we venture upon the following considerations. It is a sign of the perfection of God's providence, that he not only heals maladies that have come into existence, but also provides that some should never be mixed up at all in the things which he has forbidden. It is reasonable, that is, to expect that he who knows the future equally with the past should check the advance of an infant to complete maturity, in order that the evil may not be developed which his foreknowledge has detected in his future life, and in order that a lifetime granted to one whose evil dispositions will be lifelong may not become the actual material for his vice. We shall better explain what we are thinking of by an illustration. Suppose a banquet of very varied abundance prepared for a certain number of guests, and let the chair be taken by one of their number who is gifted to know accurately the peculiarities of constitution in each of them, and what food is best adapted to each temperament, what is harmful and unsuitable. In addition to this, let him be entrusted with a sort of absolute authority over them, whether to allow as he pleases so-and-so to remain at the board, or to expel so-and-so, and to take every precaution that each should address himself to the viands most suited to his constitution, so that the invalid should not kill himself by adding the fuel of what he was eating to his ailment, while the guest in robuster health should not make himself ill with things not good for him, and fall into discomfort from overfeeding. Suppose amongst these one of those inclined to drink is conducted out in the middle of the banquet, or even at the very beginning of it, or let him remain to the very end, it all depending on the way that the president can secure that perfect order shall prevail, if possible, at the board throughout, and that the evil sights of surfeiting, tippling, and tipsiness shall be absent. It is just so, then, as when that individual is not very pleased at being torn away from all the savoury dainties and deprived of his favourite liquors, but is inclined to charge the president with want of justice and judgment, as having turned him away from the feast for envy and not for any forethought for him. But if he were to catch a sight of those who were already beginning to misbehave themselves from the long continuance of their drinking, in the way of vomitings and putting their heads on the table and unseemly talk, he would perhaps feel grateful to him for having removed him, before he got into such a condition, from a deep debauch. If our illustration is understood, we can easily apply the rule which it contains to the question before us. What then was that question? Why does God, when fathers endeavour their utmost to preserve a successor to their line, often let the son and heir be snatched away in earliest infancy? To those who ask this, we shall reply with the illustration of the banquet, namely that life's board is, as it were, crowded with a vast abundance and variety of dainties, and it must, please, be noticed that, true to the practice of gastronomy, all its dishes are not sweetened with the honey of enjoyment, but in some cases an existence has a taste of some especially harsh mischances given to it, just as experts in the arts of catering desire how they may excite the appetites of the guests with sharp or briny or astringent dishes. Life, I say, is not, in all its circumstances, as sweet as honey. There are circumstances in it in which mere brine is the only relish, or into which an astringent or vinegary or sharp pungent flavour has so insinuated itself that the rich sauce becomes very difficult to taste. The cups of temptation, too, are filled with all sorts of beverages. Some, by the error of pride, produce the vice of inflated vanity, others lure on those who drain them to some deed of rashness, whilst in other cases they excite a vomiting in which all the ill-gotten acquisitions of years are with shame surrendered. Therefore, to prevent one who has indulged in the carousals to an improper extent from lingering over so profusely furnished a table, he is early taken from the number of the banqueters, and thereby secures an escape out of those evils which unmeasured indulgence produces for gluttons. This is that achievement of a perfect providence which I spoke of, namely, not only to heal evils that have been committed, but also to forestall them before they have been committed. And this, we suspect, is the cause of the deaths of newborn infants. He who does all things upon a plan withdraws the materials for evil in his love to the individual, and to a character whose marks his foreknowledge has read, grants no time to display by a preeminence in actual vice what it is when its propensity to evil gets free play. Often, too, the arranger of this feast of life exposes by such like dispensations the cunning device of the constraining cause of money-loving, so that this vice comes to the light bared of all specious pretexts, and no longer obscured by any misleading screen. For most declare that they give play to their cravings for more in order that they may make their offspring all the richer, but that their vice belongs to their nature and is not caused by any external necessity is proved by the inexcusable avarice which is observed in many childless persons. Many who have no heir nor any hope of one, for the great wealth which they have laboriously gained, rear a countless brood within themselves of wants instead of children, and they are left without a channel into which to convey this incurable disease, though they cannot find an excuse in any necessity for this failing. But take the case of some who, during their sojourn in life, have been fierce and domineering in disposition, slaves to every kind of lust, passionate to madness, refraining from no act even of the most desperate wickedness, robbers and murderers, traitors to their country, and more execrable still, patricides, mother-killers, child-murderers, mad after unnatural intercourse. Suppose such characters grow old in this wickedness. How, someone will ask, does this harmonize with the result of our previous investigations? If that which is taken away before its time, in order that it may not continuously glut itself, according to our illustration of the banquet, with life's indulgences, is providentially removed from that carouse, what is the special design in so-and-so, who is of that disposition, being allowed to continue his revels to old age, steeping both himself and his boon companions in the noxious fumes of this debauchery? In fine, you will ask, wherefore does God in his providence withdraw one from life before his character can be perfected in evil, and leave another to grow to be such a monster that it had been better for him if he had never been born? In answer to this, we will give, to those who are inclined to receive it favourably, a reason such as follows, viz. That oftentimes the existence of those whose life has been a good one operates to the advantage of their offspring, and there are hundreds of passages testifying to this in the inspired writings, which clearly teach us that the tender care shown by God to those who have deserved it, is shared in by their successors, and that even to have been an obstruction in the path to wickedness to anyone who is sure to live wickedly is a good result. But, seeing that our reason in this matter has to grope in the dark, clearly no one can complain if its conjecturing leads our mind to a variety of conclusions. Well then, not only one might pronounce that God, in kindness to the founders of some family, withdraws a member of it who is going to live a bad life from that bad life, but even if there is no antecedent such as this in the case of some early deaths, it is not unreasonable to conjecture that they would have plunged into a vicious life with a more desperate vehemence than any of those who have actually become notorious for their wickedness. That nothing happens without God we know from many sources, and reversely that God's dispensations have no element of chance and confusion in them, everyone will allow who realizes that God is reason and wisdom and perfect goodness and truth, and could not admit of that which is not good and not consistent with his truth. Whether then the early deaths of infants are to be attributed to the aforesaid causes, or whether there is some further cause of them beyond these, it befits us to acknowledge that these things happen for the best. I have another reason also to give, which I have learnt from the wisdom of an apostle, a reason that is why some of those who have been distinguished for their wickedness have been suffered to live on in their self-chosen course. Having expanded a thought of this kind at some length in his argument to the Romans, and having retorted upon himself with the counter-conclusion, which thence necessarily follows, that the sinner could no longer be justly blamed if his sinning is a dispensation of God, and that he would not have existed at all if it had been contrary to the wishes of him who has the world in his power. The apostle meets this conclusion and solves this counterplea by means of a still deeper view of things. He tells us that God, in rendering to everyone his due, sometimes even grants a scope to wickedness for good in the end. Therefore he allowed the king of Egypt, for example, to be born and to grow up such as he was. The intention was that Israel, that great nation, exceeding all calculation by numbers, might be instructed by his disaster. God's omnipotence is to be recognized in every direction. It has strength to bless the deserving. It is not inadequate to the punishment of wickedness, and so, as the complete removal of that peculiar people out of Egypt was necessary in order to prevent their receiving any infection from the sins of Egypt in a misguided way of living, therefore that God-defying and infamous Pharaoh rose and reached his maturity in the lifetime of the very people who were to be benefited, so that Israel might acquire a just knowledge of the twofold energy of God, working as it did in either direction, the more beneficent they learnt in their own persons, the sterner by seeing it exercised upon those who were being scourged for their wickedness. For, in his consummate wisdom, God can mould even evil into cooperation with good. The artisan, if the apostle's argument may be confirmed by any words of ours, the artisan who by his skill has to fashion iron to some instrument for daily use, has need not only of that which, owing to its natural ductility, lends itself to his art, but, be the iron never so hard, be it never so difficult to soften it in the fire, be it even impossible, owing to its adamantine resistance, to mould it into any useful implement, his art requires the cooperation even of this. He will use it for an anvil upon which the soft workable iron may be beaten and formed into something useful. But someone will say, it is not all who thus reap in this life the fruits of their wickedness, any more than all those whose lives have been virtuous profit while living by their virtuous endeavours. What then, I ask, is the advantage of their existence in the case of these who live to the end unpunished? I will bring forward to meet this question of yours a reason which transcends all human arguments. Somewhere in his utterances the great David declares that some portion of the blessedness of the virtuous will consist in this, in contemplating side by side with their own felicity the perdition of the reprobate. He says, "The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance, he shall wash his hands in the blood of the ungodly." Not indeed as rejoicing over the torments of those sufferers, but as then most completely realizing the extent of the well-earned rewards of virtue. He signifies by those words that it will be an addition to the felicity of the virtuous, and an intensification of it, to have its contrary set against it. In saying that he washes his hands in the blood of the ungodly, he would convey the thought that the cleanness of his own acting in life is plainly declared in the perdition of the ungodly. For the expression wash represents the idea of cleanness, but no one is washed, but is rather defiled in blood, whereby it is clear that it is a comparison with the harsher forms of punishment that puts in a clearer light the blessedness of virtue. We must now summarize our argument in order that the thoughts which we have expanded may be more easily retained in the memory. The premature deaths of infants have nothing in them to suggest the thought that one who so terminates his life is subject to some grievous misfortune, any more than they are to be put on a level with the deaths of those who have purified themselves in this life by every kind of virtue. The more far-seeing providence of God curtails the immensity of sins in the case of those whose lives are going to be so evil. That some of the wicked have lived on does not upset this reason which we have rendered, for the evil was in their case hindered in kindness to their parents, whereas in the case of those whose parents have never imparted to them any power of calling upon God, such a form of the divine kindness which accompanies such a power is not transmitted to their own children. Otherwise the infant, now prevented by death from growing up wicked, would have exhibited a far more desperate wickedness than the most notorious sinners, seeing that it would have been unhindered. Even granting that some have climbed to the topmost pinnacle of crime, the apostolic view supplies a comforting answer to the question, for he who does everything with wisdom knows how to effect by means of evil some good. Still further, if some occupy a preeminence in crime, and yet for all that have never been a metal, to use our former illustration, that God's skill has used for any good, this is a case which constitutes an addition to the happiness of the good, as the prophet's words suggest. It may be reckoned as not a slight element in that happiness, nor, on the other hand, as one unworthy of God's providing. End of On Infants' Early Deaths by Gregory of Nyssa. The Golden Book of St. John Chrysostom concerning the education of children by John Chrysostom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. So soon as ever a child is born, the father bestirs himself, not that he may rightly take order about his education, but that he may magnificently set him forth, and adorn him with jewels and rich apparel. O vain man, wherefore dost thou this? Be it that thou thyself art clothed with all these things, why dost thou instruct thy child, as yet free from this madness in these trifles? For what purpose dost thou put that ornament about his neck? He needs the care of a diligent tutor who may compose and regulate his manners. He hath no need of gold. And thou dost nourish him a lock of hair behind like a girl, effeminating thy son even from the very cradle. Softening thus the vigour of his sex, engraftest into that tender age a superfluous love of riches, and dost persuade him to the pursuit of those things which are totally unuseful. Why dost thou spread for him so large a snare? Wherefore dost thou so charm him with the love of corporal things? If a man, saith he, wear long hair, it is a shame unto him. Nature will not endure it. God hath not indulged it. It is a thing altogether forbidden. It is the practice of Gentile superstition. But many there be who hang gold in their ears. I would that were wholly forborne even by the female sex. You infect boys with this pest also. Nay, and there are very many who deride these discourses as if they were small matters. I tell you, they are not small matters, but exceeding great, and very considerable. A maid, when in her mother's chamber she hath learned to long after these various tires and ornaments of women, being gone out of her father's house, becomes impertinent to her husband, and very troublesome, putting him to more charges than the very publicans. I have already told you that it is therefore a difficult thing to reform a vice, because there is no body which takes care of children, nobody discourses to them about virginity, nobody concerning modesty, nobody of the contempt of riches and glory, and nobody speaks to them of those blessed promises which are made in the Scriptures. If therefore children be from their infancy deprived of governors, what will become of them? If some from the womb even to their old and decrepit age, having been instituted, are not yet arrived to perfection, what will not they perpetrate who from the beginning of their life have accustomed themselves to hear such discourses? Now indeed, that their children may be instructed in the arts, letters, and eloquence, every one doth studiously contend, but that they may cultivate their minds, few or none are at all solicitous. I will never desist to beseech, to entreat, and to beg of you, that before all things else whatsoever, you would now compose the manners of your children. For if thou wilt be truly indulgent to thy child, declare it in this, thou shalt not lose thy reward. Hear what St. Paul saith, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. And though thou art conscious to thyself of never so many evils, the rather seek out some consolation for them, make a champion for Christ. I do not speak it that thou shouldst celibate him, send him into the deserts and make him a monk. I say not so. I wish it indeed, and would with all my heart that every man could receive it, but since that may seem a burden too great for him to support, I do not compel. Bring up a champion, I say, for Christ, and whilst he remains in this world, instruct him from his very cradle. If whilst he is yet young thou imprint good principles in him, nobody shall ever be able to efface them when he becomes more firm, being then as the wax which hath received the impression. As yet thou hast him trembling, fearful, and revering thy very looks, thy words, and every little beck. Treat him as thou shouldst at the beginning. If thou have a good child, thou wilt have the first benefit of him, and then God. Thou labourest but for thyself. 'Tis reported that when pearls are first taken up, they are only little drops of water, so that he which receives them, being skilful, placing the drops in his hand, and exquisitely turning them in his palm, renders them perfectly round and polished. But when once they have attained their perfect shape and are become hard, they are no more to be moulded to every man's fancy, for that which is soft is every way flexible, being not as yet compacted, and therefore is easily drawn which way one pleaseth. But that which is hard, as having once attained a disposition to stiffness, is with difficulty to be moved or susceptible of any other form. Let then every one of us who are parents, as we behold painters adorning their pictures and statues with so much exactness, be diligently studious about these wonderful statues. For when painters have once designed a picture, they work every day about it to bring it to perfection. The same do statuaries, abating what is superfluous and adding whatsoever is deficient. So you also, like so many statuaries, bend all your endeavours as preparing those admirable statues for God. Take away that which is superfluous, add that which you find wanting. Consider every day how they abound in natural endowments, that you may entirely augment them, what natural defects you espy, that you may accordingly abate them. But with all sedulity, and above all things, be careful to exterminate unseemly speeches, for this custom begins extremely to infect the minds of youth. Yea, and before he have essayed it, teach him to be sober, and to be vigilant and assiduous in his devotions, and upon whatsoever he saith or doth to put the seal upon it. Imagine thyself a king who hast a city to govern, the mind of thy child. For really the mind is a city, and as in a city some are thieves, some live honestly, some labour, and others transact all they do foolishly, just so it is with the discourses and cogitations of the mind. Some of them strive and militate against injuries, like as in a city there are soldiers. Some of these thoughts provide for the body and household, like the senators of a city. Others command in chief, such as our governors. Some speak lascivious things, such as shameless men, others more modest, such as our modest persons. Some, again, are effeminate, as women be amongst us. Others discourse more indiscreetly, like children. Some domineer, as if over vassals, because they are domestics. Others, as over the freeborn, because they are noble and ingenuous. We must therefore of necessity have laws, that we may exterminate these evil cogitations, and cherish those which are good. But never let us permit the evil to rebel against the good. For, as in a city, if one should constitute laws giving liberty and impunity to thieves, it would soon subvert all. And if the soldiers pursue their fury without respect to what is fit, all things fall to confusion. And if every one, quitting his due order, take upon him to prosecute that which belongs to another, by this usurpation and avarice he violates and utterly spoils the whole government. It is truly no otherwise in that which we have spoken. The mind of a child is therefore a city full of new inhabitants, and as yet wholly unexperienced. 'Tis an easy matter to instruct and model such, for those which have been at first possessed and grown up with evil principles, such as are many old persons, are truly with great difficulty reformed, though neither is that impossible, for even they themselves may be converted if they will. But such as are totally ignorant will with ease embrace the laws which you enjoin them. Establish laws therefore in this city, and for those who are denizens of it, formidable and severe laws, which if any shall dare to violate, approve thyself a governor and revenge it. For it is to no purpose to enact laws unless punishment be also inflicted. Make laws then, and look diligently to your work. For know that we impose laws upon no less than the universe itself. Today we build a city, let the four senses be the bulwarks and the gates, and let all the rest of the body be as the walls. Now these gates are the eyes, the tongue, the ears, and the nose, and, if you please, also the touch. Through these overtures it is that the citizens go out and in at, that is to say, by these ports it is that our cogitations are corrupted or amended. Go to then, and first let us go to the gate of the tongue, since this is of all the rest the chief and the greatest port. Let us now prepare for it the doors and its bars, not of wood nor of iron, but of gold, for the very city itself, which is thus built, is of gold, and not any man, but he that is the king of the universe shall keep his court in this city, if you thus prepare it, and you shall perceive by the process his speech, in what parts of this city to consign him a palace. Let us therefore make the doors and the bars for it of gold, I say, namely the oracles of God, as the prophet speaketh. The words of God are more delicious than honey or the honeycomb, above gold and much precious stone. Let us teach them to have these things continually in their mouths, and wheresoever they stir, and that not slightly, nor perfunctorily, or seldom, but without ceasing. Nor is it yet sufficient that the doors be overlaid with gold, but they must be framed altogether of solid gold, and having the precious stones fixed one against another without. Let the cross of our Lord be the bar of these gates, which is indeed everywhere enchased with stones of price. Let this then be put athwart the middle of the gates, and when we shall thus have made the doors fast, solid, and of gold, and shut to the bolt, let us then make them worthy citizens, namely by instructing the child to speak gravely and piously, banishing all strangers out of town, lest otherwise a certain impure and infected rabble enter and commix themselves with our citizens, such as are reproachful words, injurious and foolish, filthy speeches, secular and worldly. All these let us eject, nor, besides the king only, permit any to pass these gates, but to him and to all his retinue let them be still opened, according as it is said of it, This is the gate of the Lord, the righteous shall enter into it. And with the blessed Paul, if there be any word which is good to the use of edifying, that it may minister grace to the hearers. Let their talk be giving of thanks, modest songs, and let them always be discoursing of God, and of that philosophy which is from above. But which way shall we now effect all this? And from what topics shall we instruct them? If we become severe judges of the actions which they do, for in a child there is an extraordinary facility. How? He contends not for wealth nor for glory, he is yet a child. Not for a wife, not for children, not for a house. Therefore what occasion hath he to injure or traduce anyone? He only contends with his equals. Appoint him a law immediately, that he wrong none, that he defame none, that he do not swear, that he be peaceable, and if you shall perceive him to transgress this law, chastise him sometimes with a stern countenance, sometimes with sharp reproofs, such as may go to the quick and upbraid him, and now and then soothe and flatter him with promises. Treat him not always with blows, nor accustom thyself so to chastise him, for if thou art used to correct him every day, he will soon learn to despise it, and having once learnt to do so, it utterly mars all. Rather cause him always to fear the rod, not always to feel it. Shake indeed the scourge, but touch him not with it. Neither from threats proceed to the work, but let him not know that your words are only menaces, for then threatenings are only proper when children believe they will proceed to deeds. For if the offender once understand this economy, he will soon contemn it. Let him therefore expect to be chastised, but yet let him not be chastised, lest it extinguish his reverence. Rather let it remain like a glowing fire, and everywhere burn up the thorns, or like a keen pickaxe, let it dig to the very bottom. And when once you perceive that you have gained any fruit by fear, remit a little, for there is due even to our very natures some relaxation. Teach him to be modest and courteous, but if you perceive him to do any injury to his servant, connive not at it, but check even your child, though free, for he that shall see he is not permitted to reproach his very lackey, will much less dare to injure or miscall one that is freeborn and his equal. Lock up his mouth from ill language. If you find him accusing of any, stop the mouth and convert your tongue against her own errors. Admonish his mother, his pedagogue, and his servant, that they still speak and inculcate the same things to the child, that they may all of them be his keepers together, and diligently observe that none of those evil cogitations proceed from his mouth, and those golden portals. Do not imagine that the thing requires so much time, provided that from the beginning thou press it earnestly upon him, threaten and dost constitute so many guards over him. 2 months will be sufficient, all things will be redressed, the business established, and pass into very nature itself. By this means will this gate be made worthy for the Lord, when there shall be neither filthy speech, scurrility, nor folly, or any such thing, but all as becomes such a master. For as those who train up their children to serve the state in the wars immediately instruct their warlike youth in the art of shooting, to put on the corslet and manage the great horse, their age and stature being no impediment, how much rather, then, those which are entered into the heavenly militia, ought they to provide themselves with these accoutrements for the service of their king. Learn him therefore to sing praises to God, that he have no leisure for impurer songs and foolish discourses. And be this gate thus guarded, and such citizens elected, the rest let us destroy within, as the bees do the drones, not suffering them to go forth, or once to buzz at home. But now let us proceed to the next gate. What is that? Even that which is the next, and of near affinity with it, I mean the hearing, for that gate indeed hath citizens which pass out from within, but none that have admission through it, but in this they enter in from without, and there are none which by it do sally forth. This therefore hath great affinity with the other, for if no filthy nor polluted thing be suffered to climb up by this portal, there will be no great difficulty to preserve the other, since he which doth not hear filthy and wicked things does not likely speak wicked things, but if these lie open and common to all, the danger will be great, and give disturbance to all that are within. This then peradventure were first to have been spoken of, and the entrance to have been secured. Let children therefore hear nothing impertinent, neither of their domestics, nor their governors, nor their nurse, for as plants have then most need of care when they are young and tender, so have children. Provide them careful and virtuous nurses, that a good foundation be laid at first, and that from their very infancy they receive nothing of evil. Let them then never hear any foolish and old wives' fables. Such a person, says he, gave such a one a kiss, the emperor's son and his little daughter did this and this. Permit them to hear none of these matters, but other things they may hear, so they be related without any circumlocution and with all fidelity. They may indeed hear the discourses of their servants, and those which wait upon them, but 'tis not fitting to mix with all promiscuously, and with the domestics in general, but let them be known what they are, as it becomes them whom we take as assistants for the framing of these artificial statutes. For if it be necessary that being skilful architects and building a palace for the prince, we admit not all the servants in common to be our associates in the edifice, shall we now, when we are erecting a city and making citizens for the King of Heaven, admit of all rashly to the work? Let those servants which are indeed fitted for it be taken to our assistance, and in case we can find none, inquire after an ingenious person for a stipend, such a one as is virtuous, and commit rather all things to him, that he be taken in as a coadjutor of the work. Let them by no means therefore hear such idle fables, but when the child is to have relaxation from his task, for the mind is much delighted to stay a little upon old stories, discourse freely to him, and, withdrawing him as much as possible from childish sports, remember thou bringest up a philosopher, and a champion and a citizen of heaven. Discourse therefore with him, and tell him, once upon a time at the beginning a father had 2 sons, both of them brothers. Here pause a little, then go on. They came both out of the same belly, one of them was the elder, and the other was the younger. The first was a husbandman, and his brother was a shepherd, that used to lead out his flock upon the downs and amongst the thickets. Sweeten then your discourse with some pretty diversion, that the child may take delight in what you say, and lest it become tedious. The other sowed seed in the ground and planted trees. But upon a time they went to serve God, and the shepherd, taking the very best lamb of all his flock, offered it up to God. Is it not 1,000 times better to discourse these things to them, than to amuse them with I know not what wonders of the golden fleece and the like? Then encourage his attention again, for the narration itself is a very serious matter, there is nothing in it false, all is out of Scripture. Now because he offered to God the firstling and prime of his flock, there came presently fire down from heaven, and snatched up all that lay upon the altar. But the elder brother did not behave himself in this manner, but out he goes and reserves for himself the best and first fruits of his labours, offering the second and the worst to God, and God accordingly had no respect unto it, but slighted and turned from it, letting it lie still upon the ground, when as the others he received it up to himself. Just as it happens with those who are the stewards and bailiffs over our farms, when they come to present their fruits. One of them his master honours and brings him into the house, the other he lets stand regardless without. Just so it fell out here. But what followed this now? Why, the elder brother became dejected, and as one that saw himself despised and not approved of, walks melancholy out. And God says to him, Wherefore art thou so sad? Knowest thou not that thou didst offer to God? Why then didst thou me that injury? What hadst thou to complain of? How comes it to pass that thou offerest thee refuse to me? Here, if you think fit to descend more to his capacity, you may add that he, having nothing at all to reply, held his peace and answered not a word. A little after this, spying his younger brother, he says to him, Come, prithee, let us walk a little out in the fields. And when they were there, surprising him treacherously, and being stronger, he kills his poor brother, and thought that he should conceal it all from God. But God comes to him and asks him, Where is thy brother? What can I tell? Replies he, Am I my brother's keeper? Then says God to him, Behold, thy brother's blood cries to me from the earth. Let the mother sit by, whilst the mind of the child is moulding with these discourses, that she now and then interpose and praise that which is recounted. But what followed all this? God took him up into heaven, and he being dead, lives above forever. By this means the child will begin to learn the doctrine of the resurrection, for they used to relate such stories in fables. They made her, says one, a demigoddess, and the child believes it, and though he know not what a demigod is, yet he imagines it something which is more than a man, and he wonders presently at the hearing of it. How much more then, when he shall hear of the resurrection, that his soul ascended into heaven, and that God immediately took him up. But as for the murderer, having lived many years after, miserably unfortunate and continually in fear and trembling, he suffered innumerable evils, and was punished every day. Speak to him concerning the punition with terror, not gently. That he heard God say, Thou shalt be groaning and trembling upon the face of the earth. The child indeed knows not what this signifies at first, but say it however. As you, when you stand perplexed before your master, shortly to be whipped, tremble and fear, so he lived all his lifetime, after he had thus offended God, and hitherto shall suffice for the first. Afterwards, one evening, as you are at supper, talk of this again to him, and let his mother repeat the same things, and then, when he hath heard it several times over, require it of him. My son, recite me the story, and the more to encourage him, when you find he hath retained it, you shall propose him some reward. The mind will indeed, upon the first narration of this history, gather some fruit by you, as you make the deduction. After this, say thus, Do you see, child, what a horrible thing it is to envy one's brother? Do you perceive what a crime it is to think one can hide anything from God? For he sees all things, yea, even those things which are committed in secret. So that, sowing this doctrine only in the child, thou wilt have no need of a pedagogue, since the fear which the Deity doth hereby work in him will affect the child beyond any other apprehension whatsoever, and extremely move his mind. But this is not all. You shall lead him also to church, and then especially when this lesson is read, how you shall perceive him to exult, dance, and rejoice, that what everybody does not know he does, outrunning in his understanding the words of the minister, and arguing that he knows that already, and receiving wonderful fruit by it. And by this the thing will become sufficiently fixed in his memory. There are many other advantages to be reaped from this narration. Let him be taught, therefore, by you, that from the very beginning, from the death of this child, we are instructed not to grieve when we are afflicted, seeing he who is thus accepted was by death received up into heaven. When this narration shall be well rooted in the mind of the child, introduce another, as that of other two brothers, and say, There were also other two brothers, an elder also, and a younger. The elder of them was a hunter, the younger was a keeper, and a lover of home. And this hath somewhat of more delight in it than the former, as being full of more variety of emergencies, and the persons which manage it being more in years than the former. Now these were also two brothers, and both of them twins. But when they were born, the mother loved the younger, but the father was more fond of the elder, who was wont to pass his time abroad in the fields. But the younger kept altogether at home. Upon a day, his father, being now very aged, said to him whom he loved, Son, seeing I am now an old man, go thy way, I pray, and prepare for me some venison. That is, take me a roebuck or an hare, and bring it to me, that when I have eaten of it I may bless thee. But to the younger he said nothing at all. Now the mother, overhearing all that the father said, calls her youngest son, and says to him, Son, since thy father has commanded thine elder brother to bring him some venison, that eating of it he may give him his blessing, hearken what I say to thee. Hasten immediately to the flock, and fetching thence some young fat kids, bring them hither to me, and I will make such as thy father loves, and thou shalt carry it to him, that, when he has tasted of it, he may bless thee, for the father was dark through extremity of age. Now when the younger had brought her the kids, his mother stewed them, and putting the viands into a dish, delivered it to her son, who carried it in. And she also clad him with the skins of the goats, lest he should be discovered, seeing he was smooth, but his brother was all hairy and rough, that by this means it might be concealed, and his father not discern the imposture, and thus accoutred, in she sent him. Now the good old man, supposing him to have been the elder, having eaten the meat, blessed him, and when he had made an end of blessing him, in comes the elder brother, bringing the venison, but perceiving what had happened, roaring out aloud, he wept lamentably. Observe now what a world of benefit this will produce, and do not recount all the story at once, but see what profit will spring from this. For in the first place, children will learn to reverence their parents, perceiving how they contended for the blessing, and will rather endure 1,000 stripes than once to hear their father curse them. If you fill their thoughts with such like stories, so as they may imagine them worthy of belief, as indeed they are very truths, how will it not affect and fill them full of reverence? By this also they will learn to contemn gluttony, for that is likewise to be told them, and that he gained nothing by being the firstborn and the eldest, since by the intemperance of his belly he betrayed the excellency of his birthright. Now when the child shall have thoroughly remembered this, upon some other evening thou shalt require him to repeat this story of the two brothers, and if he begin to speak of Cain and Abel, recall him and say, I do not mean this, but that of the two other, whom the father gave his blessing to, thus giving him some hints, but without mentioning the names, and when he has recited it all, add as follows, and say, Mark now what happened after this. This also sought to have slain his brother, and for that end expected only his father's decease, which the mother, coming to hear of, and fearing it, caused her son to flee away. Much philosophy, far exceeding the apprehension of the child, may be hence with a little condescension implanted into the spirit of the child, so that the narration be skilfully and dexterously handled. Thus therefore let us tell him, This same brother went his way, and came to a certain place, having nobody with him, not so much as a servant, no fosterer, no attendant, nor any person besides. Being arrived at the place, he prayed and said, O Lord, give me, I beseech thee, bread and clothing, and save me. And having said thus, overcome with sorrow, he fell asleep. And there he saw in a dream a ladder reaching up from the earth to the heavens, and the angels of God ascending and descending, and God himself standing at the top of all. Then he said, Bless me, and he blessed him, and called him Israel. It comes happily into my mind, and now I remember that from the very names another instruction may be inserted. And what is that? Viz., that from the appellations we presently introduce a certain emulation of virtue in children. Let none therefore be froward to name their children for the memory of their fathers or mothers or grandfathers, but of the righteous, of the martyrs, bishops, and apostles. Be this also their emulation, let this child be called Peter, that John, and another by the appellation of some holy man, and talk not to me of the Gentile names, for, believe it, it is no small reproach and worthy of derision when in a Christian family some heathen ceremonies are performed, and they light up the lamps, and watch which of them shall first go out and be spent, with other the like fopperies, which bring no little detriment to those which practice them. For do not imagine that these are small matters or trifles which are done. This therefore I require of you, that you impose the names of the righteous upon your children, for it was the custom, in the beginning, not without reason, that they called their children by the names of their ancestors, it being a kind of consolation against mortality, that he which was gone seemed still to live, by reason of his name, but now this custom is quite out of request. Truly, we see that the righteous did not so call their children, for Abraham begat Isaac. Jacob and Moses were not called after their ancestors' names, nor do we find any of the just so called. Oh, what an example will here be of virtue, of consolation, and of exhortation, and moreover, neither do we find any other cause of changing names besides this only, that it may be a monument of virtues. Thou, saith he, shall be called Cephas, which is being expounded Peter. Why so? Because thou didst confess. And thou shalt be called Abraham. Why so? Because thou art a father of nations. And Israel, because he did see God. Hence therefore let us begin our care over our children and institute their lives. But, as I said, he saw a ladder reaching to the heavens and touching it. Let the names therefore of the saints enter into your houses by the appellations of your children, that by this means it may not alone compose the manners of the children, but of the fathers also, when he shall remember himself to be the son of John, of Elias, of Jacob, seeing those names were circumspectly and piously imposed, and for the honour of those that are departed. Thus therefore let us court the affinity of the righteous rather than of our progenitors. This likewise will be very beneficial both to us and to our children, nor because the instance is small think it to be small, for the supposition is exceeding profitable. But, as I said, let us proceed to that which follows. He spied a ladder fixed, he sought for a blessing, and God did bless him. He travelled to his kindred, and became a shepherd to his kinsmen, then treated with him concerning a wife and of his return. And here also there will result a world of advantage. Observe but what a deal he will learn. That being nobly born he despised no man, not to be ashamed of poverty, and that he bear adversity courageously, and then all the rest. After this, when he is a little older, relate things that are more terrible, but being as yet tender, impose not such a burden on him, lest thou too much terrify and abash him. But when he has attained to 15 years old, or shall be grown bigger, let him hear of the pains of hell, and when he is about 10 or 8 or less, tell him what happened at the deluge, of Sodom, of Egypt, which examples are full of severity, and acquaint him with all these particulars at large. Being then grown bigger, instruct him in matters of the New Testament, of grace, of hell. By these sundry and other narrations and familiar examples, guard and secure his ears. But if any man come in with a false tale, by no means, as I said, let him be admitted. If you find a servant speaking filthily before him, chastise him for it immediately, and be thyself a severe and bitter censor of whatsoever evil they do. But if by chance thou espy a young maid, yea, rather let there no such approach him, let her not so much as light the fire, unless it be some old woman, which has nothing to attract a young man. From a young maid, I say, fly rather than from the fire, and by this means it will come to pass that he which hears nothing impertinent will speak nothing impertinent. Thus, therefore, let them be brought up. But we proceed now to another port, the smelling. For this also brings a very inconvenience with it, unless timely barred. Such are odours and incense, there being nothing which more dissolves the frame and tenor of the mind, nothing that more softens it, than if thou be affected with sweet smells. What then says he? Ought one to take pleasure in dirt? I do not say so, but neither with this nor that. Let none therefore bring him sweet ointments, for as soon as that once affects the brain, it effeminates and softens all the rest. Hence also lusts are incited, and in that do lurk innumerable snares. Therefore lock up that gate securely, for the faculty of smelling is to breathe the air, not to receive perfumes. Some there are which peradventure will deride all this, as though whilst we discourse of this nurture we trouble ourselves about trifles, but in truth the matter is not small, but the very basis, instruction, and institution of the whole world, that these things be duly performed. There is likewise another gate, more specious than the former, but of exceeding difficulty to guard, namely that of the eyes, as being raised on high, set in the front, and beautified. This has many smaller leaves, by which it not only sees, but is seen, if it be gallantly framed. Here then there is great necessity of laws, one of the principal whereof let be never to send the child to the theatre, lest thereby he receive an entire overthrow at once, both by the ears and by the eyes, and let his attendant observe this especially in the markets, and whilst he passes through the by-lanes and streets, careful that he never fall into that debauchery. Now to the end he may receive no harm by being seen, there are diverse things to be considered. Deprive him of all over-costly apparel and superfluous ornaments. Let him wear his hair modestly short, and if the boy take it heinously, as if he were disfigured by it, teach him this first, that it is the greatest ornament. Now that he may not gaze, sufficient to preserve him will be those stories of the sons of God, which happened on the daughters of men, and of the Sodomites, hell, and such like instances. Here then must the governor, and he that waits on him, be wonderful careful and solicitous, show him therefore other beautiful objects, drawing away his eyes from these things, such as are the heavens, the stars, the flowers of the earth, the meadows, fair brooks, etc. These therefore let him delight his eyes withal, and there are many other objects besides which are very inoffensive, for it is a port extremely difficult to guard, for as much as it has a fire burning within, and a kind of natural necessity, as I may say. Teach him some divine verses, and thus, unless he be inwardly incited, he will not care to be seen abroad. Be sure that he never bathe with women. It is a very wicked custom, neither permit him to haunt their company. Let him often hear the whole history of Joseph, and now learn the things which concern the kingdom of heaven, what a garland there is laid up for those which are chaste. Promise him a beautiful wife, and that you will make him your heir, but menace all the contrary if you find him disobedient. And talk thus to him: We shall never procure you, son, a virtuous wife, unless you show a great deal of circumspection, and an access of virtue. If you persevere, I will quickly marry you. But especially if he be taught to abhor filthy speeches, he has gained from above a very excellent foundation of modesty. Discourse to him of the pulchritude of the mind, make him resolute against women, tell him 'tis a disingenuous thing to be despised of a lavish maid, and that much more circumspection is required in a youth. When any man speaks, he is known, but he that sees only is not known. For this is a very quick sense, and one sitting amongst many persons is able to take which of them he pleases, with one only dart of his eye. Let him therefore have no converse with womankind, his mother only excepted. Suffer him to behold no woman. Give him no gold, let nothing that is sordid once enter into him, but teach him to contemn pleasure, and all such like things. There is yet another gate behind, which hath no resemblance to the former, but which goes through the whole body. We call it the touch. Indeed, one would imagine it shut, yet as if it were of all the rest the most open, it admits entrance to all. Let us neither suffer this to be acquainted either with soft clothing or bodies. Render him more hardy, we are bringing up a champion, and let us seriously mind it. Permit him neither to use soft coverings nor soft garments, and thus let matters be ordered. Go to then, and entering into this city, let us prescribe laws and make ordinances, for now the gates are in posture. And in the first place, take we diligent notice of the houses, and of the lodgings where the citizens remain, those which are circumspect, and those which are dissolute. They report that the place and habitation of anger is the breast, and the heart, which is in the breast, concupiscence in the liver, and the understanding in the brain. The first is both a virtue and a vice. Sobriety and modesty is a virtue, rashness and morosity a vice. Likewise the virtue of concupiscence is chastity, luxury a vice. The virtue of the intellect is prudence, the vice folly. Let us therefore have a care that virtues be produced in those places, and that they bring forth such as are good, not evil citizens. For these affections are as it were the very parents of all our cogitations. But let us now proceed to the tyrant, anger. For neither is that to be altogether cut off in a youth, nor upon all occasions to be used. But thus let us instruct him from the cradle, that being injured he bear it patiently, and that when they perceive another man wronged, they stoutly revenge it, and according as the person is depressed, in a due and convenient manner take his part. But how should this be, when they are trained up to it in their own servants? Being undervalued, are not impatient, being disobeyed, are not outrageous, but rather vindicate that which is committed against others. But in these cases let the father be always arbiter, and when they transgress the orders it behoves him to be sharp and severe, as when they perform and observe them rightly, to be kind and gentle, enticing and alluring the child with many rewards. For with this method God governs the world, by the fear of hell and the promises of the kingdom, and so should we our children, permitting them to be vexed now and then, for the exercise and trial of their patience, that they may learn how to govern their passions among the domestics. And as in a wrestling place, before they play the prize, they daily exercise with their companions, that, making their party good with them, they may the more easily vanquish their antagonists. So should a child be educated at home, and let this father or his brother frequently cross his humours above all the rest, and exceedingly contend for the victory, or else some other defend him, that he may be exercised in that other person. Thus the servants may occasionally provoke him, right or wrong, that so he may be taught everywhere to moderate and qualify his passion, seeing if the father only incite him, it will be no such great matter, for the very name of father, prepossessing the mind, does not suffer him to turn again and make head, but let his companions and servants, and such as are ingenuously born, do it, that by them he may be taught moderation. There is yet another. What is that? Whenever he is angry, put him in mind of his proper passions. When he is offended against a servant, whether he himself never committed a fault, and what he would be if he were in his place. But in case he find him striking the servant, meet him with revenge, and if he extremely wrong him, chastise him again for it. Never suffer him to be too soft and remiss, nor over churlish and morose, inasmuch as he is a man, and should be affable and courteous. Sometimes indeed he may have a worthy occasion for his anger, as if hereafter he should have children of his own, or himself be a master of servants. In such a condition anger were very useful. Then only it is unprofitable when we revenge ourselves, and therefore Paul never made use of it himself, but for their sakes only who suffered the wrong. Thus Moses, seeing his brother injured, had recourse to his anger, and that stoutly, being yet of all men the most meek, but when afterwards he was himself injured, he did not revenge it, but fled away. These discourses inculcate into him. For whilst we are thus trimming the gates, they have great need of such plain narrations. But when entering into the city we begin to discipline the citizens, 'twill then be fit to discourse to them of sublimer matters. But let this law be fixed in him, that he never revenge himself, being injured or wronged, nor ever permit him to despise another who suffereth the like. His very father shall become better, who, by teaching him in these matters, may himself be instructed, or in case he do it for no other end, he shall become better then himself, lest he set a bad example before his child. And therefore let him learn to be despised, and to suffer contempt, exacting nothing of the servants, because himself is freeborn, but upon many occasions serve rather himself. Let his servants take only care of such things as he cannot so handsomely perform in person. For instance, a gentleman should not be his own cook, for it is not decent that, quitting those studies which become a gentleman, he should give his mind to this inferior employment. But if there be occasion to wash his feet, never let him make use of a servant, let himself do it, and by this means thou shalt render him ingenuous, mild, and amiable to the servants. Nor permit any body to bring him his clothes, nor in the bath to use any ceremony to him, but let him perform there all necessities himself. This will make the youth robust, not disdainful, but affable and meek. Teach him also those things which concern nature, what a servant is, what a freeman is. Say to him, Child, there was heretofore no servants in the days of our forefathers. 'Twas sin that introduced servitude, but because one was irreverent towards his father, there was this punishment inflicted upon him, that he should be his brother's servant. Beware, therefore, lest thou become the servant of servants. For if you be implacable and furious, as they were, and in all things follow their example, and hast nothing of virtue more than them, neither shalt thou have anything of excellency or preeminence above them. Strive therefore that thou mayest become their master, not upon this account, but by thy manners and education, lest being freeborn thyself, thou become their servant. Perceive you not how many fathers have disinherited their children, and adopted their vassals in their stead? Take heed, lest any such thing should happen to you. Truly, I neither desire nor wish it. They are as yet either of them in your power, and in this sort qualify his passion, persuading him so to deport himself to his servants as to his brothers, and thus instruct him concerning the laws of nature, repeating to him the words of Job. If ever, says he, I despise the cause of my manservant or of my maidservant, when they contended with me, what then shall I do when God makes inquiry, and when he visiteth, what shall I answer him? Are they not fashioned in the womb as I am? For we are made in the same womb. And again, if my maidens often said, Who shall give us to be filled with his flesh? I being very... Here there is a lacuna in the text. Think you that of Paul was for nothing? He who knows not how to govern his own house is not fit to rule in the church. Say therefore, if at any time his style be lost, or his pen be broken by the servant, be not presently in choler, nor miscall him, but be rather gentle and easy to be entreated. Thus from smaller things thou shalt with ease support greater losses. Or if a book-string be spoiled, or a brazen clasp, boys take the losses of these things impatiently, and had rather lose their very lives than suffer so great an injury to go unrevenged. Here therefore let their asperity be mitigated, for well you know that he who on these accidents is patient and contented will easily, being a man, undergo all other disasters. When he has then gotten a table book made of some curious wood, pure and white, adorned with brazen chains and finely polished brazen pins, shining like any silver, or the like toys, and that the boy which attends him, happening to lose any of them, you perceive him not moved at it, 'tis an evident and certain indication of philosophy and great wisdom. Nor do thou upon this buy him new immediately, lest thou extinguish his passion, but when you shall perceive he bears the want of it handsomely, and is not much concerned with it, then repair his losses. Believe it, we do in this no trifling matter. The discourse concerns no less than the polity of the world itself. If he have a younger brother, instruct him to suffer him to be preferred in honour before him, but if he have none, then some servant, for even this likewise is a point of the greatest philosophy. So therefore mitigate and assuage his anger, that it may suggest to us meek cogitations. For when he shall let his affections run out upon anything, when he shall need no man's service, when he shall envy no man's being preferred in honour before him, what room will there be left for anger? It is now time that we speak of concupiscence. Here also chastity is twofold, and the violation of it a double loss. I conceive that young men should neither be dishonestly loved, nor dishonestly love young maids. Physicians say that presently after the 15th year youths are vehemently inflamed with the lust of concupiscence. How shall we now fetter this beast? What is there to be done? What bridle shall we put on it? I know of no other than the fear of hell itself. First, therefore, let us be careful that he neither see nor hear anything which is filthy, nor by any means suffer an ingenuous youth to frequent the theatre. But if he seek for these pleasures, if you know any of his contemporaries which deny themselves that vanity, show them to him, that by their example he may be reduced, for there is nothing in the world which does sooner redress it than emulation, no, not any. And in everything else let us observe this rule, especially if you perceive him to be of an emulous disposition. It is a great deal more effectual than either fear or promises, or whatsoever else. To these let us devise some other innocent divertissements, bring him to holy men, grant him relaxation, and give him rewards, that thereby his mind may be here there is a lacuna in the text, troubled at it. And instead of these spectacles, propose to him some pleasant story. Talk to him of meadows, of sumptuous buildings, and afterwards wheel off your discourse with an application. Tell him, these spectacles, son, are for base and servile persons, to behold naked women speaking immodestly. Promise me that thou wilt not hear nor say anything that is dishonest, and I permit thee to go. But it cannot be, it is impossible, that thou shouldst there hear nothing which is vile. The things that are there acted are unworthy thy eyes, my son. And in saying this, let us kiss and embrace him, that he may perceive how dearly we love him. With all these stratagems let us entice him. What then? As I said already, let a young maid never approach him, nor do any service about him, but some ancient maid or woman that is well stricken in years. Discourse to him concerning the kingdom, and of such as have been illustrious for their charity, as well those without the pale, as amongst ourselves, and with these let us perpetually fill his ears. Nay, if we have servants that excel in chastity and sobriety, propose them likewise for examples, seeing it would be a great reproach that a servant should be modest, and that a free person, a gentleman, should be sordid. There is yet another expedient, and what is it? Let him learn to fast, if not always, yet twice a week, Wednesdays and Fridays at least. Cause him to frequent the church, and when the father walks with him abroad, towards the evening, at the time that the shows are done and the theatres dissolved, let him show him those that are coming away, and laugh at the old fools who as yet have not the discretion of striplings, and at the young men who are fired with filthy lusts. Then let him ask the boy what he thinks all they have gained. Truly nothing at all but shame, infamy, and damnation. This will prove of no small importance to chastity, that he abstains both from the spectacles and from the discourse. But besides all this, let him be taught another thing, and that is, that he pray to God with all diligence and compunction, and say not to me that these things are not employments for a child. A child is not capable of this. Yes, a child, especially if of a quick understanding and encouraged, is very capable of it. Among the ancient we find many such examples, as Daniel and Joseph, and tell not me that Joseph was 17 years old, but consider, here there is a lacuna in the text, that age, for what here there is a lacuna in the text, and that he was more, here there is a lacuna in the text, of him then, of all his, Here there is a lacuna in the text. Was not. Here there is a lacuna in the text. Himself the younger. Here there is a lacuna in the text. Daniel, but 12 years old, was not Solomon also of the same age when he made that wonderful prayer? Did not. Here there is a lacuna in the text. Being but a very boy, teach his master. Let us. Here there is a lacuna in the text. Then be discouraged. If anyone indeed be a child in understanding, he is not capable of this, not if he be a child in years. Instruct him therefore to pray with much compunction, and to watch likewise as much as will stand to health, and by all means let there be imprinted on him, being a child, the character of an holy man. For he that is not addicted to swearing, nor being provoked to return injuries, to reproach nobody, to hate none, but gives his mind to fasting, and is assiduous in his prayer, shall from these be sufficiently furnished to chastity. And in case thou destine him to a secular life, provide a wife betimes, nor defer it till he be enrolled amongst the soldiers, or that he hath attained to some office in the commonwealth, before thou consider of it. But settle his thoughts first, and then proceed to secure his glory, which is but a worldly business. Dost thou imagine it of so small a concernment to marriage, that a virgin be joined to a virgin? Truly it doth not a little concern also the very wife's chastity, not to speak of the young man's also. Shall not this render their affection the more pure? And which is above all this, will not God himself be then more propitious, and fill that marriage with 1,000 benedictions, when they thus meet together, as he has commanded, and will make them cordially to love one another? Whilst he is detained by this affection, he will laugh at all other women. If when you commend the Virgin for her beauty and virtue, and all other endowments, you shall then add that she will never endure him, if once she but understand him to be an idle person, hereupon, as touched in his highest concernments, he will put forth his utmost diligence. For if that holy man, being deceived of his wife, so loved her, as yet to serve 7 years more for her, nay 14 years, how much more should we? Tell him that all that belong to the Virgin, the father, the mother, servants, and all the neighbours and friends, are strict observers of his behaviour and actions, and all will relate it to his Virgin. With this obligation bind him. 'Twill prove an effectual preservative to the child, so that, in case it should not be so convenient to give him a wife very young, let him yet be espoused to one, at least, from the first. This will make him strive to excel in goodness. This alone is sufficient to banish all vice. There is likewise another excellent guard to chastity, that he perpetually frequent the bishop of the church, and from him receive many encouragements, and of this let his father glory to all that hear it. Let the virgins, seeing him, look on him with a reverend esteem. Besides the discourses and the awe of his father, the promises which are made, and with these the rewards reposited for him of God, with all those benefits which the chaste shall be made partakers of, will extremely hinder and repress all lubricity in this kind. To this you may add the gallant achievements in war and in peace, and to these things studiously direct your discourse, continually declaiming against vice and luxury, and bringing it into contempt. It will much conduce to the repute of chastity, and all these particulars wonderfully restrain the mind of the young man, and produce in us most chaste cogitations. There is one more yet remaining. Let us therefore now proceed to that which is the chief of all, and which keeps all entire. And what is that? Namely, prudence. Here must be infinite care used, that he be discreet, and that he abandon and banish all folly, and this is a special and grand point of philosophy, that he comprehend those things which are divine, and what there is laid up for the future, of hell, and the things which concern the kingdom of heaven, since the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. Let us therefore establish point of prudence in him, that he be also intelligent in human affairs, what riches are, what glory, what power, to the end he may learn how to contemn them, and set his affections upon things which are of highest concernment. Let us often remember him of the good instructions which have been given him, and say, Son, fear God alone, and besides him fear none other, and thus he will emerge a prudent and a gracious person. There is nothing in the world that renders a man more a fool than these vices. The fear of God is alone sufficient. Here there is a lacuna in the text. Wise, and to have such a judgment in secular and human affairs as is necessary. This is the very sum and top of all wisdom, that he be not taken up with impertinent and childish vanities. Teach him therefore that riches avail nothing, worldly glory nothing, power nothing, nothing death, nothing this present life. Thus he shall indeed become a wise man, and if educated in this manner we conduct him to his nuptials, consider how noble a portion thou bringest to his bride. But let us celebrate the marriage not with pipes and harps and dancing. With these kinds of things to disgrace the bridegroom thus educated, it is highly incongruous. Let us rather invite Christ thither. Such a bridegroom is worthy of him. Let us bid his disciples. These things well become him. And now let him henceforth thus learn to instruct his own children, and so educate them, and they theirs, and thus it will become a golden chain indeed. Let us also promote him to offices in the commonwealth, such as he hath abilities to undergo, or such as do not minister to vice. Or whether it be any charge in the army, let him learn to gain nothing sordidly, or whether he patronize the cause of those which are wronged, or whatever else he undertakes. That his mother learn likewise to instruct and discipline her daughter after the same manner, and to avert their thoughts from superfluous attires and fashions from the world, and from whatsoever else are the proper marks of lewd women and strumpets. Let him manage all things by this rule, and wean, here there is a lacuna in the text, well the youth as the maid from pleasure and ebriety. For even this also will be of great effect towards chastity, there being nothing which doth more molest and trouble young men than concupiscence, nothing more young women than haughtiness and lux of apparel. And therefore let us order and compose all these things, that so we may please Almighty God. Here there is a lacuna in the text. We bring him up such champions, and that we and our children may, here there is a lacuna in the text, promises which he hath made to them that love him, and all this through the grace and benignity of our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom with the Father and the Holy Spirit be glory and honour now and ever, and for eternal ages. End of the Golden Book of St. John Chrysostom concerning the education of children, by John Chrysostom. On Continence, by Augustine of Hippo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is difficult to treat of the virtue of the soul, which is called continence, in a manner fully suitable and worthy, but he whose great gift this virtue is will help our littleness under the burden of so great a weight. For he who bestows it upon his faithful ones, when they are continent, himself gives discourse of it to his ministers when they speak. Lastly, of so great a matter, purposing to speak what himself shall grant, in the first place we say and prove that continence is the gift of God. We have it written in the Book of Wisdom that no one can be continent unless God grant it. But the Lord, concerning that greater and more glorious continence itself, whereby there is continence from the marriage bond, says, not all can receive this saying, but they to whom it is given. And since marriage chastity also itself cannot be guarded, unless there be continence from unlawful intercourse, the Apostle declared both to be the gift of God, when he spake of both lives, that is, both that of marriage and that without marriage, saying, I would that all men were so as myself, but each hath his own gift from God, one in this manner, another in that manner. And lest it should seem that necessary continence was to be hoped for from the Lord only in respect to the lust of the lower parts of the flesh, it is also sung in the psalm, Set, O Lord, a watch to my mouth, and a door of continence around my lips. But in this witness of the divine speech, if we understand mouth, as we ought to understand it, we perceive how great a gift of God continence there set is. Forsooth, it is little to contain the mouth of the body, lest anything burst forth thence which is not for the better, through the sound of the voice. For there is within the mouth of the heart, where he who spake these words and wrote them for us to speak, desired of the Lord that the watch and door of continence should be set for him. For many things we say not with the mouth of the body, and cry aloud with the heart. But there goes forth from the mouth of the body no word of anything, whereof there is silence in the heart. Therefore what flows not forth thence sounds not abroad, but what flows forth thence, if it be evil, although it move not the tongue, defiles the soul. Therefore continence must be set there where the conscience even of them who are silent speaks. For it is brought to pass by means of the door of continence, that There go not forth thence that which, even when the lips of the flesh are closed, pollutes the life of him that hath the thought. Lastly, to show more plainly the inner mouth, which by these words he meant, after having said, Set a watch, O Lord, to my mouth, and a door of continence around my lips, he added straightway, Cause not my heart to fall aside into evil words. The falling aside of the heart, what is it but the consent? For he hath not yet spoken, whosoever in his heart hath with no falling aside of the heart consented unto suggestions that meet him of each several thing that is seen. But if he hath consented, he hath already spoken in his heart, although he hath not uttered sound by the mouth, although he hath not done with hand or any part whatever of the body, yet hath he done what in his thought he hath already determined that he is to do. Guilty by the divine laws, although hidden to human senses, the word having been spoken in the heart, no deed having been committed through the body. But in no case would he have moved the limb without, in a deed, the beginning of which deed had not gone before within in word. For it is no lie that is written that the beginning of every work is a word. Forsooth men do many things with mouth closed, tongue quiet, voice bridled, but yet they do nothing by work of the body, which they have not before spoken in the heart. And through this, since there are many sins in inward sayings which are not in outward deeds, whereas there are none in outward deeds which do not go before in inward sayings, there will be purity of innocence from both, if the door of continence be set around the inward lips. For which cause our Lord himself also with his own mouth saith, Cleanse what are within, and what are without will be clean. And also in another place, when he was refuting the foolish speeches of the Jews, in that they spake evil against his disciples, eating with unwashen hands. Not what entereth into the mouth, said he, defileth the man, but what cometh forth out of the mouth that defileth the man. Which sentence, if the whole of it be taken of the mouth of the body, is absurd, for neither doth vomit defile him whom food defileth not. Forsooth food entereth into the mouth, vomit proceedeth forth out of the mouth, but without doubt the former words relate to the mouth of the flesh, where he says, Not what entereth into the mouth defileth the man, but the latter words to the mouth of the heart, where he saith, But what proceedeth forth out of the mouth, this defileth the man. Lastly, when the Apostle Peter sought of him an explanation of this, as of a parable, he answered, Are ye also yet without understanding? Understand ye not that whatsoever entereth into the mouth goeth into the belly, and is cast out into the draught? Here surely we perceive the mouth of the flesh, into which the food enters. But in what he next adds, in order that we might recognize the mouth of the heart, the slowness of our heart would not follow, did not the truth deign to walk even with the slow? For he saith, But what things go forth from the mouth go out of the heart, as though he should say, When you hear it said from the mouth, understand from the heart. I say both, but I set forth one by the other. The inner man hath an inner mouth, and this the inner ear discerns. What things go forth from this mouth go out of the heart, and they defile the man. Then, having left the term mouth, which may be understood also of the body, he shows more openly what he is saying. For from the heart go out, saith he, evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. These are what defile the man. There is surely no one of those evils which can be committed also by the members of the body, but that the evil thoughts go before and defile the man, although something hinder the sinful and wicked deeds of the body from following. For if, because power is not given, the hand is free from the murder of a man, is the heart of the murderer forsooth therefore clean from sin? If she be chaste, whom one unchaste wishes to commit adultery with, hath he on that account failed to commit adultery with her in his heart? Or if the harlot be not found in the brothel, doth he who seeks her on that account fail to commit fornication in his heart? Or if time and place be wanting to one who wishes to hurt his neighbour by a lie, hath he on that account failed already to speak false witness with his inner mouth? Or, if anyone fearing men dare not utter aloud blasphemy with tongue of flesh, is he on this account guiltless of this crime, who saith in his heart, There is no God? Thus all the other evil deeds of men, which no motion of the body performs, of which no sense of the body is conscious, have their own secret criminals, who are also polluted by consent alone in thought, that is, by evil words of the inner mouth, into which he, the psalmist, fearing lest his heart should fall aside, asks of the Lord that the door of continence be set around the lips of this mouth, to contain the heart, that it fall not aside into evil words, but contain it, by not suffering thought to proceed to consent. For thus, according to the precept of the Apostle, sin reigneth not in our mortal body, nor do we yield our members as weapons of unrighteousness unto sin. From fulfilling which precept they are surely far removed, who on this account turn not their members to sin, because no power is allowed them, and if this be present, straightway by the motions of their members, as of weapons, they show who reigneth in them within. Wherefore, so far as it is in themselves, they yield their members weapons of unrighteousness unto sin, because this is what they wish, which for this reason they yield not, because they are not able. And on this account that, which the parts that beget being bridled by modesty, is most chiefly and properly to be called continence, is violated by no transgression, if the higher continence, concerning which we have been sometimes speaking, be preserved in the heart. For this reason the Lord, after he had said, "For from the heart go forth evil thoughts," then went on to add what it is that belongs to evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, and the rest. He spake not of all, but having named certain by way of instance, he taught that we are to understand others also, of which there is none other that can take place, unless an evil thought have gone before, whereby that is prepared within which is done without, and going forth out of the mouth of the heart already defiles the man, although through no power being granted, it be not done without by means of the members of the body. When therefore a door of continence hath been set in the mouth of the heart, whence go out all that defile the man, if nothing such be permitted to go out thence, there followeth a purity, wherein now the conscience may rejoice, although there be not as yet that perfection wherein continence shall not strive with vice. But now, so long as the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh, it is enough for us not to consent unto the evils which we feel in us. But when that consent takes place, then there goeth out of the mouth of the heart what defileth the man. But when through continence consent is withheld, the evil of the lust of the flesh, against which the lust of the spirit fights, is not suffered to harm. But it is one thing to fight well, which now is when the strife of death is resisted, another thing not to have an adversary, which will then be when death, the last enemy, shall be destroyed. For continence also itself, when it curbs and restrains lusts, at once both seeks the good unto the immortality of which we aim, and rejects the evil with which in this mortality we contend. If the one, it is forsooth the lover and beholder, but of the other, both the enemy and witness, both seeking what becomes and fleeing what misbecomes. Assuredly continence would not labour in curbing lusts, if we had no wishes contrary to what is becoming, if there were no opposition on the part of evil lust unto our good will. The Apostle cries aloud, "I know, saith he, that there dwelleth not in me, that is, in my flesh, good. For to will lieth near to me, but to accomplish good I find not." For now good can be done, so far as that there is no assent given unto evil lust, but good will be accomplished when the evil lust itself shall come to an end. And also the same teacher of the Gentiles cries aloud, "I take pleasure together with the law of God after the inner man, but I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind." This conflict none experience in themselves, save such as war on the side of the virtues, and war down the vices, nor doth anything storm the evil of lust, save the good of continence. But there are, who being utterly ignorant of the law of God, account not evil lusts among their enemies, and through wretched blindness, being slaves to them, over and above think themselves also blessed by satisfying them, rather than taming them. But whoso through the law have come to know them, for through the law is the knowledge of sin, and lust, saith he, I knew not, unless the law should say, Thou shalt not lust after, and yet are overcome by their assault, because they live under the law, whereby what is good is commanded, but not also given. They live not under grace, which gives through the Holy Spirit what is commanded through the law. Unto these the law therefore entered, that in them the offence might abound. The prohibition increased the lust, and made it unconquered, that there might be transgression also, which without the law was not, although there was sin. For where there is not law, neither is there transgression. Thus the law, grace not helping, forbidding sin became over and above the strength of sin, whence the Apostle saith, the law is the strength of sin. Nor is it to be wondered at that man's weakness, even from the good law, added strength to evil, whilst it trusts to fulfil the law itself of its own strength. Forsooth, being ignorant of the righteousness of God, which he gives unto the weak, and wishing to establish his own, of which the weak is void, he was not made subject to the righteousness of God, reprobate and proud. But if the law as a schoolmaster lead unto grace one made an offender, as though for this purpose more grievously wounded, that he may desire a physician, against the baneful sweetness whereby lust prevailed, the Lord gives a sweetness that worketh good, that by it continence may the more delight, and our land giveth her fruit, whereby the soldier is fed, who by the help of the Lord wars down sin. Such soldiers the apostolic trumpet enkindles for battle with the sound, Therefore let not, saith he, sin reign in your mortal body to obey its lusts, nor yield your members weapons of unrighteousness unto sin, but yield yourselves unto God as living in place of dead, and your members weapons of righteousness unto God. For sin shall not rule over you. For ye are not under the law, but under grace. And in another place, Therefore, saith he, brethren, we are debtors not to the flesh, to live after the flesh. For if ye shall live after the flesh, ye shall die. But if by the flesh ye shall mortify the deeds of the flesh, ye shall live. For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, these are sons of God. This therefore is the business in hand, so long as this our mortal life under grace lasts, that sin, that is the lust of sin, for this he in this place calls by the name of sin, reign not in this our mortal body. Yet it is then shown to reign if obedience be yielded to its desires. There is therefore in us lust of sin, which must not be suffered to reign. There are its desires, which we must not obey, lest obeying it reign over us. Wherefore let us not usurp our members, but let continence claim them for herself, that they be weapons of righteousness unto God, that they be not weapons of unrighteousness unto sin. For thus sin shall not rule over us, for we are not under the law, which indeed commandeth what is good, yet giveth it not. But we are under grace, which, making us to love that which the law commands, is able to rule over the free. And also, when he exhorts us, that we live not after the flesh, lest we die, but that by the Spirit we mortify the deeds of the flesh, that we may live. Surely the trumpet which sounds shows the war in which we are engaged, and enkindles us to contend keenly, and to do our enemies to death, that we be not done to death by them. But who those enemies are, it hath set forth plainly enough, for those are they whom it willed should be done to death by us, that is to say, the works of the flesh. For so it saith, But if by the Spirit ye shall mortify the deeds of the flesh, ye shall live. And in order that we may know what these are, let us hear the same in like manner writing unto the Galatians, and saying, But the works of the flesh are manifest, which are fornications, uncleannesses, luxuries, idolatry, witchcrafts, hatreds, contentions, emulations, wraths, strifes, heresies, envyings, drunkennesses, revellings, and such like, of which I foretell to you, as I have foretold, that they who do such things shall not possess the kingdom of God. For the very war there also was he showing that he should speak of these, and unto the death-doing of these enemies he was calling up the soldiers of Christ by the same heavenly and spiritual trumpet. For he had said above, But I say, walk in the Spirit, and perform ye not the lusts of the flesh. For the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh. For these are opposed one to another, that ye do not what ye would. But if ye are led by the Spirit, ye are not under the law. Therefore, being set under grace, he would have them have that conflict against the works of the flesh. And in order to point out these works of the flesh, he added what I have mentioned above. But the works of the flesh are manifest, which are fornications, and the rest, whether what he mentioned, or whether what he admonished were to be understood, chiefly, as he added, and such like. Lastly, in this battle against what is in a manner the carnal army leading forth, as it were, another spiritual line. But the fruit of the Spirit is, saith he, charity, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faith, gentleness, continence. Against such there is no law. He saith not against these, lest they should be thought to be alone. Although even were he to say this, we ought to understand all, whatever goods of the same kind we could think of, but he saith against such, that is to say, both these and whatsoever are such like. However, in that among the goods of which he made mention he set continence in the last place, concerning which we have now undertaken to treat, and on account of which we have already said much. He willed that it should in an especial manner cleave to our minds. Forsooth, this same is of great avail in this case, wherein the spirit lusteth against the flesh, forasmuch as in a certain way it crucifies the lusts of the flesh. Whence, after the apostle had thus spoken, he added straightway, But they who are Jesus Christ's have crucified their own flesh with the passions and lusts. This is the acting of continence, thus the works of the flesh are done to death. But they do to death those whom, falling away from continence, lust draweth into consent to do such works. But in order that we fall not away from continence, we ought to watch specially against those snares of the suggestions of the devil, that we presume not of our own strength. For cursed is everyone that setteth his hope in man. And who is he but man? We cannot therefore truly say that he setteth not his hope in man, who setteth it in himself. For this also, to live after man, what is it but to live after the flesh? Whoso therefore is tempted by such a suggestion, let him hear, and if he have any Christian feeling, let him tremble. Let him hear, I say, if ye shall live after the flesh, ye shall die. But someone will say to me that it is one thing to live after man, another thing to live after the flesh, because man forsooth is a rational creature, and there is in him a rational soul, whereby he differs from the beast. But the flesh is the lowest and earthly part of man, and thus to live after it is faulty. And for this reason, he who lives after man assuredly lives not after the flesh, but rather after that part of man whereby he is man, that is, after the spirit of the mind whereby he excels the beasts. But this discussion is perhaps of some force in the schools of philosophers, but we, in order to understand the apostle of Christ, ought to observe in what manner the Christian books are used to speak. At any rate, it is the belief of all of us, to whom to live is Christ, that man was taken unto himself by the word of God, not surely without a rational soul, as certain heretics will have it, and yet we read, the Word was made flesh. What is to be here understood by flesh but man? And all flesh shall see the salvation of God. What can be understood but all men? Unto thee shall all flesh come. What is it but all men? Thou hast given unto him power over all flesh. What is it but all men? Of the works of the law shall no flesh be justified. What is it but no man shall be justified? And this the same apostle in another place, confessing more plainly, saith, Man shall not be justified by the works of the law. The Corinthians also he rebukes, saying, Are ye not carnal, and walk after man? After he had called them carnal, he saith not, Ye walk after the flesh, but after man. Forasmuch as by this also, what would he have understood but after the flesh? For surely, if to walk, that is to live, after the flesh, deserved blame, but after man deserved praise, he would not say by way of rebuke, Ye walk after man. Let man recognize the reproach, let him change his purpose, let him shun destruction. Hear thou, man, walk not thou after man, but after him who made man. Fall not thou away from him who made thee, even unto himself. For a man said, who yet lived not after man, not that we are sufficient to think anything from ourselves as though of ourselves, but our sufficiency is of God. Consider if he lived after man who spake these things with truth. Therefore the apostle, admonishing man not to live after man, restores man to God. But whoso liveth not after man, but after God, assuredly lives not even after himself, because himself also is a man. But he is therefore also said to live after the flesh when he so lives, because also when the flesh alone hath been named, man is understood, as we have already shown, just as when the soul alone hath been named, man is understood, whence it is said, Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, that is, every man, and 75 souls went down into Egypt with Jacob, that is, 75 men. Therefore live thou not after thyself, O man, thou hadst thence perished, but thou wast sought. Live not then, I say, after thyself, O man, thou hadst thence perished, but thou wast found. Accuse not thou the nature of the flesh, when ye hear it said, If ye shall live after the flesh, ye shall die. For thus could it be said, and most truly could it, If ye shall live after yourselves, ye shall die. For the devil hath not flesh, and yet because he would live after himself, he abode not in the truth. What wonder therefore, if living after himself, when he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, which the truth spake truly of him. When therefore you hear it said, Sin shall not reign over you, have not thou confidence of thyself that sin reign not over thee, but of him unto whom a certain saint saith in prayer, direct my paths after thy word, and let no iniquity have dominion over me. Lest haply, after that we had heard sin shall not reign over you, we should lift up ourselves and lay this to our own strength. Straightway the apostle saw this, and added, For ye are not under the law, but under grace. Therefore grace causeth that sin reign not over you. Do not thou therefore have confidence of thyself, lest it thence reign much more over thee. And when we hear it said, If by the Spirit ye shall mortify the deeds of the flesh, ye shall live, let us not lay this so great good unto our own spirit, as though of itself it can do this. For in order that we should not entertain that carnal sense, the spirit being dead, rather than that which putteth others to death, straightway he added, For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, these are sons of God. Therefore, that by our spirit we may mortify the works of the flesh, we are led by the Spirit of God, who gives continence, whereby to curb, tame, and overcome lust. In this so great conflict wherein man under grace lives, and when, being aided, he fights well, rejoices in the Lord with trembling, there yet are not wanting even to valiant warriors and mortifiers, however unconquered of the works of the flesh, some wounds of sins, for the healing of which they may say daily, Forgive us our debts, against the same vices, and against the devil, the prince and king of vices, striving with much greater watchfulness and keenness by the very prayer, that his deadly suggestions avail not aught, whereby he further urges the sinner to excuse rather than accuse his own sins, and thus those wounds not only be not healed, but also, although they were not deadly, yet may be pressed home to grievous and fatal harm. And here therefore there is need of a more cautious continence, whereby to restrain the proud appetite of man, whereby he is self-pleased and unwilling to be found worthy of blame, and disdains, when he sins, to be convicted that he himself has sinned, not with healthful humility taking upon him to accuse himself, but rather with fatal arrogance seeking to find an excuse. In order to restrain this pride, he, whose words I have already set down above, and, as I could, commended, sought continence from the Lord. For after that he had said, Set, O Lord, a watch to my mouth, and a door of continence around my lips. Make not my heart to fall aside unto evil words. Explaining more clearly whereof he spake this, he saith, To make excuses in sins. For what more evil than these words, whereby the evil man denies that he is evil, although convicted of an evil work, which he cannot deny? And since he cannot hide the deed, or say that is well done, and still sees that it is clear that it was done by him, he seeks to refer to another what he hath done, as though he could remove thence what he hath deserved. Being unwilling that himself be guilty, he rather adds to his guilt, and by excusing, not accusing, his own sins, he knows not that he is putting from him, not punishment but pardon. For before human judges, forasmuch as they may be deceived, it seems to profit somewhat for the time to cleanse, as it were, what hath been done amiss by any deceit whatever, but before God, who cannot be deceived, we are to use not a deceitful defence, but a true confession of sins. And some indeed, who are used to excuse their own sins, complain that they are driven to sin by fate, as though the stars had decreed this, and heaven had first sinned by decreeing such, in order that man should after sin by committing such, and thus had rather impute their sin to fortune, who think that all things are driven to and fro by chance accidents, and yet contend that this their wisdom and assertion is not of chance rashness, but of ascertained reason. What madness then is it to lay to reason their discussions, and to make their actions subject to accidents? Others refer to the devil the whole of what they do ill, and will not have even a share with him, whereas they may suspect whether he by hidden suggestions hath persuaded them to evil, and on the other hand cannot doubt that they have consented to those suggestions, from whatever source they have come. There are also they who extend their defence of self unto an accusation of God, wretched by the divine judgment, but blasphemous by their own madness. For against him they bring in from a contrary principle a substance of evil rebelling, which he could not have resisted, had he not blended with that same that was rebelling a portion of his own substance and nature, for it to contaminate and corrupt. And they say that they then sin when the nature of evil prevails over the nature of God. This is that most unclean madness of the Manichaeans, whose devilish devices the undoubted truth most easily overthrows, which confesses that the nature of God is incapable of contamination and corruption. But what wicked contamination and corruption do they not deserve who have believed of them by whom God, who is good in the very highest degree, and in a way that admits not of comparison, is believed to be capable of contamination and corruption? And there are also they who, in excuse of their sins, so accuse God, as to say that sins are pleasing to them. For if they were displeasing, say they, surely by his most almighty power he would by no means suffer them to take place. As though indeed God suffered sins to be unpunished, even in the case of those whom by remission of sins he frees from eternal punishment. No one forsooth receives pardon of more grievous punishment due, unless he hath suffered some punishment, be it what it may, although far less than he was due, and the fullness of mercy is so conveyed, as that the justice also of discipline is not abandoned. For also sin, which seems unavenged, hath its own attendant punishment, so that there is no one but, by reason of what he hath done, either suffers pain from bitterness, or suffers not through blindness. As therefore you say, why doth he permit those things if they are displeasing? So I say, why doth he punish them if they are pleasing? And thus, as I confess that those things would not take place at all unless they were permitted by the Almighty, so confess thou that what are punished by the Just One ought not to be done, in order that, by not doing what he punishes, we may deserve to learn of him why he permits to exist what he punishes. For, as it is written, solid food is for the perfect, wherein they who have made good progress already understand that it pertained rather to the almighty power of God to allow the existence of evils coming from the free choice of the will. So great forsooth is his almighty goodness, as that even of evil he can make good, either by pardoning, or by healing, or by fitting and turning unto the profit of the pious, or even by most justly taking vengeance. For all these are good, and most worthy a good and almighty God, and yet they are not made save of evils. What therefore better, what more almighty than he, who, whereas he maketh no evil, even of evils maketh well? They who have done ill cry unto him, forgive us our debts. He hears, he pardons. Their own evils have hurt the sinners, he helps and heals their sicknesses. The enemies of his people rage, of their rage he makes martyrs. Lastly also he condemns those, whom he judges worthy of condemnation, although they suffer their own evils, yet he doeth what is good. For what is just cannot but be good, and assuredly as sin is unjust, so the punishment of sin is just. But God wanted not power to make man such as that he should not be able to sin, but he chose rather to make him such, as that it should lie in his power to sin if he would, not to sin if he would not, forbidding the one, enjoining the other, that it might be to him first a good desert not to sin, and after a just reward not to be able to sin. For such also at the last will he make his saints, as to be without all power to sin. Such forsooth even now hath he his angels, whom in him we so love, as to have no fear for any of them, lest by sinning he become a devil. And this we presume not of any just man in this mortal life, but we trust that all will be such in that immortal life. For Almighty God, who worketh good even of our evils, what good will he give when he shall have set us free from all evils? Much may be said more fully and more subtly on the good use of evil, but this is not what we have undertaken in our present discourse, and we must avoid it in excess of length. Now therefore let us return to that wherefore we have said what we have. We have need of continence, and we know it to be a divine gift that our heart fall not away unto evil words, to make excuses in sins. But what sin is there, but that we have need of continence to restrain it from being committed, since it is this very continence which, in case it have been committed, restrains it from being defended by wicked pride. Universally, therefore, we have need of continence in order to turn away from evil. But to do good seems to pertain to another virtue, that is, to righteousness. This the sacred psalm admonishes us when we read, "Turn away from evil and do good." But with what end we do this, it adds by and by, saying, "Seek peace and ensue it." For we shall then have perfect peace when our nature, cleaving inseparably to its Creator, we shall have nothing of ourselves opposed to ourselves. This our Saviour also himself would have us to understand, so far as it seems to me, when he said, "Let your loins be girt and your lamps burning." What is it to gird the loins? To restrain lusts, which is the work of continence. But to have lamps burning is to shine and glow with good works, which is the work of righteousness. Nor was he here silent with what end we do these things, adding and saying, And you like unto men waiting for their Lord when he cometh from the marriage. But when he shall have come, he will reward us who have kept ourselves from those things which lust, and have done those things which charity hath bidden us, that we may reign in his perfect and eternal peace without any strife of evil, and with the highest delight of good. All we, therefore, who believe in the living and true God, whose nature, being in the highest sense good and incapable of change, neither doth any evil nor suffers any evil, from whom is every good, even that which admits of decrease, and who admits not at all of decrease in his own good, which is himself, when we hear the apostles saying, Walk in the Spirit, and perform ye not the lusts of the flesh. For the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh. For these are opposed one to another, that ye do not what ye would. Far be it from us to believe what the madness of the Manichaeans believes, that there are here shown two natures or principles contrary one to another at strife, the one nature of good, the other of evil, although these two are both good. Both the Spirit is a good and the flesh is a good, and man, who is composed of both, one ruling, the other obeying, is assuredly a good, but a good capable of change, which yet could not be made save by a good incapable of change, by whom was created every good, whether small or great. But how small soever, yet made by what is great, and how great soever, yet no way to be compared with the greatness of the Maker. But in this nature of man, that is good, and well formed, and ordered by one that is good, there is now war, since there is not yet health. Let the sickness be healed, there is peace. But that sickness fault hath deserved, not nature hath had. And this fault indeed, through the laver of regeneration, the grace of God hath already remitted unto the faithful, but under the hands of the same physician, nature as yet striveth with its sickness. But in such a conflict, victory will be entire soundness, and that soundness not for a time, but for ever, wherein not only this sickness is to come to an end, but also none to arise after it. Wherefore the just man addresseth his soul, and saith, Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his returns, who becometh propitious to all thy iniquities, who healeth all thy sicknesses. He becometh propitious to our iniquities when he pardons sins. He heals sicknesses when he restrains evil desires. He becometh propitious unto iniquities by the grant of forgiveness. He heals sicknesses by the grant of continence. The one was done in baptism to persons confessing, the other is done in the strife to persons contending, wherein through his help we are to overcome our disease. Even now the one is done when we are heard saying, Forgive us our debts, but the other when we are heard saying, Lead us not into temptation. For every one is tempted, saith the Apostle James, being drawn away and enticed by his own lust. And against this fault there is sought the help of medicine from him who can heal all such sicknesses, not by the removal of a nature that is alien from us, but in the renewal of our own nature. Whence also the above-mentioned apostle saith not, Every one is tempted by lust, but added, by his own, that he who hears this may understand how he ought to cry, I said, Lord, have mercy upon me, heal my soul, for I have sinned against thee. For it would not have needed healing, had it not corrupted itself by sinning, so that its own flesh should lust against it, that is, itself should be opposed to itself, on that side, wherein in the flesh it was made sick. For the flesh lusts after nothing, save through the soul, but the flesh is said to lust against the Spirit, when the soul with fleshly lust wrestles against the Spirit. This whole we are, and the flesh itself, which on the departure of the soul dies, the lowest part of us is not put away, as what we are to flee from, but is laid aside as what we are to receive again, and after having received it, never again to leave. But there is sown an animal body, there shall rise again a spiritual body. Then from that time the flesh will not lust after anything against the Spirit, when as itself also shall be called spiritual, forasmuch as not only without any opposition, but also without any need of bodily aliment, it shall be forever made subject unto the Spirit, to be quickened by Christ. Therefore these two things, which are now opposed the one to the other within us, since we exist in both, let us pray and endeavour that they may agree. For we ought not to think the one of them an enemy, but the fault whereby the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and this, when healed, will itself cease to exist, and either substance will be safe, and no strife between either. Let us hear the Apostle, I know, saith he, that there dwelleth not in me, that is, in my flesh, any good. This certainly, he saith, that the fault of the flesh in a good thing is not good, and when this shall have ceased to exist, it will be flesh, but it will not be now corrupted or faulty flesh. And yet, that this pertains to our nature, the same teacher shows by saying first, I know that there dwelleth not in me, in order to expound which he added, that is, in my flesh, any good. Therefore he saith that his flesh is himself. It is not then itself that is our enemy, and when its faults are resisted, itself is loved, because itself is cared for. For no one ever hated his own flesh, as the Apostle himself saith. And in another place he saith, So then I myself with the mind serve the law of God, but with the flesh the law of sin. Let them hear that have ears. So then I myself, I with the mind, I with the flesh. But with the mind I serve the law of God, but with the flesh the law of sin. How with the flesh the law of sin? Was it at all by consenting unto fleshly lust? Far be it. But by having there motions of desires, which he would not have, yet had. But by not consenting to them, with the mind he served the law of God, and kept his members from becoming weapons of sin. There are therefore in us evil desires, by consenting not unto which we live not ill. There are in us lusts of sins, by obeying not which we perfect not evil, but by having them do not as yet perfect good. The Apostle shows both that neither is good here perfected, where evil is so lusted after, nor evil here perfected, whereas such lust is not obeyed. The one, forsooth, he shows, where he says, To will is present with me, but to perfect good is not. The other, where he says, Walk in the Spirit, and perfect not the lusts of the flesh. For neither in the former place doth he say that to do good is not with him, but to perfect, nor here doth he say, Have not lusts of the flesh, but perfect not. Therefore there takes place in us evil lusts, when that pleases which is not lawful, but they are not perfected when evil lusts are restrained by the mind serving the law of God. And good takes place when that which wrongly pleases takes not place through the good delight prevailing, but the perfection of good is not fulfilled so long as by the flesh serving the law of sin evil lust entices, and although it be restrained, is yet moved. For there would be no need for it to be restrained were it not moved. There will be at some time also the perfection of good, when the destruction of evil, the one will be highest, the other will be no more. And if we think that this is to be hoped for in this mortal state, we are deceived. For it shall be then when death shall not be. It shall be there where shall be life eternal. For in that world and in that kingdom there shall be highest good, no evil, when there shall be, and where there shall be, highest love of wisdom, no labour of continence. Therefore the flesh is not evil, if it be void of evil, that is, of fault, whereby man was rendered faulty, not made ill, but himself making. For on either part, that is, both soul and body, being made good by the good God, himself made the evil, whereby he was made evil. For the guilt of which evil, being already also set free through forgiveness, that he may not think what he hath done to be light, he yet wars with his own fault through continence. But far be it, that there be any faults in such as reign in that peace which shall be hereafter, since in this state of war there are lessened daily in such as make progress, not sins only, but the very lusts also, with which by not consenting we strive, and by consenting unto which we sin. That therefore the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, that there dwelleth not in our flesh good, that the law in our members is opposed to the law of the mind, is not a mingling of two natures caused of contrary principles, but a division of one against itself, caused through desert of sin. We were not so in Adam, before that nature, having listened to and followed its deceiver, had despised and offended its Creator, that is, not the former life of man created, but the latter punishment of man condemned. From which condemnation, when set free by grace, through Jesus Christ, being free, they contend with their punishment, having received not as yet full salvation, but already a pledge of salvation. But when not set free, they are both guilty by reason of sins, and involved in punishments. But after this life, for the guilty there will remain forever punishment for their crime. For the free there will no more remain forever either crime or punishment, but the good substances, spirit and flesh, will continue forever, which God, who is good and incapable of change, created good, although capable of change. For they will continue, having been changed for the better. never from this time to be changed for the worse, all evil being utterly destroyed, both what man hath unjustly done and what he hath justly suffered. And these two kinds of evil perishing utterly, whereof the one is of iniquity going before, the other is unhappiness going after, the will of man will be upright without any depravity. There it will be clear and plain to all, what now many of the faithful believe, few understand, that evil is not a substance, but that, as a wound in a body, so in a substance, which hath made itself faulty, it hath begun to exist, when the disease hath commenced, and ceaseth to exist in it, when the healing hath been perfected. Therefore all evil having arisen from us, and having been destroyed in us, our good also having been increased and perfected unto the height of most happy incorruption and immortality, of what kind shall either of our substances be? Forasmuch now, in this corruption and mortality, when as yet the corruptible body weigheth down the soul, and what the Apostle saith, the body is dead by reason of sin, yet the same himself beareth such witness unto our flesh, that is, to our lowest and earthly part, as to say, what I made mention of a little above, no one ever hated his own flesh, and to add straightway, but nourisheth and cherisheth it, as also Christ the church. I say not therefore with what error, but with what utter madness do the Manichaeans attribute our flesh to some I know not what fabled race of darkness, which they will have hath its own nature without any beginning, ever evil, whereas the true teacher exhorts men to love their own wives by the pattern of their own flesh, and exhorts them unto this very thing by the pattern also of Christ and the church. Lastly, we must call to mind the whole place itself of the epistle of the Apostle, relating greatly unto the matter in hand. Husbands, saith he, love your wives, as Christ also loved the church, and delivered himself up for it, that he might sanctify it, cleansing it by the laver of the water in the word, that he might set forth unto himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle, or any such thing, but that it may be holy and unspotted. So, saith he, husbands also ought to love their own wives as their own bodies. Whoso loveth his own wife loveth himself. Then he added, what we have already made mention of, for no man ever hated his own flesh, but nourisheth it, and cherisheth it, as also Christ the church. What saith the madness of most impure impiety in answer to these things? What say ye in answer to these things, ye Manichaeans, ye who wish to bring in upon us, as if out of the epistles of the apostles, two natures without beginning, one of good, the other of evil, and will not listen to the epistles of the apostles, that they may correct you from that sacrilegious perverseness, as ye read, the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and there dwelleth not in my flesh any good. So read ye, no one ever hated his own flesh, but nourisheth and cherisheth it, as also Christ the church. As ye read, I see also another law in my members, opposed to the law of my mind. So read ye, as Christ loved the church, so also ought men to love their own wives as their own bodies. Be not ye crafty in the former witnesses of Holy Scripture, and deaf in this latter, and ye shall be correct in both. For if ye receive the latter, as right is, ye will endeavour to understand the former also, as truth is. The Apostle has made known to us certain three unions, Christ and the church, husband and wife, spirit and flesh. Of these the former consult for the good of the latter wait upon the former. All the things are good, when in them certain set over by way of preeminence, certain made subject in a becoming manner, observe the beauty of order. Husband and wife receive command and pattern how they ought to be one with another. The command is, let wives be subject unto their own husbands as unto the Lord, because the husband is the head of the wife, and husbands love your wives. But there is given a pattern unto wives from the church, unto husbands from Christ. As the church, saith he, is subject unto Christ, so also wives unto their own husbands in all things. In like manner also, having given command to husbands to love their own wives, he added a pattern, as Christ loved the church. But husbands he exhorted to it from a lower matter also, that is, from their own body, not only from a higher, that is, from their Lord. For he not only saith, husbands, love your wives, as Christ also loved the church, which is from an higher, but he said also, husbands ought to love their own wives as their own bodies, which is from a lower, because both higher and lower are all good. And yet the woman received not pattern from the body or flesh, to be so subject to the husband as the flesh to the spirit, but either the apostle would have understood by consequence what he omitted to state, or haply because the flesh lusteth against the spirit in the mortal and sick estate of this life, therefore he would not set the woman a pattern of subjection from it. But the men he would for this reason, because, although the spirit lusteth against the flesh, even in this it consults for the good of the flesh, not like as the flesh lusting against the spirit, by such opposition consulteth neither for the good of the spirit, nor for its own. Yet the good spirit would not consult for its good, whether by nourishing and cherishing its nature by forethought, or by resisting its faults by continence, were it not that each substance showeth God to be the creator of each, even by the seemliness of this its order. What is it therefore, that with true madness ye both boast yourselves to be Christians, and with so great perverseness contend against the Christian scriptures, with eyes closed, or rather put out, asserting both that Christ hath appeared unto mortals in false flesh, and that the church in the soul pertains to Christ, in the body to the devil, and that the male and female sex are works of the devil, not of God, and that the flesh is joined unto the spirit as an evil substance unto a good substance. If what we have made mention of out of the apostolic epistles seem to you to fall short of an answer, hear yet others, if ye have ears. What saith the utterly mad Manichaean of the flesh of Christ? That it was not true but false. What saith the blessed apostle to this? Remember that Christ Jesus rose again from the dead of the seed of David according to my gospel. And Christ Jesus himself saith, Handle and see, that a spirit hath not flesh and blood, as ye see me to have. How is there truth in their doctrine which asserts that in the flesh of Christ there was falsehood? How was there in Christ no evil, in whom was so great a lie? Because, forsooth, to men over clean, true flesh is an evil, and false flesh instead of true is not an evil. It is an evil, true flesh of one born of the seed of David, and it is no evil, false tongue of one saying, Handle and see, that a spirit hath not flesh and bones as ye see me to have. Of the church, what saith the deceiver of men with deadly error? That on the side of souls it pertains unto Christ, on the side of bodies unto the devil. What to this saith the teacher of the Gentiles in faith and truth? Know ye not, saith he, that your bodies are members of Christ? Of the sex of male and female, what saith the son of perdition? That either sex is not of God, but of the devil. What to this saith the vessel of election? As, saith he, the woman from out of the man, so also the man through the woman, but all things of God. Of the flesh, what saith the unclean spirit through the Manichaean? That it is an evil substance, and not the creation of God, but of an enemy. What to this saith the Holy Spirit through Paul? For as the body is one, saith he, and hath many members, but all the members of the body, being many, are one body, so also is Christ. And a little after, God hath set, saith he, the members, each one of them in the body as he willed. Also a little after, God, saith he, hath tempered the body, giving greater honour unto that to which it was wanting, that there should be no schisms in the body, but that the members have the selfsame care one for another, and whether one member suffer, all the members suffer with it, or one member be glorified, all the members rejoice with it. How is the flesh evil when the souls themselves are admonished to imitate the peace of its members? How is it the creation of the enemy when the souls themselves, which rule the bodies, take pattern from the members of the body, not to have schisms of enmities amongst themselves, in order that, what God hath granted unto the body by nature, this themselves also may love to have by grace? With good cause, writing to the Romans, I beseech you, saith he, brethren, by the mercy of God, that ye present your bodies a sacrifice, living, holy, pleasing to God. Without reason we contend that darkness is not light, nor light darkness, if we present a sacrifice, living, holy, pleasing to God, of the bodies of the nation of darkness. But, say they, how is the flesh by a certain likeness compared unto the church? What, doth the church lust against Christ? Whereas the same apostle said, the church is subject unto Christ. Clearly the church is subject unto Christ, because the Spirit therefore lusteth against the flesh, that on every side the church may be made subject to Christ, but the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, because not as yet hath the church received that peace which was promised perfect. And for this reason the church is made subject unto Christ for the pledge of salvation, and the flesh lusteth against the Spirit from the weakness of sickness. For neither were those other than members of the church, unto whom he thus spake, walk in the Spirit, and fulfil not the lusts of the flesh. For the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh, for these are opposed the one to the other, that ye do not what ye would. These things were assuredly spoken unto the church, which, if it were not made subject unto Christ, the Spirit would not in it lust against the flesh through continence, by reason of which they were indeed able not to perfect the lusts of the flesh, but through the flesh lusting against the Spirit, they were not able to do the things which they would, that is, not even to have the very lusts of the flesh. Lastly, why should we not confess that in spiritual men the church is subject unto Christ, but in carnal men yet lusteth against Christ? Did not they lust against Christ, unto whom it was said, Is Christ divided? And I could not speak unto you as unto spiritual, but as unto carnal. I have given unto you milk to drink, as unto babes in Christ, not meat, for ye were not as yet able, but not even now are ye able, for ye are still carnal. For whereas there is among you emulation and strife, are ye not carnal? Against whom doth emulation and strife lust, but against Christ? For these lusts of the flesh Christ healeth in his own, but loveth in none. Whence the holy church, so long as it hath such members, is not yet without spot or wrinkle. To these I added those other sins also, for which the daily cry of the whole church is, Forgive us our debts. And that we should not think spiritual persons exempt from these, nor any one soever of spiritual persons themselves, but he who lay on the breast of the Lord, and whom he loved before others, saith, If we shall say that we have not sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. But in every sin, more in what is greater, less in what is less, there is an act of lust against righteousness. And of Christ it is written, Who was made unto us by God, wisdom and righteousness and sanctification and redemption. In every sin, therefore, without doubt, there is an act of lust against Christ. But when he, who healeth all our sicknesses, shall have led his church unto the promised healing of sickness, then in none of its members shall there be any, even the very least spot or wrinkle. Then in no way shall the flesh lust against the Spirit, and therefore there shall be no cause why the Spirit also shall lust against the flesh. Then all this conflict shall come to an end. Then there shall be the highest concord of both substances. Then to such a degree shall no one there be carnal, that even the flesh itself shall be spiritual. What therefore each one living after Christ doth with his flesh, whereas he both lusts against its evil lust, which he restrains, hereafter to be healed, which he holds, not yet healed, and yet nourisheth and cherisheth its good nature, since no one ever hated his own flesh. This also Christ doth with the church, so far as it is lawful to compare lesser with greater matters. For he both represses it with rebukes, that it burst not, being puffed up with impunity, and raises it up with consolations, that it sink not, being weighed down with infirmity. Hence is that of the Apostle, for if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged, but when we are judged, we are rebuked of the Lord, that we be not condemned with this world. And that in the sum, after the multitude of my griefs in my heart, thy consolations have gladdened my soul. We are therefore to hope for perfect soundness of our flesh, without any opposition, when there shall be sure security of the Church of Christ, without any fear. Thus much will suffice to have treated on behalf of true continence against the Manichaeans, deceitfully continent, lest the fruitful and glorious labour of continence, when it restrains and curbs the lowest parts of us, that is the body, from immoderate and unlawful pleasures, be believed not healthfully to chasten, but hostilely to persecute. Forsooth the body is indeed different from the nature of the soul, yet is it not alien from the nature of man, for the soul is not made up of body, but yet man is made up of soul and body, and assuredly, whom God frees, he frees the whole man. Whence our Saviour himself also took upon him the whole man, having deigned to free in us all that he made. They who hold contrary to this truth, what doth it profit them to restrain lusts, if that is they restrain any? What in them can be made clean through continence, whose such continence is unclean, and which ought not to be called continence? Forsooth, to hold what they hold is the poison of the devil, but continence is the gift of God. But as not every one who suffers anything, or with the greatest endurance suffers any pain whatever, possesses that virtue, which in like manner is the gift of God, and is called patience, for many endure many torments, in order not to betray either such as are wickedly privy with them in their crimes, or themselves, many in order to satiate glowing lusts, and to obtain or not to abandon those things whereunto they are bound by chain of evil love, many on behalf of different and destructive errors, whereby they are strongly held, of all of whom, far be it from us to say that they have true patience. Thus not everyone who constrains in anything, or who marvellously restrains even the very lusts of the flesh or mind, is to be said to possess that continence, of the profit and beauty of which we are treating. For certain, what may seem marvellous to say, through incontinence, contain themselves, as if a woman were to contain herself from her husband, because she hath sworn this to be an adulterer. Certain through injustice, as if spouse yield not to spouse the due of sexual intercourse, because he or she is already able to overcome such appetite of the body. Also certain contain deceived by false faith, and hoping what is vain, and following after what is vain, among whom are all heretics, and whosoever under the name of religion are deceived by any error, whose continence would be true if their faith also were true, but whereas that is not to be called faith, on this account, because it is false, without doubt that also is unworthy the name of continence. For what are we prepared to call continence, which we must truly say is the gift of God? Sin? Far be it from our hearts so hateful madness. But the blessed Apostle saith, everything that is not of faith is sin. What therefore hath not faith is not to be called continence. There are also they who, in doing open service to evil demons, contain from pleasures of the body, that through their means they may satisfy unlawful pleasures, the violence and glow whereof they contain not. Whence also, to name one case and pass over the rest in silence by reason of the length of the discourse, certain come not near even unto their own wives, whilst as though clean they essay through magic arts to gain access unto the wives of others. O marvellous continence, nay rather singular wickedness and uncleanness! For if it were true continence, the lusts of the flesh ought rather to contain from adultery, than in order to commit adultery from marriage. Forsooth marriage continence is wont to ease this lust of the flesh, and to check its curb, but thus far, that neither in marriage itself it run riot by immoderate license, but that a measure be observed, either such as is due to the weakness of the spouse, unto whom the Apostle enjoins not this, as of command, but yields it as of permission, or such as is suited for the begetting of sons, which was formerly the one alone occasion of sexual intercourse to both holy fathers and mothers. But continence doing this, that is moderating, and in a certain way limiting in married persons the lust of the flesh, and ordering in a certain way within fixed limits its unquiet and inordinate motion, uses well the evil of man, whom it makes and wills to make perfect good, as God uses even evil men for their sake, whom he perfects in goodness. Far be it therefore that we say of continence, of which Scripture saith, and this very thing was wisdom, to know whose gift it was, that even they possess it who by containing either serve errors or overcome any lesser desires for this purpose, that they may fulfill others, by the greatness of which they are overcome. But that continence, which is true, coming from above, wills not to repress some evils by other evils, but to heal all evils by goods. And, briefly to comprehend its mode of action, it is the place of continence to keep watch, to restrain and heal all delights whatsoever of lust, which are opposed to the delight of wisdom. Whence, without doubt, they set it within too narrow bounds who limit it to restraining the lusts of the body alone. Certainly they speak better who say that it pertains to continence to rule in general lust or desire, which desire is set down as a fault, nor is it only of the body but also of the soul. For if the desire of the body be in fornications and drunkennesses, have enmities, strifes, emulations, lastly hatreds, their exercise in the pleasure of the body, and not rather in the motion and troubled states of the soul. Yet the Apostle called all these works of the flesh, whether what pertained to the soul or what pertained properly to the flesh, calling forsooth the man himself by the name of the flesh. Forsooth they are the works of man, whatsoever are not called works of God, forasmuch as man, who does these, lives after himself, not after God, so far as he does these. But there are other works of man, which are rather to be called works of God. For it is God, saith the Apostle, who worketh in you, both to will and to do according to his good pleasure. Whence also is that, for as many as are led by the Spirit of God, these are sons of God. Thus the spirit of man, cleaving unto the Spirit of God, lusts against the flesh, that is, against itself, but for itself, in order that those motions, whether in the flesh or in the soul, after man, not after God, which as yet exist through the sickness man hath gotten, may be restrained by continence, that so health may be gotten, and man, not living after man, may now be able to say, But I live, now not I, but there liveth in me Christ. For where not I, there more haply I. And when any evil motion after man arises, unto which he, who with the mind serves the law of God, consents not, let him say also that, now it is not I that do this. To such forsooth are said those words which we, as partners and sharers with them, ought to listen to. If ye have risen together with Christ, seek the things that are above, where Christ is sitting at the right hand of God. Mind the things that are above, not what are upon earth. For ye are dead, and your life is hid with Christ in God. When Christ your life shall have appeared, then ye also shall appear with him in glory. Let us understand unto whom he is speaking, yea, rather let us listen with more attention. For what more plain than this, what more clear? He is certainly speaking unto those who had risen again with Christ, not yet surely in the flesh, but in the mind, whom he calls dead, and on this account the more living. For your life, saith he, is hid with Christ in God. Of such dead the speech is, but I live, now not I, but there liveth in me Christ. They therefore, whose life was hidden in God, are admonished and exhorted to mortify their members which are upon the earth. For this follows, mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth, and lest any, through excess of dullness, should think that such are to mortify the members of the body that are seen, straightway opening what it is he saith, fornication, saith he, uncleanness, passion, evil lust, and covetousness, which is idolatry. But is it so to be believed that they who were already dead, and their life hidden with Christ in God, were still committing fornication, were still living in unclean habits and works, were still slaves to passions of evil lust and covetousness? What madman would thus think of such? What therefore would he that they mortify, save the motions themselves still living in a certain intrusion of their own, without the consent of our mind, without the action of the members of the body? And how are they mortified by the work of continence, save when we consent not to them with the mind, nor are the members of the body yielded to them as weapons? And what is greater, and to be looked to with yet greater watchfulness of continence, our very thought itself, although in a certain way it be touched by their suggestion, and as it were whisper, yet turns away from these, that it receive not delight from them, and turns to more delightful thoughts of things above, on this account naming them in discourse, that men abide not in them, but flee from them. And this is brought to pass, if we listen effectually with his help, who through his apostle gives this command, seek things that are above, where Christ is sitting at the right hand of God. Mind the things that are above, not what are on earth. But after that he had made mention of these evils, he added and said, on account of which cometh the wrath of God on the sons of unbelief. Surely it was a wholesome alarm that believers might not think that they could be saved on account of their faith alone, even although they should live in these evils. The apostle James, with most clear speech, crying out against that notion, and saying, if any say that he have faith and have not works, shall his faith be able to save him? Whence also here the teacher of the Gentiles said, that on account of these evils the wrath of God cometh on the sons of unbelief. But when he saith, wherein ye also walked sometime, when ye were living therein, he shows sufficiently that now they were not living therein. Forsooth unto these they had died, that their life might be hidden in God with Christ. When then they were now not living in them, they were now bidden to mortify such. Forsooth, themselves not living in the same, the things were living, as I have already shown a little above, and were called their members, that is to say, those faults which dwelt in their members, by way of speech, that which is contained through that which contains. As it is said, the whole forum talks of it, when men talk who are in the forum. In this very way of speech it is sung in the psalm, let all the earth worship thee, that is, all men who are in the earth. But now do ye also, saith he, put down all, and he makes mention of several more evils of that sort. But what is it, that it is not enough for him to say, do ye put down all, but that he added the conjunction and said, ye also, save that lest they should not think that they did those evils and lived in them with impunity on this account, because their faith set them free from wrath, which cometh upon the sons of unbelief, doing these things and living in them without faith. Do ye also, saith he, put down those evils, on account of which cometh the wrath of God on the children of unbelief, nor promise yourselves impunity of them on account of merit of faith. But he would not say, put ye down, unto those who had already laid down so far as that they consented not to such faults, nor were yielding their members to them as weapons of sin, save that the life of saints stands in this past deed, and is still engaged in this work so long as we are mortal. For so long as the spirit lusteth against the flesh, this business proceeds with great earnestness, resistance is offered unto evil delights, unclean lusts, carnal and shameful motions, by the sweetness of holiness, by the love of chastity, by spiritual rigour, and by the beauty of continence. Thus they are laid down by them who are dead to them, and who live not in them by consenting. Thus, I say, they are put down, whilst they are weighed down by continued continence, that they rise not again. Whosoever, as though secure, shall cease from this laying aside of them, straightway they will assault the citadel of the mind, and will themselves put it down thence, and will reduce it into slavery to them, captive after a base and unseemly fashion. Then sin will reign in the mortal body of man to obey its desires. Then will it yield its members weapons of unrighteousness unto sin, and the last state of that man shall be worse than the former. For it is much more tolerable not to have begun a contest of this kind, than after one hath begun, to have left the conflict, and to have become in place of a good warrior, or even in place of a conqueror, a captive. Whence the Lord saith not, Whoso shall begin, but whoso shall persevere unto the end, he shall be saved. But whether keenly contending, that we be not overcome, or overcoming diverse times, or even with unhoped and unlooked for ease, let us give the glory unto him who giveth continence unto us. Let us remember that a certain just man said, I shall never be moved, and that it was showed him how rashly he had said this, attributing, as though to his own strength, what was given to him from above. But this we have learnt from his own confession, for soon after he added, Lord, in thy will thou hast given strength to my beauty, but thou hast turned away thy face, and I was troubled. Through a remedial providence he was for a short time deserted by his ruler, in order that he might not himself, through deadly pride, desert his ruler. Therefore, whether here, where we enlarge with our faults in order to subdue and make them less, or there, as it shall be in the end, where we shall be void of every enemy because of all infection, it is for our health that we are thus dealt with, in order that, whoso glorieth, he may glory in the Lord. End of On Continence, by Augustine of Hippo. Letter to a Young Widow, by John Chrysostom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That you have sustained a severe blow, and that the weapon directed from above has been planted in a vital part, all will readily admit, and none even of the most rigid moralists will deny it. But since they who are stricken with sorrow ought not to spend their whole time in mourning and tears, but to make good provision also for the healing of their wounds, lest, if they be neglected, their tears should aggravate the wound, and the fire of their sorrow become inflamed, it is a good thing to listen to words of consolation, and restraining for a brief season at least the fountain of thy tears, to surrender thyself to those who endeavour to console thee. On this account I abstained from troubling you when your sorrow was at its height, and the thunderbolt had only just fallen upon you. But, having waited an interval, and permitted you to take your fill of mourning, now that you are able to look out a little through the mist, and to open your eyes to those who attempt to comfort you, I also would second the words of your handmaids by some contributions of my own. For whilst the tempest is still severe, and a full gale of sorrow is blowing, he who exhorts another to desist from grief would only provoke him to increased lamentations, and having incurred his hatred would add fuel to the flame by such speeches, besides being regarded himself as an unkind and foolish person. But when the troubled water has begun to subside, and God has allayed the fury of the waves, then we may freely spread the sails of our discourse. For in a moderate storm skill may perhaps play its part, but when the onslaught of the wind is irresistible, experience is of no avail. For these reasons I have hitherto held my peace, and even now have only just ventured to break silence, because I have heard from thy uncle that one may begin to take courage, as some of your more esteemed handmaids are now venturing to discourse at length upon these matters. Women also outside your own household, who are your kinsfolk, or are otherwise qualified for this office. Now if you allow them to talk to you, I have the greatest hope and confidence that you will not disdain my words, but will do your best to give them a calm and quiet hearing. Under any circumstances, indeed, the female sex is the more apt to be sensitive to suffering, but when in addition there is youth, and untimely widowhood, and inexperience in business, and a great crowd of cares, while the whole life previously had been nurtured in the midst of luxury, and cheerfulness, and wealth, the evil is increased manifold, and if she who is subjected to it does not obtain help from on high, even an accidental thought will be able to unhinge her. Now I hold this to be the foremost and greatest evidence of God's care concerning thee, for that thou hast not been overwhelmed by grief, nor driven out of thy natural condition of mind, when such great troubles suddenly concurred to afflict thee, was not due to any human assistance, but to the Almighty hand, the understanding of which there is no measure, the wisdom which is past finding out, the Father of mercies and the God of all comfort. For he himself, it is said, hath smitten us and will heal us. He will strike, and he will dress the wound, and make us whole. For as long as that blessed husband of thine was with thee, thou didst enjoy honour, and care, and zealous attention. In fact, you enjoyed such as you might expect to enjoy from a husband. But since God took him to himself, he has not supplied his place to thee. And this is not my saying, but that of the blessed prophet David, for he says, he will take up the fatherless and the widow, and elsewhere he calls him Father of the fatherless and Judge of the widow. Thus in many passages thou wilt see that he earnestly considereth the cause of this class of mankind. But lest the continual repetition of this name of widow should upset thy soul, and disconcert thy reason, having been inflicted on thee in the very flower of thy age, I wish first of all to discourse on this point, and to prove to you that this name of widow is not a title of calamity but of honour, aye, the greatest honour. For do not quote the erroneous opinion of the world as a testimony, but the admonition of the blessed Paul, or rather of Christ. For in his utterances Christ was speaking through him, as he himself said, if ye seek a proof of Christ, who is speaking in me. What then does he say? Let not a widow be enrolled under 60 years of age, and again, but the younger widows refuse, intending by both these sayings to indicate to us the importance of the matter. And when he is making regulations about bishops, he nowhere prescribes a standard of age, but in this case he is very particular on the point. And pray, why so? Not because widowhood is greater than priesthood, but because widows have greater labour to undergo than priests, being encompassed on many sides by a variety of business, public and private. For as an unfortified city lies exposed to all who wish to plunder it, so a young woman living in widowhood has many who form designs upon her on every side, not only those who aim at getting her money, but also those who are bent upon corrupting her modesty. And besides these, we shall find that she is subjected to other conditions also likely to occasion her fall. For the contempt of servants, their negligence of business, the loss of that respect which was formerly paid, the sight of contemporaries in prosperity, and often the hankering after luxury, induce women to engage in a second marriage. Some there are who do not choose to unite themselves to men by the law of marriage, but do so secretly and clandestinely, and they act thus in order to enjoy the praise of widowhood. Thus it is a state which seems to be not reproached, but admired and deemed worthy of honour among men, not only amongst us who believe, but even amongst unbelievers also. For once, when I was still a young man, I know that the sophist who taught me, Libanius, and he exceeded all men in his reverence for the gods, expressed admiration for my mother before a large company. For inquiring, as was his wont, of those who sat beside him, who I was, and someone having said that I was the son of a woman who was a widow, he asked of me the age of my mother and the duration of her widowhood, and when I told him that she was 40 years of age, of which 20 had elapsed since she lost my father, he was astonished, and uttered a loud exclamation, and turning to those present, "Heavens!" cried he, "what women there are amongst the Christians!" So great is the admiration and praise enjoyed by widowhood, not only amongst ourselves, but also amongst those who are outside the church. And being aware of all this, the blessed Paul said, "Let not a widow be enrolled under 60 years of age." And even after this great qualification of age, he does not permit her to be ranked in this sacred society, but mentions some additional requisites, well reported of for good works. If she have brought up children, if she have lodged strangers, if she have washed the saints' feet, if she have relieved the afflicted, if she have diligently followed every good work. Heavens, what testing and scrutiny! How much virtue does he demand from the widow, and how precisely does he define it, which he would not have done had he not intended to entrust to her a position of honour and dignity. And the younger widows, he says, refuse, and then he adds the reason. For when they have waxed wanton against Christ, they will marry. By this expression he gives us to understand that they who have lost their husbands are wedded to Christ in their stead. Observe how he asserts this by way of indicating the mild and easy nature of this union. I refer to the passage, when they have waxed wanton against Christ, they will marry, as if he were some gentle husband who did not exercise authority over them, but suffered them to live in freedom. Neither did Paul confine his discourse on the subject to these remarks, but also in another place again he has manifested great anxiety about it, where he says, Now she who liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth, but she who is a widow indeed, and desolate, hath set her hope in God, and continueth in prayers and supplications day and night. And writing to the Corinthians, he says, But she is more blessed if she abide thus. You see what great praise is bestowed upon widowhood, and this in the New Testament, when the beauty of virginity also was clearly brought to light. Nevertheless, even the lustre of this state could not obscure the glories of widowhood, which shines on brightly all the same, keeping its own value. When then we make mention of widowhood from time to time, do not be cast down, nor consider the matter a reproach. For if this be a matter of reproach, far more so is virginity. But this is not the case. No, God forbid. For inasmuch as we all admire and welcome women who live continently whilst their husbands are yet alive, must we not be delighted with those who manifest the same good feeling concerning their husbands when they have departed this life, and praise them accordingly? As I was saying then, as long as you lived with the blessed Athanasius, you enjoyed honour and consideration, such as is natural for a wife to receive from a husband. But now, in his place, you have God, who is the Lord of all, who hath of old been thy protector, and will be so now still more, and with yet greater earnestness. And, as I have already said, he hath displayed no slight token of his providential care, by having preserved thee whole and unharmed in the midst of such a furnace of anxiety and sorrow, and not suffering thee to undergo anything undesirable. Now, if he has not permitted any shipwreck to take place in the midst of so much rough water, much more will he preserve thy soul in calm weather, and lighten the burden of thy widowhood, and the consequences of it, which seem to be so terrible. Now, if it is not the name of widow which distresses you, but the loss of such a husband, I grant you that all the world over amongst men engaged in secular affairs, there have been few like him, so affectionate, so gentle, so humble, so sincere, so understanding, so devout. And certainly, if he had altogether perished and utterly ceased to be, it would be right to be distressed and sorrowful. But if he has only sailed into the tranquil haven, and taken his journey to him who is really his king, one ought not to mourn, but to rejoice on these accounts. For this death is not death, but only a kind of emigration and translation from the worse to the better, from earth to heaven, from men to angels and archangels, and him who is the Lord of angels and archangels. For here on earth, whilst he was serving the emperor, there were dangers to be expected, and many plots arising from men who bore ill will, for in proportion as his reputation increased, did the designs also of enemies abound. But now that he has departed to the other world, none of these things can be suspected. Wherefore, in proportion as you grieve that God has taken away one who was so good and worthy, you ought to rejoice that he has departed in much safety and honour, and being released from the trouble which besets this present season of danger, is in great peace and tranquillity. For is it not out of place to acknowledge that heaven is far better than earth, and yet to mourn those who are translated from this world to the other? For if that blessed husband of thine had been one of those who lived a shameful life contrary to what God approved, it would have been right to bewail and lament for him, not only when he had departed, but whilst he was still living. But inasmuch as he was one of those who are the friends of God, we should take pleasure in him, not only whilst living, but also when he has been laid to rest. And that we ought to act thus, thou hast surely heard the words of the blessed Paul, to depart and to be with Christ, which is far better. But perhaps you long to hear your husband's words, and enjoy the affection which you bestowed upon him, and you yearn for his society and the glory which you had on his account, and the splendour and honour and security, and all these things being gone, distress and darken your life. Well, the affection which you bestowed on him you can keep now just as you formerly did. For such is the power of love, it embraces and unites and fastens together not only those who are present and near and visible, but also those who are far distant, and neither length of time nor separation in space nor anything else of that kind can break up and sunder in pieces the affection of the soul. But if you wish to behold him face to face, for this I know is what you specially long for, keep thy bed in his honour sacred from the touch of any other man, and do thy best to manifest a life like his, and then assuredly thou shalt depart one day to join the same company with him, not to dwell with him for 5 years, as thou didst here, nor for 20 or 100, nor for 1,000 or twice that number, but for infinite and endless ages. For it is not any physical relation, but a correspondence in the way of living, which qualifies for the inheritance of those regions of rest. For if it was identity of moral constitution which brought Lazarus, although a stranger to Abraham, into the same heavenly bosom with him, and qualifies many from east and west to sit down with him, the place of rest will receive thee also with the good Athanasius, if thou wilt exhibit the same manner of life as his, and then thou shalt receive him back again, no longer in that corporeal beauty which he had when he departed, but in lustre of another kind, and splendour outshining the rays of the sun. For this body, even if it reaches a very high standard of beauty, is nevertheless perishable, but the bodies of those who have been well-pleasing to God will be invested with such glory as these eyes cannot even look upon. And God has furnished us with certain tokens and obscure indications of these things, both in the Old and in the New dispensation. For in the former the face of Moses shone with such glory as to be intolerable to the eyes of the Israelites, and in the New the face of Christ shone far more brilliantly than his. For tell me if anyone had promised to make your husband king of all the earth, and then had commanded you to withdraw for 20 years on his account, and had promised after that to restore him to you with the diadem and the purple, and to place you again in the same rank with him, would you not have meekly endured the separation with due self-control? Would you not have been well pleased with the gift, and deemed it a thing worth praying for? Well then, submit to this now, not for the sake of a kingdom on earth, but of a kingdom in heaven, not to receive him back clad in a vesture of gold, but robed in immortality and glory, such as is fitting for them to have who dwell in heaven. And if you find the trial very unbearable owing to its long duration, it may be that he will visit you by means of visions and converse with you, as he was wont to do, and show you the face for which you yearn. Let this be thy consolation, taking the place of letters, though indeed it is far more definite than letters. For in the latter case there are but lines traced with the pen to look upon, and in the former you see the form of his visage, and his gentle smile, his figure, and his movements. You hear his speech, and recognize the voice which you loved so well. But since you mourn also over the loss of security, which you formerly enjoyed on his account, and perhaps also for the sake of those great hopes of distinction which were dawning, for I used to hear that he would speedily arrive at the dignity of prefect, and this, I fancy, it is which more especially upsets and distresses thy soul. Consider, I pray, the case of those who have been in a higher official position than his, and yet have brought their life to a very pitiable end. Let me recall them to your memory. You probably know Theodore of Sicily by reputation, for he was one of the most distinguished men. He surpassed all in bodily stature and beauty, as well as in the confidence which he enjoyed with the emperor, and he had more power than any member of the royal household, but he did not bear this prosperity meekly, and having entered into a plot against the emperor, he was taken prisoner and miserably beheaded, and his wife, who was not a whit inferior to thy noble self in education and birth and all other respects, was suddenly stripped of all her possessions, deprived even of her freedom also, and enrolled among the household slaves, and compelled to lead a life more pitiable than any bondmaid, having this advantage only over the rest, that owing to the extreme severity of her calamity she moved to tears all who beheld her. And it is said also that Artemisia, who was the wife of a man of high reputation, since he also aimed at usurping the throne, was reduced to this same condition of poverty and also to blindness, for the depth of her despondency and the abundance of her tears destroyed her sight, and now she has need of persons to lead her by the hand, and to conduct her to the doors of others, that she may obtain the necessary supply of food. And I might mention many other families which have been brought down in this way, did I not know thee to be too pious and prudent in disposition to wish to find consolation for thy own calamity out of the misfortunes of others. And the only reason why I mentioned those instances to which I referred just now was that you might learn that human things are nothingness, but that truly, as the prophet says, all the glory of man is as the flower of grass. For in proportion to men's elevation and splendour is the ruin wrought for them, not only in the case of those who are under rule, but also of the rulers themselves. For it would be impossible to find any private family which has been immersed in such great calamities as the ills in which the imperial house has been steeped, for untimely loss of parents and of husbands and violent forms of death, more outrageous and painful than those which occur in tragedies, especially beset this kind of government. Now, passing over ancient times, of those who have reigned in our own generation, 9 in all, only 2 have ended their life by a natural death, and of the others 1 was slain by a usurper, 1 in battle, 1 by a conspiracy of his household guards, 1 by the very man who elected him and invested him with the purple, and of their wives some, as it is reported, perished by poison, others died of mere sorrow, while of those who still survive, 1, who has an orphan son, is trembling with alarm lest any one of those who are in power, dreading what may happen in the future, should destroy him. Another has reluctantly yielded to much entreaty to return from the exile into which she had been driven by him who held the chief power. And of the wives of the present rulers, the one who has recovered a little from her former calamities has much sorrow mingled with her joy, because the possessor of power is still young and inexperienced, and has many designing men on all sides of him, and the other is ready to die of fear, and spends her time more miserably than criminals condemned to death, because her husband, ever since he assumed the crown up to the present day, has been constantly engaged in warfare and fighting, and is more exhausted by the shame and the reproaches which can assail him on all sides than by actual calamities. For that which has never taken place has now come to pass. The barbarians, leaving their own country, have overrun an infinite space of our territory, and that many times over, and having set fire to the land and captured the towns, they are not minded to return home again, but after the manner of men who are keeping holiday rather than making war, they laugh us all to scorn, and it is said that one of their kings declared that he was amazed at the impudence of our soldiers, who, although slaughtered more easily than sheep, still expect to conquer, and are not willing to quit their own country, for he said that he himself was satiated of the work of cutting them to pieces. Imagine what the feelings of the emperor and his wife must be on hearing these words. And since I have made mention of this war, a great crowd of widows has occurred to me, who in past times derived very great lustre from the honour enjoyed by their husbands, but now are all arrayed in a dark mourning robe, and spend their whole time in lamentation. For they had not the advantage which was enjoyed by thy dear self. For thou, my excellent friend, didst see that goodly husband of thine lying on his bed, and didst hear his last words, and receive his instructions as to what should be done about the affairs of the family, and learn how by the provisions of his will they were guarded against every kind of encroachment on the part of rapacious and designing men. And not only this, but also when he was yet lying dead, thou didst often fling thyself upon the body, and kiss his eyes, and embrace him, and wail over him, and thou didst see him conducted to burial with much honour, and didst everything necessary for his obsequies, as was fitting, and from frequent visits to his grave, thou hast no slight consolation of thy sorrow. But these women, having been deprived of all these things, having all sent out their husbands to war in the hope of receiving them back again, instead of which it has been their lot to receive the bitter tidings of their death, neither has anyone come back to them with the bodies of their slain, or bringing anything save a message describing the manner of their death. And some there are who have not even been vouchsafed this record, or been enabled to learn how their husbands fell, as they were buried beneath a heap of slain in the thick of battle. And what wonder if most of the generals perished thus, when even the emperor himself, having been blockaded in a certain village with a few soldiers, did not dare to go out and oppose the assailants, but remained inside, and when the enemy had set fire to the building, was burnt to death, together with all that were therein, not men only, but horses, beams, and walls, so that the whole was turned into a heap of ashes. And this was the tale which they who departed to war with the emperor brought back to his wife, in place of the emperor himself. For the splendours of the world differ in no wise whatever from the things which happen on the stage, and the beauty of spring flowers. For in the first place they flee away before they have been manifested, and then, even if they have strength to last a little while, they speedily become ready to decay. For what is more worthless than the honour and glory which is paid by the multitude? What fruit has it? what kind of profit, what serviceable end does it meet? And would that this only was the evil, but in fact, besides failing to get anything good from the possession, he who owns this most cruel mistress is continually forced to bear much which is painful and injurious, for mistress she is of those who own her, and in proportion as she is flattered by her slaves, does she exalt herself against them, and ties them down by increasingly harsh commands. But she would never be able to revenge herself on those who despise and neglect her. So much fiercer is she than any tyrant and wild beast, for tyrants and wild animals are often mollified by humouring, but her fury is greatest when we are most complacent to her, and if she finds any one who will listen to her and yield to her in everything, there is no kind of command from which in future she can be induced to abstain. Moreover, she has also another ally, whom one would not do wrong to call her daughter, for after she herself has grown to maturity and fairly taken root amongst us, she then produces arrogance, a thing which is no less able than herself to drive the soul of those who possess it into headlong ruin. Tell me then, dost thou lament this, that God hath reserved thee from such a cruel bondage, and that he has barred every avenue against these pestilential diseases? For whilst thy husband was living, they ceased not continually assaulting the thoughts of thy heart, but since his death they have no starting point whence they can lay hold of thy understanding. This then is a discipline which ought to be practised in future, to abstain from lamenting the withdrawal of these evils, and from hankering after the bitter tyranny which they exercise. For when they blow a heavy blast, they upset all things from the foundation, and shatter them to pieces. And just as many prostitutes, although by nature ill-favoured and ugly, do yet, by means of enamels and pigments, excite the feelings of the youthful whilst they are still tender, and when they have got them under their control, treat them more insolently than any slave, so also do these passions, vainglory and arrogance, defile the souls of men more than any other kind of pollution. On this account also wealth has seemed to the majority of men to be a good thing. At least when it is stripped of this passion of vainglory, it will no longer seem desirable. At any rate, those who have been permitted to obtain in the midst of their poverty popular glory have no longer preferred wealth, but rather have despised much gold when it was bestowed upon them. And you have no need to learn from me who these men were, for you know them better than I do. Epaminondas, Socrates, Aristides, Diogenes, Crates, who turned his own land into a sheep-walk. The others, indeed, inasmuch as it was not possible for them to get rich, saw glory brought to them in the midst of their poverty, and straightway devoted themselves to it. But this man threw away even what he possessed, so infatuated were they in the pursuit of this cruel monster. Let us not then weep because God has rescued us from this shameful thraldom, which is an object of derision and of much reproach, for there is nothing splendid in it save the name it bears, and in reality it places those who possess it in a position which belies its appellation, and there is no one who does not laugh to scorn the man who does anything with a view to glory, for it is only he who has not an eye to this who will be enabled to win respect and glory, but he who sets a great value on popular glory, and does and endures everything for the sake of obtaining it, is the very man who will fail to attain it, and be subjected to all the exact opposites of glory, ridicule and accusation, scoffing, enmity and hatred. And this is wont to happen not only among men, but also among you women, and indeed more especially in your case. For the woman who is unaffected in mien and gait and dress, and seeks no honour from any one, is admired by all women, and they are ecstatic in their praise and call her blessed, and invoke all manner of good things upon her. But a vainglorious woman they behold with aversion and detestation, and avoid her like some wild beast, and load her with infinite execrations and abuse. And not only do we escape these evils by refusing to accept popular glory, but we shall gain the highest advantages in addition to those which have been already mentioned, being trained gradually to loosen our hold of earth, and move in the direction of heaven, and despise all worldly things. For he who feels no need of the honour which comes from men will perform with security whatever good things he does, and neither in the troubles nor in the prosperities of this life will he be very seriously affected, nor can the latter elate and puff him up, but in precarious and troubled circumstances he himself remains exempt from change of any kind. And this, I expect, will speedily be the case with your own soul, and having once for all torn yourself away from all worldly interests, you will display amongst us a heavenly manner of life, and in a little while will laugh to scorn the glory which you now lament, and despise its hollow and vain mask. But if you long for the security which you formerly enjoyed owing to your husband, and the protection of your property, and immunity from the designs of any of those persons who trample upon the misfortunes of others, cast thy care upon the Lord, and he will nourish thee. For look, it is said, to past generations, and see, whoever placed his hope on the Lord and was put to shame, or whoever called upon him and was neglected, or whoever remained constant to his commandments and was forsaken. Footnote, Ecclesiastes 2 verse 10, end footnote. For he who has alleviated this intolerable calamity and placed you even now in a state of tranquillity will also avert impending evils, for that you will never receive another blow more severe than this, you would admit yourself. Having then so bravely borne present troubles, and this when you are inexperienced, you will far more easily endure future events, should any of the things contrary to our wishes, which God forbid, occur. Therefore seek heaven and all things which conduce to life in the other world, and none of the things here will be able to harm thee, not even the world ruler of darkness himself, if only we do not injure ourselves. For if anyone deprives us of our substance or hews our body in pieces, none of these things concern us if our soul abides in its integrity. Now, once for all, if you wish your property to abide with you in security and yet further to increase, I will show thee the plan and the place where none of those who have designs upon it will be allowed to enter. What then is the place? It is heaven. Send away thy possessions to that good husband of thine, and neither thief, nor schemer, nor any other destructive thing will be able to pounce upon them. If you deposit these goods in the other world, you will find much profit arising from them. For all things which we plant in heaven yield a large and abundant crop, such as might naturally be expected from things which have their roots in heaven. And if you do this, see what blessings you will enjoy. In the first place, eternal life, and the things promised to those who love God, which eye hath not seen nor ear heard, neither have they entered into the heart of man. And in the second place, perpetual intercourse with thy good husband, and you will relieve yourselves from the cares and fears and dangers and designs and enmity and hatred which beset you here. For as long as you are surrounded with this property, there will probably be some to make attempts upon it, but if you transfer it to heaven, you will lead a life of security and safety and much tranquillity, enjoying independence combined with godliness. For it is very irrational when one wishes to buy land and is seeking for productive ground, if, heaven being proposed to him instead of earth, and the possibility presented of obtaining an estate there, he abides still on earth and puts up with the toils that are connected with it, for it often disappoints our hopes. But since thy soul is grievously upset and vexed on account of the expectation often entertained that thy husband would attain the rank of prefect, and the thought that he was untimely snatched away from that dignity, consider first of all this fact, that even if this hope was a very well-grounded one, nevertheless it was only a human hope, which often falls to the ground, and we see many things of this kind happening in life, those which were confidently expected having remained unfulfilled, whereas those which never even entered the mind have frequently come to pass, and this we constantly see occurring everywhere in cases of governments and kingdoms, and inheritances and marriages. Wherefore, even if the opportunity were very near at hand, yet, as the proverb says, between the cup and the lip there is many a slip, and the Scripture saith, from the morning until the evening the time is changed. Footnote, Ecclesiastes 18, verse 26, end footnote. So also a king who is here today is dead tomorrow, and again this same wise man, illustrating the reversal of men's hopes, says, many tyrants have sat down upon the ground, and one that was never thought of has worn the crown. And it was not absolutely certain that if he lived he would arrive at his dignity, for that which belongs to the future is uncertain, and causes us to have various suspicions. For on what grounds was it evident that had he lived he would have attained that dignity, and that things would not have turned out the other way, and that he would have lost the office he actually held either from falling a victim to disease, or from being exposed to the envy and ill will of those who wished to excel him in prosperity, or from suffering some other grievous misfortune. But let us suppose, if you please, that it was perfectly evident that in any case, had he survived, he would have obtained this high distinction. then in proportion to the magnitude of the dignity would have been the increased dangers and anxieties and intrigues which he must have encountered. Or put these even on one side, and let us suppose him to traverse that sea of difficulties safely and in much tranquillity. Then tell me what is the goal, not that which he has now reached, no, not that, but something different, probably unpleasant and desirable. In the first place, his sight of heaven and heavenly things would have been delayed, which is no small loss to those who have put their trust in things to come. And, in the next place, even had he lived a very pure life, yet the length of his life and the exigencies of his high office would have prevented his departing in such a pure condition as has now been the case. In fact, it is uncertain whether he might not have undergone many changes and given way to indolence before he breathed his last. For now we are confident that by the grace of God he has taken his flight to the region of rest, because he had not committed himself to any of those deeds which exclude from the kingdom of heaven. But in that case, after long contact with public business, he might probably have contracted great defilement, for it is an exceedingly rare thing for one who is moving in the midst of such great evils to hold a straight course, but to go astray, both wittingly and against his will, is a natural thing, and one which constantly occurs. But as it is, we have been relieved from this apprehension, and we are firmly persuaded that in the great day he will appear in much radiance, shining forth near the King, and going with the angels in advance of Christ, and clad with the robe of unutterable glory, and standing by the side of the King as he gives judgment, and acting as one of his chief ministers. Wherefore, desisting from mourning and lamentation, do thou hold on to the same way of life as his, yea, even let it be more exact, that having speedily attained an equal standard of virtue with him, you may inhabit the same abode, and be united to him again through the everlasting ages, not in this union of marriage, but another far better. For this is only a bodily kind of intercourse, but then there will be a union of soul with soul, more perfect, and of a far more delightful and far nobler kind. End of Letter to a Young Widow by John Chrysostom. On the Good of Widowhood by St. Augustine of Hippo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Augustine, the bishop, servant of Christ and of the servants of Christ, unto the religious handmaiden of God, Juliana, in the Lord of Lords' health. Not any longer to be in debt of my promise to your request and love in Christ, I have seized the occasion as I could, amid other my very pressing engagements, to write to you somewhat concerning the profession of holy widowhood, forasmuch as, when I was present, you laded me with entreaty, and when I had not been able to deny you this, you often by letters demanded my promise. And in this work of ours, when you shall find in reading that some things pertain not at all unto your own person, or unto the person of you who are living together in Christ, nor are strictly necessary to give counsel unto your life, it will be your duty not on this account to judge them superfluous. Forsooth, this letter, although it be addressed to you, was not to be written for you alone, but certainly it was a matter for us not to neglect, that it should profit others also through your means. Whatsoever therefore you shall find here, such as either hath been at no time necessary for you, or is not so now, and which yet you shall perceive to be necessary for others, grieve not either to possess or to lend to read, that your charity also may be the profit of others. Whereas, therefore, in every question which relates to life and conduct, not only teaching but exhortation is also necessary, in order that by teaching we may know what is to be done, and by exhortation may be incited not to think it irksome to do what we already know is to be done. What more can I teach you than what we read in the Apostle? For Holy Scripture setteth a rule to our teaching, that we dare not be wise more than it behoveth to be wise, but be wise, as himself saith, unto soberness, according as unto each God hath allotted the measure of faith. Be it not therefore for me to teach you any other thing, save to expound to you the words of the teacher, and to treat of them as the Lord shall have given to me. Therefore, thus saith the Apostle, the teacher of the Gentiles, the vessel of election, but I say unto the unmarried and the widows, that it is good for them, if they shall have so continued, even as I also. These words are to be so understood, as that we think not that widows ought not to be called unmarried, in that they seem to have made trial of marriage, For by the name of unmarried women he means those who are not now bound by marriage, whether they have been or whether they have not been so. And this in another place he opens, where he says, "Divided is a woman unmarried and a virgin." Assuredly, when he adds a virgin also, what would he have understood by an unmarried woman but a widow? Whence also, in what follows under the one term unmarried, he embraces both professions, saying, "She who is unmarried is careful of the things of the Lord, how to please the Lord, but she who is married is careful of the things of the world, how to please her husband." Certainly by the unmarried he would have understood not only her who hath never married, but also her who, being by widowhood set free from the bond of marriage, hath ceased to be married. For on this account also he calleth not married, save her who hath an husband, not her also who hath had and hath not. Wherefore every widow is unmarried, but because not every unmarried woman is a widow, for there are virgins also, therefore he hath here set both, where he says, "But I say unto the unmarried and the widows," as if he should say, "What I say unto the unmarried I say not unto them alone who are virgins, but unto them also who are widows, for it is good for them, if they shall have so continued, even as also I." Lo, there is your good compared to that good which the Apostle calls his own, if faith be present, yea rather, because faith is present. Short is this teaching, yet not on this account to be despised because it is short, but on this account to be retained the more easily and the more dearly, in that in shortness it is not cheap. For it is not every kind of good soever which the Apostle would here set forth, which he hath unambiguously placed above the faith of married women. But how great good the faith of married women, that is, of Christian and religious women joined in marriage, hath, may be understood from this, that when he was giving charge for the avoiding of fornication, wherein assuredly he was addressing married persons also, he saith, "Know ye not that your bodies are the members of Christ?" So great then is the good of faithful marriage, that even the very members are members of Christ. But forasmuch as the good of widowed continence is better than this good, the purpose of this profession is not that a Catholic widow be anything more than a member of Christ, but that she have a better place than a married woman among the members of Christ. Forsooth the same Apostle says, "For as in one body we have many members, but all members have not the same cause of action, so, being many, we are one body in Christ, and each members one of another, having gifts diverse according unto the grace which hath been given unto us." Wherefore also, when he was advising married persons not to defraud one another of the due of carnal intercourse, lest by this means the one of them, the due of marriage being denied to him, being through his own incontinence tempted of Satan, should fall away into fornication, he saith, "But this I say of leave, not of command. But I would that all men were as I myself, but each one hath his own proper gift from God. But one in this way, and another in that." You see that wedded chastity also, and the marriage faith of the Christian bed, is a gift, and this of God, so that, when as carnal lust exceeds somewhat the measure of sensual intercourse, beyond what is necessary for the begetting of children, this evil is not of marriage, but venial by reason of the good of marriage. For not concerning marriage, which is contracted for the begetting of children, and the faith of wedded chastity, and the sacrament, indissoluble, so long as both live, of matrimony, all which are good, but concerning that immoderate use of the flesh, which is recognized in the weakness of married persons, and is pardoned by the intervention of the good of marriage, the Apostle saith, "I speak of leave, not of command." Also, when he says, "The woman is bound so long as her husband lives, but in case her husband shall have died, she is set free, let her be married to whom she will, only in the Lord. But she shall be more blessed if she shall have so continued, according to my counsel." He shows sufficiently that a faithful woman is blessed in the Lord even when she marries a second time after the death of her husband, but that a widow is more blessed in the same Lord, that is, to speak not only in the words, but by instances also of the Scriptures, that Ruth is blessed, but that Anna is more blessed. Wherefore this, in the first place, you ought to know that by the good which you have chosen, second marriages are not condemned, but are set in lower honour. For even as the good of holy virginity, which thy daughter hath chosen, doth not condemn thy one marriage, so neither doth thy widowhood the second marriage of any. For hence specially the heresies of the Cataphrygis and of the Novatians swelled, which Tertullian also, inflated with cheeks full of sound, not of wisdom, whilst with railing tooth he attacks second marriages as though unlawful, which the apostle with sober mind allows to be altogether lawful. From this soundness of doctrine let no man's reasoning, be he unlearned or be he learned, move thee, nor do thou so extol thy own good as to charge as evil that of another's which is not evil, but do thou rejoice so much the more of thy own good, the more thou seest that by it not only are evils shunned, but some goods too surpassed. For adultery and fornication are evils, but from these unlawful things she is very far removed, who hath bound herself by liberty of vow, and not by command of law, but by counsel of charity, hath brought to pass that even things lawful should not be lawful to her. And marriage chastity is good, but widowed continence is a better good. Therefore this better good is honoured by the submission of that other, not that other condemned by the praise of this that is better. But whereas the apostle, when commending the fruit of unmarried men and women, in that they have thought of the things of the Lord, how to please God, added and saith, But this I say for your profit, not to cast a snare on you, that is, not to force you, but in order to that which is honourable. We ought not, because he saith that the good of the unmarried is honourable, therefore to think that the bond of marriage is base. Otherwise we shall condemn first marriages also, which neither Cataphrygis nor Novatians, nor their most learned upholder Tertullian dared to call base. But as when he says, But I say unto the unmarried and widows, that it is good for them, if they shall have so continued, assuredly he set down good for better, since everything which when compared with a good is called better, this also without doubt is a good. For what else is it that it is so called better, save that it is more good? And yet we do not on this account suppose him by consequence to have thought that it was an evil in case they married, in that he said, It is good for them, if they shall have so continued. So also when he says, But in order to that which is honest, he hath not shown that marriage is base, but that which was honester than, and another thing also honest, he hath commended by the name of honest in general. Because what is honester, save what is more honest? But what is more honest is certainly honest. Forsooth, he plainly showed that this is better than that other that is good, where he says, Whoso giveth to marry doeth well, but whoso giveth not to marry doeth better. And this is more blessed than that other that is blessed, where he saith, But she shall be more blessed, if she shall have so continued. As therefore there is than good a better, and than blessed a more blessed, so is there more honest and honester, which he chose to call honest. For far be it that be base, of which the Apostle Peter, speaking, saith, Husbands, unto your wives, as unto the weaker and subject vessel, give honour, as unto co-heirs of grace. And addressing the wives, he exhorts them, by the pattern of Sarah, to be subject unto their husbands. For so, saith he, certain holy women, who hoped in God, adorned themselves, obeying their own husbands, even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters ye are made, well-doing, and not fearing any disturbance. Whence also what the Apostle Paul said of the unmarried woman, that she may be holy, both in body and spirit, we are not so to understand as though a faithful woman, being married and chaste, and according to the Scriptures subject unto her husband, be not holy in body, but only in spirit. For it cannot come to pass that when the spirit is sanctified, the body also be not holy, of which the sanctified spirit maketh use, but that we seem not to any to argue, rather than to prove this by divine saying, since the Apostle Peter, making mention of Sarah, saith only, Holy women, and saith not, and in body. Let us consider that saying of the same Paul, where forbidding fornication, he saith, Know ye not that your bodies are members of Christ? Taking therefore members of Christ, shall I make them members of an harlot? Far be it. Therefore let anyone dare to say that the members of Christ are not holy, or let him not dare to separate from the members of Christ the bodies of the faithful that are married. Whence also a little after he saith, Your body is the temple within you of the Holy Spirit, whom ye have from God, and ye are not your own, for ye have been bought with a great price. He saith that the body of the faithful is both members of Christ, and the temple of the Holy Spirit, wherein assuredly the faithful of both sexes are understood. There therefore are married women, there unmarried women also, but distinct in their deserts, and as members preferred to members, whilst yet neither are separated from the body. Whereas therefore he saith, speaking of an unmarried woman, that she may be holy both in body and spirit, he would have understood a fuller sanctification both in body and in spirit, and hath not deprived the body of married women of all sanctification. Learn therefore that thy good, yea, rather, remember what thou hast learned, that thy good is more praised, because there is another good, than which this is better, than if this could not on any other condition be a good, unless that were an evil, or altogether were not. The eyes have great honour in the body, but they would have less, if they were alone, and there were not other members of less honour. In heaven itself the sun by its light surpasses not chides the moon, and star from star differs in glory, not is at variance through pride. Therefore God made all things, and lo, very good, not only good but also very, for no other reason than because all. For of each several work throughout it was also said, God saw that it was good. But when all were named, very was added, and it was said, God saw all things which he made, and lo, very good. For certain several things were better than other several, but altogether better than any several. Therefore may the sound doctrine of Christ make thee in his body sound through his grace, that what thou hast better than others in body and spirit, the selfsame thy spirit, which ruleth the body, may neither extol with insolence, nor distinguish with lack of knowledge. Nor, because I called Ruth blessed, Anna more blessed, in that the former married twice, the latter, being soon widowed of her one husband, so lived long, do straightway also think that you are better than Ruth. Forsooth different in the times of the prophets was the dispensation of holy females, whom obedience, not lust, forced to marry for the propagation of the people of God, that in them prophets of Christ might be sent beforehand, whereas the people itself also, by those things which in figure happened among them, whether in the case of those who knew, or in the case of those who knew not those things, was nothing else than a prophet of Christ, of whom should be born the flesh also of Christ. In order therefore for the propagation of that people, he was accounted accursed by sentence of the law, whoso raised not up seed in Israel. Whence also holy women were kindled, not by lust of sensual intercourse, but by piety of bearing, so that we most rightly believe of them that they would not have sought sensual intercourse, in case a family could have come by any other means. And to the husbands was allowed the use of several wives living, and that the cause of this was not the lust of the flesh, but forethought of begetting, is shown by the fact that, as it was lawful for holy men to have several wives living, it was not likewise lawful for holy women to have intercourse with several husbands living, in that they would be by so much the baser, by how much the more they sought what would not add to their fruitfulness. Wherefore holy Ruth, not having seed, such as at that time was necessary in Israel, on the death of her husband sought another of whom to have it. Therefore, than this one, twice married, Anna, once married a widow, was on this account more blessed, in that she attained also to be a prophetess of Christ, concerning whom we are to believe that, although she had no sons, which indeed Scripture, by keeping silence, hath left uncertain, yet had she by that Spirit foreseen that Christ would immediately come of a virgin, by which she was enabled to recognize him even as a child. Whence, with good reason, even without sons, that is, assuming she had none, she refused a second marriage, in that she knew that now was the time wherein Christ were better served, not by duty of bearing, but by zeal of containing, not by fruitfulness of married womb, but by chastity of widowed conduct. But if Ruth also was aware that by her flesh was propagated a seed, whereof Christ should hereafter have flesh, and by marrying set forth her ministering to this knowledge, I dare not any longer say that the widowhood of Anna was more blessed than her fruitfulness. But thou, who both hast sons and livest in that end of the world wherein now is the time not of casting stones but of gathering, not of embracing but of abstaining from embracing, when the apostle cries out, But this, I say, brethren, the time is short, it remains that both they who have wives be as not having. Assuredly, if thou hadst sought a second marriage, it would have been no obedience of prophecy or law, no carnal desire, even of family, but a mark of incontinence alone. For you would have done what the apostle says, after he had said, It is good for them, if they shall have so continued, even as I. Forsooth, he straightway added, But if they contain not themselves, let them marry, for I had rather that they marry than be burned. For this, he said, in order that the evil of unbridled desire might not be carried headlong into criminal baseness, being taken up by the honest estate of marriage. But thanks be to the Lord, in that thou hast given birth to what thou wouldst not be, and the virginity of thy child hath compensated for the loss of thy virginity. For Christian doctrine, having diligent questions made of it, makes answer that a first marriage also now at this time is to be despised, unless incontinence stand in the way. For he who said, If they contain not themselves, let them marry, could have said, If they have not sons, let them marry. If, when now, after the resurrection and preaching of Christ, there is unto all nations so great and abundant supply of sons to be spiritually begotten, it were any such duty to beget sons after the flesh, as it was in the first times. And whereas in another place he saith, But I will that the younger marry, bear children, be mothers of families, he commends with apostolic sobriety and authority the good of marriage, but doth not impose the duty of bearing, as though in order to obey the law even on those who receive the good of continence. Lastly, why he had said this he unfolds when he adds and says, to give no occasion of speaking evil to the adversary, for already certain have turned back after Satan, that by these words of his we may understand that those whom he would have marry could have done better to contain than marry, but better to marry than to go back after Satan, that is, to fall away from that excellent purpose of virginal or widowed chastity, by looking back to things that are behind and perish. Wherefore, such as contain not themselves, let them marry before they make profession of continence, before they vow unto God, what, if they pay not, they are justly condemned. Forsooth, in another place, he saith of such, For when they have lived in delights in Christ, they wish to marry, having condemnation in that they have made of none effect their first faith. That is, they have turned aside their will from the purpose of continence unto marriage. Forsooth, they have made of none effect the faith whereby they formerly vowed what they were unwilling by perseverance to fulfill. Therefore, the good of marriage is indeed ever a good, but in the people of God it was at one time an act of obedience unto the law, now it is a remedy for weakness, but in certain a solace of human nature. Forsooth, to be engaged in the begetting of children, not after the fashion of dogs by promiscuous use of females, but by honest order of marriage, is not an affection such as we are to blame in a man, yet this affection itself the Christian mind, having thoughts of heavenly things, in a more praiseworthy manner surpasses and overcomes. But since, as the Lord saith, not all receive this word, therefore let her who can receive it, and let her who containeth not marry, let her who hath not begun deliberate, let her who hath undertaken it persevere, let there be no occasion given unto the adversary, let there be no oblation withdrawn from Christ. Forsooth, in the marriage bond, if chastity be preserved, condemnation is not feared, but in widowed and virginal continence the excellence of a greater gift is sought for, and when this has been sought and chosen, and by debt of vow offered, from this time not only to enter upon marriage, but, although one be not married, to wish to marry is a matter of condemnation. For in order to show this, the Apostle saith not, when they shall have lived in delights in Christ, they marry, but they wish to marry, having, saith he, condemnation, in that they have made of none effect their first faith, although not by marrying, yet by wishing. Not that the marriages even of such are judged matters of condemnation, but there is condemned a wrong done to purpose, there is condemned a broken faith of vow, there is condemned not a relief by lower good, but a fall from higher good. Lastly, such as are condemned, not because they have entered upon marriage faith afterwards, but because they have made of none effect the first faith of continence. And in order to suggest this in few words, the Apostle would not say that they have condemnation who after purpose of great sanctity marry, not because they are not condemned, but lest in them marriage itself should be thought to be condemned. But after he had said they wish to marry, he straightway added, having condemnation. And he stated the reason, in that they have made of none effect their former faith, in order that it may appear that it is the will which fell away from its purpose, which is condemned, whether marriage follow or fail to follow. Wherefore they who say that marriages of such are not marriages, but rather adulteries, seem not to me to consider with sufficient acuteness and care what they say. Forsooth they are misled by a semblance of truth. For whereas they who of Christian sanctity marry not, are said to choose the marriage of Christ, hence certain argue, saying, if she, who during the life of her husband is married to another, be an adulteress, even as the Lord himself hath laid down in the gospel, therefore during the life of Christ, over whom death hath no more dominion, if she, who had chosen his marriage, be married to a man, she is an adulteress. They who say this are moved indeed with acuteness, but fail to observe how great absurdity in fact follows on this reasoning. For whereas it is praiseworthy that even during the life of her husband, by his consent a female vow continence unto Christ, now, according to the reasoning of these persons, no one ought to do this, lest she make Christ himself, what is impious to imagine, an adulterer, by being married to him during the life of her husband. Next, whereas first marriages are of better desert than second, far be it that this be the thought of holy widows, that Christ seem unto them as a second husband. For himself they used heretofore also to have, when they were subject and did faithful service to their own husbands, not after the flesh, but after the spirit a husband, unto whom the church herself, of which they are members, is the wife, who, by soundness of faith, of hope, of charity, not in the virgins alone, but in widows also, and faithful married women, is altogether a virgin. Forsooth, unto the universal church, of which they are all members, the apostle saith, I joined you unto one husband, a chaste virgin, to present unto Christ. But he knoweth how to make fruitful, without marring of chastity, a wife, a virgin, whom even in the flesh itself his mother could without violation of chastity conceive. But there is brought to pass by means of this ill-considered notion, whereby they think that the marriages of women who have fallen away from this holy purpose, in case they shall have married, are no marriages, no small evil that wives be separated from their husbands, as though they were adulteresses, not wives, and wishing to restore to continence the women thus separated, they make their husbands real adulterers, in that during the life of their wives they have married others. Wherefore I cannot indeed say of females who have fallen away from a better purpose, in case they shall have married, that they are adulteries, not marriages, but I plainly would not hesitate to say that departures and fallings away from a holier chastity, which is vowed unto the Lord, are worse than adulteries. For if what may no way be doubted, it pertains unto an offence against Christ, when a member of him keepeth not faith to her husband, how much graver offence is it against him, when unto himself faith is not kept, in a matter which he requires when offered, who had not required that it should be offered. For when each fails to render that which, not by force of command, but by advice of counsel, he vowed, by so much the more doth he increase the unrighteousness of the wrong done to his vow, by how much the less necessity he had to vow. These matters I for this reason treat of, that you may not think either that second marriages are criminal, or that any marriages whatsoever, being marriages, are an evil. Therefore let this be your mind, not that you condemn them, but that you despise them. Therefore the good of widowed chastity is becoming after a brighter fashion, in that, in order to make vow and profession of it, females may despise what is both pleasing and lawful. But after profession of vow made, they must continue to rein in and overcome what is pleasing, because it is no longer lawful. Men are wont to move a question concerning a third or fourth marriage, and even more numerous marriages than this, on which, to make answer strictly, I dare neither to condemn any marriage, nor to take from these the shame of their great number. But lest the brevity of this my answer may chance to displease any, I am prepared to listen to my reprover, treating more fully. For perhaps he alleges some reason why second marriages be not condemned, but third be condemned. For I, as in the beginning of this discourse I gave warning, dare not to be more wise than it behoveth to be wise. For who am I, that I should think that that must be defined which I see that the apostle hath not defined? For he saith, a woman is bound so long as her husband liveth. He said not her first or second or third or fourth, but a woman, saith he, is bound so long as her husband liveth. But if her husband shall be dead, she is set free. Let her be married to whom she will, only in the Lord. But she shall be more blessed if she shall have so continued. I know not what can be adduced to or taken from this sentence, so far as relates to this matter. Next I hear himself also, the master and lord of the apostles and of us, answering the Sadducees, when they had proposed to him a woman not once married or twice married, but, if it can be said, 7 married, whose wife she should be in the resurrection. For rebuking them, he saith, Ye do err, not knowing the Scriptures nor the power of God, for in the resurrection they shall neither be married nor marry wives, for they shall not begin to die, but shall be equal to the angels of God. Therefore he made mention of their resurrection, who shall rise again unto life, not who shall rise again unto punishment. Therefore he might have said, Ye do err, knowing not the Scriptures, nor the power of God, for in that resurrection it will not be possible that there be those that were wives of many, and then added that neither doth any there marry. But neither, as we see, did he in this sentence show any sign of condemning her who was the wife of so many husbands. Wherefore neither dare I, contrary to the feeling of natural shame, say that when her husbands are dead a woman marry as often as she will, nor dare I, out of my own heart, beside the authority of Holy Scripture, condemn any number of marriages whatever. But what I say to a widow who hath had one husband, this I say to every widow, you will be more blessed if you shall have so continued. For that also is no foolish question, which is wont to be proposed, that whoso can may say which widow is to be preferred in desert, whether one who hath had one husband, who, after having lived a considerable time with her husband, being left a widow with sons born to her and alive, hath made profession of continence, or she who as a young woman, having lost 2 husbands within 2 years, having no children left alive to console her, hath vowed to God continence, and in it hath grown old with most enduring sanctity. Herein let them exercise themselves, if they can, by discussing, and by showing some proof to us, who weighs the merits of widows by number of husbands, not by the strength itself of continence. For if they shall have said that she who hath had one husband is to be preferred to her who hath had 2, unless they shall have alleged some special reason or authority, they will assuredly be found to set before excellence of soul, not greater excellence of soul, but good fortune of the flesh. Forsooth, it pertained unto good fortune of the flesh both to live a long time with her husband, and to conceive sons. But if they prefer her not on this account, that she had sons, at any rate the very fact that she lived a long time with her husband, what else was it than good fortune of the flesh? Further, the desert of Anna herself is herein chiefly commended, in that after she had so soon buried her husband, through her protracted life she long contended with the flesh, and overcame. For so it is written, and there was Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel, of the tribe of Asher. She was far advanced in many days, and had lived with her husband 7 years from her virginity, and she was a widow even unto 84 years, who used not to depart from the temple by fastings and prayers, serving day and night. You see how the holy widow is not only commended in this, that she had one husband, but also that she had lived few years with a husband from her virginity, and had with so great service of piety continued her office of widowed chastity, even unto so great age. Let us therefore set before our eyes 3 widows, each having one of the things, the whole of which were in her. Let us suppose one who had had one husband, in whose case is wanting both so great length of widowhood, in that she hath lived long with her husband, and so great zeal of piety, in that she doth not so serve with fasts and prayers. A second, who after the very short life of her former husband had quickly lost a second also, and is now long time a widow, but yet herself also doth not so set herself to the most religious service of fasts and prayers. A third, who not only hath had 2 husbands, but also hath lived long with each of them singly, or with one of them, and being left a widow at a later period of life, wherein indeed, in case she had wished to marry, she might also conceive sons, hath taken upon her widowed continence, but is more intent on God, more careful to do always the things that please him day and night, like Anna, serving by prayers and fasts. If a question be raised which of these is to be preferred in deserts, who but must see that in this contest the palm must be given to the greater and more glowing piety? So also if 3 others be set, in each of whom the 2 of those 3, but one of the 3 in each wanting, who can doubt that they will be the better, who shall have in a more excellent manner in their 2 goods pious humility, in order that there may be lofty piety? No one indeed of these 6 widows could come up to your standard, for you, in case that you shall have maintained this vow even unto old age, mayest have all the 3 things wherein the desert of Anna excelled. For both thou hast had one husband, and he lived not long with thee in the flesh, and by this means, in case that thou shalt show forth obedience to the words of the apostle, saying, But she who is a widow indeed and desolate hath hoped in the Lord, and persevereth in prayers night and day, and with sober watchfulness shalt shun what follows. But she who passes her time in delights, living, is dead. All those 3 goods which were Anna's shall be thine also. But you have sons also which haply she had not, and yet you are not on this account to be praised that you have them, but that you are zealous to nurture and educate them piously. For that they were born to thee was of fruitfulness, that they are alive is of good fortune, that they be so brought up is of your will and disposal. In the former let men congratulate you, in this let them imitate you. Anna, through prophetic knowledge, recognized Christ with his virgin mother. Thee, the grace of the gospel, hath made the mother of a virgin of Christ. Therefore that holy virgin, whom herself willing and seeking it, ye have offered unto Christ, hath added something of virginal desert also unto the widowed deserts of her grandmother and mother. For ye who have her, fail not to have something thence, and in her ye are, what in yourselves ye are not. For that holy virginity should be taken from you at your marriage was on this account brought to pass, in order that she should be born of you. These discussions, therefore, concerning the different deserts of married women and of different widows, I would not in this work enter upon, if, what I am writing unto you, I were writing only for you. But since there are, in this kind of discourse, certain very difficult questions, it was my wish to say something more than what properly relates to you, by reason of certain, who seem not to themselves learned unless they essay, not by passing judgment to discuss, but by rending to cut in pieces the labours of others. In the next place, that you yourself also may not only keep what you have vowed, and make advance in that good, but also know more carefully and more surely that this same good of yours is not distinguished from the evil of marriage, but is set before the good of marriage. For let not such as condemn the marriage of widowed females, although they exercise their continence in abstaining from many things, which you make use of, on this account lead you astray, to think that they think, although you cannot do what they do. For no one would be a madman, although he see that the strength of a madman is greater than of men in their sound senses. Chiefly therefore let sound doctrine both adorn and guard goodness of purpose. Forsooth it is from this cause that Catholic females, even after they have been married more than once, are by just judgment preferred, not only to the widows who have had one husband, but also to the virgins of heretics. There are indeed on these three matters of marriage, widowhood, and virginity many winding recesses of questions, many perplexities, and in order by discussion to enter deeply into and solve these, there is required both greater care and a fuller discourse, that either we may have a right mind in all those things, or if in any matter we be otherwise minded, this also God may reveal unto us. However, what there also the Apostle saith next after, whereunto we have arrived, in that let us walk. But we have arrived, in what relates to this matter on which we are speaking, so far as to set continence before marriage, but holy virginity even before widowed continence, and not to condemn any marriages, which yet are not adulteries but marriages, by praise of any purpose whatever of our own or of our friends. Many other things on these matters we have said in a book concerning the good of marriage, and in another book concerning holy virginity, and in a book which we composed with as great pains as we could against Fortunatus the Manichaean, since, by most biting reproaches in his writings of the chaste marriages of patriarchs and prophets, he had turned aside the minds of certain unlearned persons from soundness and faith. Wherefore, forasmuch as in the beginning of this little work I had proposed certain two necessary matters, and had undertaken to follow them out, one which related to doctrine, the other to exhortation, and I have not failed in the former part, to the best of my power, according to the business which I had undertaken, let us come to exhortation, in order that the good which is known wisely may be pursued ardently. And in this matter I give you this advice first, that, how great soever love of pious continence you feel to be in you, you ascribe it to the favour of God, and give him thanks, who of his Holy Spirit hath freely given unto you so much, as that, his love being shed abroad in your heart, the love of a better good should take away from you the permission of a lawful matter. For it was his gift to you that you should not wish to marry when it was lawful, in order that now it should not be lawful even if you wished, and that by this means the wish not to do it might be the more settled, lest what were now unlawful be done, which was not done even when lawful, and that, a widow of Christ, you should so far attain as to see your daughter also a virgin of Christ, for whilst you are praying as Anna, she hath become what Mary was. These, by how much the more you know them to be gifts of God, by so much the more are you by the same gifts blessed. Yea, rather you are not so otherwise than as you know from whom you have what you have. For listen to what the Apostle said on this matter. But we have received not the spirit of this world, but the Spirit which is of God, that we may know what things have been given to us by God. Forsooth, many have many gifts of God, and by not knowing from whom they have them, come to boast themselves with impious vanity. But there is no one blessed with the gifts of God who is ungrateful to the giver. Forasmuch also as, whereas in the course of the sacred mysteries we are bidden to lift up our hearts, it is by his help that we are able, by whose bidding we are admonished, and therefore it follows that of this so great good of the heart lifted up, we give not the glory of ourselves as of our own strength, but render thanks unto our Lord God. For of this we are straightway admonished, that this is meet, this is right. You remember whence these words are taken, you recognize by what sanction, and by how great holiness they are commended within. Therefore hold and have what you have received, and return thanks to the giver. For although it be yours to receive and have, yet you have that which you have received, forasmuch as to one waxing proud and impiously glorying of that which he had, as though he had it of himself, the truth saith by the apostle, But what hast thou which thou hast not received? But if thou hast received, why boastest thou as if thou hadst not received? These things I am compelled to admonish by reason of certain little discourses of some men, that are to be shunned and avoided, which have begun to steal through the ears unto the minds of many, being, as must be said with tears, hostile to the grace of Christ, which go to persuade that we count not as necessary for us prayer unto the Lord, that we enter not into temptations. For they so essay to defend the free will of man, as that by it alone, even without help of the grace of God, we are able to fulfill what is commanded us of God. And thus it follows that the Lord in vain said, Watch and pray, lest ye enter into temptation, and in vain daily in the Lord's Prayer itself we say, Lead us not into temptation. For if it is of our own power alone that we be not overcome by temptation, why do we pray that we enter not, nor be led into it? Rather, let us do what is of our own free will and most absolute power, and let us mock at the apostle, saying, God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above what ye are able. And let us oppose him and say, Why seek I of the Lord what he hath set in my own power? But far be it that he be so minded who is sound-minded. Wherefore let us seek that he may give what he bids us that we have. For to this end he bids us have this, which as yet we have not, to admonish as what to seek, and that when we shall have found the power to do what he hath bidden, we may understand of this also whence we have received it, lest, being puffed and lifted up by the spirit of this world, we know not what things have been given unto us of God. Wherefore the free choice of the human will we by no means destroy, when the grace of God, by which the free choice itself is helped, we deny not with ungrateful pride, but rather set forth with grateful piety. For it is ours to will, but the will itself is both admonished that it may arise, and healed that it may have power, and enlarged that it may receive, and filled that it may have. For were not we to will, certainly neither should we receive the things that are given, nor should we have. For who would have continence, among the rest of the gifts of God, to speak of this rather, of which I am speaking to you, who, I say, would have continence unless willing? Forasmuch as also no one would receive unless willing. But if you ask whose gift it is, that it can be by our will received and had, listen to Scripture. Yea, rather because thou knowest, recollect what thou hast read. Whereas I knew, saith he, that no one can be continent unless God give it, and this itself was of wisdom, to know whose gift it was. Great are these two gifts, wisdom and continence. Wisdom, forsooth, whereby we are formed in the knowledge of God, but continence, whereby we are not conformed unto this world. But God bids us that we be both wise and continent, without which goods we cannot be just and perfect. But let us pray that he give what he bids, by helping and inspiring, who hath admonished us what to will by commanding and calling. Whatsoever of this he hath given, let us pray that he preserve, but what he hath not given as yet, let us pray that he supply. Yet let us pray and give thanks for what we have received, and for what we have not yet received. From the very fact that we are not ungrateful for what we have received, let us trust that we shall receive it. For he who hath given power unto the faithful who are married to contain from adulteries and fornications, himself hath given unto holy virgins and widows to contain from all sexual intercourse, in the case of which virtue now the term inviolate chastity or continence is properly used. Or is it haply that from him indeed we have received continence, but from ourselves have wisdom. What then is it that the Apostle James saith? But if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, who giveth unto all liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given unto him. But on this question already in other little works of ours, so far as the Lord hath helped us, we have said many things, and at other times, so far as through him we shall be able, when opportunity is given, we will speak. Now, it has been my wish on this account to say something on this subject by reason of certain of our brethren, most friendly and dear to us, and without wilful guilt indeed, entangled in this error, but yet entangled, who think that when they exhort any to righteousness and piety, their exhortation will not have force, unless the whole of that wherein they would work upon man, that man should work, they set in the power of man, not helped by the grace of God, but put forth by the alone choice of the free will, as though there can be free will to perform a good work, unless set free by the gift of God. And they mark not that this very thing themselves also have by the gift of God, that with such power they exhort, as to excite the dull wills of men to enter upon a good life, to enkindle the cold, to correct such as are in error, to convert such as are turned aside, to pacify such as are opposed. For thus they are able to succeed in persuading what they would persuade to, or if they work not these things in the wills of men, what is their work? Wherefore speak they? Let them leave them rather to their own choice. But if in them they work these things, what? I pray, doth man in the will of man work so great things by speaking, and doth God work nothing thereby helping? Yea, rather, with how great soever power of discourse man may prevail, as that by skill of discussion and sweetness of speech he in the will of man implants truth, nourish charity, by teaching remove error, by exhortation remove sloth. Neither he who planteth is anything, nor he who watereth, but God who giveth the increase. For in vain would the workman use all means without, unless the Creator should work secretly within. I hope, therefore, that this letter of mine, by the worthy deed of your excellence, will soon come into the hands of such also. On this account, I thought that I ought to say something on this subject. Next, that both you yourself, and whatsoever other widows shall read this or hear it read, may know that you make more advance unto the love and profession of the good of continence by your own prayers than by our exhortations, forasmuch as if it be any help to you that our addresses also are supplied to you, the whole must be assigned to his grace, in whose hand, as it is written, are both we and our discourses. If therefore you had not as yet vowed unto God widowed continence, we would assuredly exhort you to vow it, but in that you have already vowed it, we exhort you to persevere. And yet I see that I must so speak as to lead those also who had as yet thought of marriage to love it and to seize on it. Therefore let us give ear unto the apostle. She who is unmarried, saith he, is careful about the things of the Lord, to be holy both in body and spirit, but she who is married is careful about the things of the world, how to please her husband. He saith not is careful about the things of the world, so as not to be holy, but certainly that the marriage holiness is less, in regard to that portion of cares which hath thought of the pleasure of the world. Whatever therefore of earnest purpose of mind would be expended also on these things, whereby she would have to please a husband, the unmarried Christian woman ought in a certain way to gather and bring together unto that earnest purpose, whereby she is to please the Lord, and consider whom she pleases who pleases the Lord, and assuredly she is by so much the more blessed, by how much the more she pleases him. But by how much the more her thoughts are of the things of the world, by so much the less does she please him. Therefore do ye with all earnest purpose please him who is fair of form above the sons of men, for that ye please him, it is by his grace which is shed abroad on his lips. Please ye him in that portion of thought also which would be occupied by the world, in order to please a husband. Please ye him who displeased the world, in order that such as please him might be set free from the world. For this one, fair of form above the sons of men, men saw on the cross of the passion, and he had not form or beauty, but his face cast down, and his posture unseemly. Yet from this unseemliness of your Redeemer flowed the price of your beauty, but of a beauty within, for all the beauty of the king's daughter is within. By this beauty please ye him, this beauty order ye with studious care and anxious thought. He loves not dyes of deceit. The truth delighteth in things that are true, and he, if you recognize what you have read, is called the truth. I am, saith he, the way and the truth and the life. Run ye to him, through him, Please ye him of him, live ye him with him, in him of him. With true affections and holiest chastity love ye to be loved by such a husband. Let the inner ear of the Virgin also, thy holy child, hear these things. I shall see how far she goes before you in the kingdom of that king. It is another question. Yet ye have found, mother and daughter, him whom by beauty of chastity ye ought to please together, having despised, she all, you second marriage. Certainly, if there were husbands whom ye had to please, by this time perhaps you would feel ashamed to adorn yourself together with your daughter. Now let it not shame you to set yourselves to do what may adorn you both together. Because it is not matter of blame but of glory, that ye be loved both together by that one. But white and red, feigned and laid on with paints, ye would not use, even if ye had husbands, not thinking that they were fit persons for you to deceive, or yourselves such as ought to deceive. Now therefore that king, who had longed for the beauty of his only spouse, of whom ye are members, do ye with all truth together please, together cleave unto, she with virginal chastity, you with widowed continence, both with spiritual beauty. In which beauty also her grandmother and your mother-in-law, who by this time hath surely grown old, is beautiful together with you. Forsooth, whilst charity carries the vigour of this beauty into things that are before, length of years causeth not in it a wrinkle. You have with you a holy aged woman, both in your house and in Christ, whom to consult concerning perseverance, how you are to fight with this or that temptation, what you are to do, that it may be the more easily overcome, what safeguard you are to take, that it may not easily again lay wait. And if there be anything of this sort, she teaches you, who is now by time fixed, by love a well-wisher, by natural affection full of cares, by age secure. Do you in such things consult her, who hath made trial of what you have made trial of? For your child sings that song, which in the Apocalypse none save virgins can sing. But for both of you she prays more carefully than for herself, but she is more full of care for her granddaughter, for whom there remains a longer space of years to overcome temptations. But you she sees nearer to her own age, and mother of a daughter of such an age as that, had you seen her married, which now is not lawful, and far be it from her, I think you would have blushed to bear children together with her. How much then is it that now remains to you of a dangerous age, who are on this account not called a grandmother, in order that together with your daughter you may be fruitful in offspring of holy thoughts and works? Therefore not without reason is the grandmother more full of care for her, for whom you also the mother, because both what she hath vowed is greater, and the whole of what she hath just now begun remains to her. May the Lord hear her prayers, that ye may holily follow her good deserts, who in youth gave birth to the flesh of your husband, in old age travaileth with the heart of your daughter. Therefore do ye all alike and with one accord, by conduct please, by prayers press upon, that one husband of one wife, in whose body by one spirit ye are living. The past day returns not hereafter, and after yesterday proceeds today, and after today will proceed tomorrow. And lo, all times and the things of time pass away, that there may come the promise that shall abide, and whoso shall have persevered even unto the end, this one shall be saved. If the world is now perishing the married woman, for whom beareth she? Or in heart about to bear, and in flesh not about to bear, why doth she marry? But if the world is still about to last, why is not he more loved by whom the world was made? If already enticements of this life are failing, there is not anything for a Christian soul with desire to seek after, but if they shall yet remain, there is what with holiness he may despise. For the one of these two there is no hope of lust, in the other greater glory of chastity. How many or how long are the very years in which the flower of carnal age seems to flourish? Some females, having thought of marriage, and with ardour wishing it, whilst they are being despised or put off, on a sudden have grown old, so as that now they would feel shame rather than desire to marry. But many, having married, their husbands having set out into distant countries very soon after their union, have grown aged, expecting their return, and, as those soon left widows, at times have not even attained so as at least as old women to receive their old men on their return. If therefore, when betrothed bridegrooms despised or delayed, or when husbands were abroad, carnal desire could be restrained from commission of fornication or adultery, why cannot it be restrained from commission of sacrilege? If it hath been repressed when being deferred it was glowing, why is it not put down when, having been cut off, it had grown cold? For they in greater measure endure glowing of desire, who despair not of the pleasure of the same desire. But whoso of married persons vow chastity to God, withdraw that very hope which is the fuel of love. Hence with more ease is desire bridled, which is kindled by no expectation, and yet, unless against this prayer be made, in order to overcome it, itself as unlawful is the more ardently wished for. Therefore, let spiritual delights succeed to the place of carnal delights in holy chastity, reading, prayer, psalm, good thought, frequency in good works, hope of the world to come, and a heart upward. For all these giving of thanks unto the Father of lights, from whom, without any doubt, every good gift, and every perfect gift, as Scripture bears witness, cometh down. For when, instead of the delights of married women, which they have in the flesh of their husbands, the use of other carnal delights is taken, as it were to solace them, why should I speak of the evils which follow, when the Apostle hath said in short, that the widow who lives in delights, living in death? But far be it from you, that ye be taken with lust of riches instead of lust of marriage, or that in your hearts money succeed in the place of love of a husband. For looking into men's conversation, we have often found by experience that in certain persons, when wantonness hath been restrained, avarice hath increased. For as in the senses themselves of the body, they who see not hear more keenly, and discern many things by touch, nor have such as have the use of their eyes so great life in their touch. And in this instance it is understood that when the exertion of the power of attention hath been restrained in one approach, that is, of the eyes, it puts itself forth into other senses, more ready with keenness to distinguish, as though it essayed to supply from the one what was denied in the other. Thus also often carnal lust, being restrained from pleasure of sensual intercourse, with greater strength reaches itself forth to desire money, and when turned away from the one, turns itself with more glow of passion to the other. But in you let the love of riches grow cold together with the love of marriage, and let a pious use of what property you possess be directed to spiritual thoughts, that your liberality wax warm, rather in helping such as are in want, than in enriching covetous persons. Forsooth into the heavenly treasury are sent not gifts to the covetous, but alms to the needy, which above measure help the prayers of widows. Fastings also and watchings, so far as they disturb not health, if they be spent in praying, singing psalms, reading, and meditating in the law of God, even the very things which seem laborious are turned into spiritual delights. For no way burdensome are the labours of such as love, but even of themselves delight, as of such as hunt, fowl, fish, gather grapes, traffic, delight themselves with some game. It matters therefore what be loved. For in the case of what is loved, either there is no labour, or the labour also is loved. And consider how it should be matter for shame and grief, if there be pleasure in labour, to take a wild beast, to fill cask and purse, to cast a ball, and there be no pleasure in labours to win God. Indeed, in all spiritual delights which unmarried women enjoy, their holy conversation ought also to be with caution, lest haply, though their life be not evil through naughtiness, their report be evil through negligence. Nor are they to be listened to, whether they be holy men or women, when, upon occasion of their neglect in some matter being blamed, through which it comes to pass that they fall into evil suspicion, from which they know that their life is far removed, they say that it is enough for them their conscience before God, despising what men think of them, not only imprudently but also cruelly, when they slay the souls of others, whether of such as blaspheme the way of God, who, following their suspicion, are displeased at what is the chaste life of the saints, as though it were shameful, or of such also as make excuse, and imitate not what they see, but what they think. Wherefore, whosoever guards his life from charges of shameful and evil deeds does good to himself, but whosoever guards his character too is merciful also towards others. For unto ourselves our own life is necessary, unto others our character. And certainly even what we mercifully minister unto others for their health abounds also to our own profit. Whence not in vain the Apostle, we provide good things, saith he, not only before God, but also before men. Also he saith, please ye all men through all things, even as I also please all men through all things, not seeking what is of profit unto myself, but what unto many, that they may be saved. Also, in a certain exhortation, he says, "For the rest, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are holy, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are most dear, whatsoever things are of good report, if any virtue, if any praise, these things think on, which ye have both learned and received and heard and seen in me." You see how, among many things unto which by exhortation he admonished them, he neglected not to set whatsoever things are of good report, and in 2 words included all things, where he saith, if any virtue, if any praise. For unto virtue pertain the good things, of which he made mention above, but good report unto praise. I think that the apostle took not the praise of men for any great thing, saying in another place, "But to me it is the least thing that I be judged of you, or of day of man," and in another place, "If I were pleasing men, I should not be a servant of Christ." And again, "For our glory is this, the testimony of our conscience." But of these 2, that is, of a good life and a good report, or, as is said more shortly, of virtue and praise, the one for his own sake he most wisely kept, the other for the sake of others he most mercifully provided. But forasmuch as human caution, how great soever, cannot on every side avoid most malevolent suspicions, when for our good report we shall have done whatever we rightly can, if any, either by falsely pretending evil things of us, or from believing evil of us, endeavour to stain our fair fame, let there be present the solace of conscience, and clearly also the joy, in that our reward is great in heaven, even when men say many evil things of us, and we yet live godly and righteously. For that reward is as the pay of such as serve as soldiers, through the arms of righteousness, not only on the right hand, but on the left also, that is to say, through glory and mean estate, through ill report and good report. Go on therefore in your course, and run with perseverance, in order that ye may obtain, and by pattern of life and discourse of exhortation, carry away with you into this same your course, whomsoever ye shall have had power. Let therefore not bend you from this earnest purpose, whereby ye excite many to follow, the complaint of vain persons, who say, "How shall the human race subsist, if all shall have been continent?" As though it were for any other reason that this world is delayed, save that the predestined number of the saints be fulfilled, and were this the sooner fulfilled, assuredly the end of the world would not be put off. Nor let it stay you from your earnest purpose of persuading others to the same good ye have. If it be said to you, "Whereas marriage also is good, how shall there be all goods in the body of Christ, both the greater, forsooth, and the lesser, if all through praise and love of continence imitate?" In the first place, because, with the endeavour that all be continent, there will still be but few, for not all receive this word. But forasmuch as it is written, "Whoso can receive, let him receive," then do they receive who can, when silence is not kept even toward those who cannot. Next, neither ought we to fear lest haply all receive it, and some one of lesser goods, that is married life, be wanting in the body of Christ. For if all shall have heard, and all shall have received, we ought to understand that this very thing was predestinated, that married goods already suffice in the number of those members which so many have passed out of this life. For neither now, if all shall have been continent, will they give the honour of the continent to those who have already borne into the garners of the Lord the fruit 30-fold, if that be understood of married good. Therefore all these goods will have there their place, although from this time no woman wish to be married, no man wish to marry a wife. Therefore without anxiety urge on whom ye can to become what ye are, and pray with watchfulness and fervour, that by the help of the right hand of the Most High, and by the abundance of the most merciful grace of the Lord, ye may both persevere in that which ye are, and may make advances unto that which ye shall be. Next I entreat you by him from whom ye have both received this gift, and hope for the rewards of this gift, that ye be mindful to set me also in your prayers with all your household church. Forsooth it hath come to pass in most proper order, that I should write unto your mother, now aged, a letter concerning prayer. Unto her, forsooth, it chiefly pertains by praying to contend on your behalf, who is less full of care for herself than for you, and that for you rather than for her I should compose this little work concerning widowed continence, because unto you it remaineth to overcome what her age hath already overcome. But the Holy Virgin, your child, if she desire aught concerning her profession from our labours, she hath a very large book on holy virginity to read, concerning the reading of which I had also admonished you, forasmuch as it contains many things necessary either unto chastity, that is virginal and widowed, which things on this account I have here partly touched on lightly, partly altogether passed over, because I there discussed them more fully. May you persevere in the grace of Christ. End of On the Good of Widowhood by Augustine of Hippo. On Care to be had for the Dead by Augustine of Hippo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Long time, my venerable fellow Bishop Paulinus, have I been thy holiness's debtor for an answer, ever since thou wrotest to me by them of the household of our most religious daughter Flora, asking of me whether it profit any man, after death, that his body is buried at the memorial of some saint. This, namely, had the said widow begged of thee for her son deceased in those parts, and thou hadst written her an answer consoling her, and announcing to her concerning the body of the faithful young man Cynegius, that the thing which she, with motherly and pious affection, desired was done, to wit, by placing it in the basilica of most blessed Felix the Confessor. Upon which occasion it came to pass that, by the same bearers of thy letter, thou didst write also to me, raising the like question, and craving that I would answer what I thought of this matter, at the same time not forbearing to say what are thine own sentiments. For thou sayest that, to thy thinking, these be no empty motions of religious and faithful minds, which take this care for their deceased friends. Thou addest, moreover, that it cannot be void of effect that the whole Church is wont to supplicate for the departed, so that hence it may be further conjectured that it doth profit a person after death, if by the faith of his friends for the interment of his body such a spot be provided wherein may be apparent the aid, likewise in this way sought, of the saints. But this being the case, out of this opinion that should not be contrary which the Apostle says, for we shall all stand before the judgment seat of Christ, that each may receive according to the things he hath done by the body, whether good or bad. This, thou signifiest, thou dost not well see, for this apostolic sentence doth before death admonish to be done that which may profit after death, not then first, when there is to be now a receiving of that which a person shall have done before death. True, but this question is thus solved, namely, that there is a certain kind of life by which is acquired, while one lives in this body, that it should be possible for these things to be done of some help to the departed, and consequently it is according to the things done by the body, that they are aided by the things which shall, after they have left the body, be religiously done on their behalf. For there are whom these things aid nothing at all, namely, when they are done either for persons whose merits are so evil that neither by such things are they worthy to be aided, or for such persons whose merits are so good that of such things they have no need as aids. Of the kind of life, therefore, which each hath led by the body, doth it come that these things profit or profit not, whatever are piously done on his behalf when he has left the body. For touching merit, whereby these things profit, if none have been gotten in this life, it is in vain sought after this life. So it comes to pass as well that not unmeaningly doth the Church, or care of friends, bestow upon the departed whatever of religion it shall be able, as also that nevertheless each receiveth according to the things which he hath done by the body, whether it be good or bad, the Lord rendering unto each according to his works. For that this which is bestowed should be capable of profiting him after the body, this was acquired in that life which he hath led in the body. Possibly thy inquiry is satisfied by this my brief reply, but what other considerations move me, to which I think meet to answer, do thou for a short space attend. In the books of the Maccabees we read of sacrifice offered for the dead, howbeit even if it were nowhere at all read in the old Scriptures, not small is the authority which in this usage is clear of the whole Church, namely that in the prayers of the priest which are offered to the Lord God at his altar, the commendation of the dead hath also its place. But then, whether there be some profit accruing unto the soul of the dead from the place of its body, requires a more careful inquiry. And first, whether it make any difference in causing or increasing of misery after this life to the spirits of men, if their bodies be not buried, this must be looked into, not in the light of opinion, however commonly received, but rather of the holy writ of our religion. For we are not to credit that, as is read in Maro, the unburied are prohibited from navigating and crossing the infernal stream, because, forsooth, to none is given to pass the hideous banks, and waters hoarse, ere in their meet abode the bones have sunk to rest. Who can incline a Christian heart to these poetical and fabulous figments, when the Lord Jesus, to the intent that under the hands of their enemies, who should have their bodies in their power, Christians might lie down without a fear, asserts that not a hair of their head shall perish, exhorting that they should not fear them, which, when they have killed the body, have nothing more that they can do? Of which, in the first book, On the City of God, I have methinks enough spoken to break the teeth in their mouths, who, in imputing to Christian times the barbarous devastation, especially that which Rome has lately suffered, do cast up to us this also, that Christ did not there come to the succour of his own, to whom, when it is answered that the souls of the faithful were, according to the merits of their faith, by him taken into protection, they insult over us with talking of their corpses left unburied. All this matter, then, concerning burial, I have in such words as these expounded. But, say I, in such a slaughter heap of dead bodies, could they not even be buried? Not this either doth pious faith too greatly dread, holding that which is foretold, that not even consuming beasts will be an hindrance to the rising again of bodies, of which not a hair of the head shall perish. Nor in any wise would truth say, fear not them which kill the body, but cannot kill the soul, if it could at all hinder the life to come, whatever enemies might choose to do with the bodies of the slain. Unless haply any is so absurd as to contend that they ought not to be feared before death, lest they kill the body, but ought to be feared after death, lest, having killed the body, they suffer it not to be buried. Is that then false which Christ says, who kill the body and afterwards have no more that they can do, if they have so great things that they can do on dead bodies? Far be the thought that that should be false which truth hath said. For the thing said is, that they do somewhat when they kill, because in the body there is feeling while it is in killing, but afterward they have nothing more that they can do, because there is no feeling in the body when killed. Many bodies then of Christians the earth hath not covered, but none of them hath any separated from heaven and earth, the whole of which he filleth with presence of himself, who knoweth whence to resuscitate that which he created. It is said indeed in the psalm, the dead bodies of thy servants have they given for meat unto the fowls of the heaven, the flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth. They have shed their blood like water round about Jerusalem, and there was no man to bury them. But more to heighten the cruelty of them who did these things, not to the infelicity of them who suffered them. For, however, in sight of men these things may seem hard and dire, yet precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints. So then all these things, care of funeral, bestowal in sepulchre, pomp of obsequies, are more for comfort of the living than for help to the dead. If it at all profit the ungodly to have costly sepulture, it shall harm the godly to have vile sepulture, or none. Right handsome obsequies in sight of men did that rich man, who was clad in purple, receive of the crowd of his housefolk, but far more handsome did that poor man, who was full of sores, obtain of the ministry of angels, who bore him not out into a marble tomb, but into Abraham's bosom bore him on high. All this they laugh at, against whom we have undertaken to defend the city of God, but for all that their own philosophers even held care of sepulture in contempt, and often whole armies, while dying for their earthly country, cared not where they should after lie, or to what beasts they should become meat, and the poets had leave to say of this matter with applause, though all unearned he lie, his covering is the overarching sky. How much less ought they to make a vaunting about unburied bodies of Christians, to whom the flesh itself with all its members, refashioned, not only from the earth but even from the other elements, yea, from their most secret windings, whereinto these evanished corpses have retired, is assured to be in an instant of time rendered back and made entire as at the first, according to his promise. Yet it follows not that the bodies of the departed are to be despised and flung aside, and above all of just and faithful men, which bodies as organs and vessels to all good works their spirit hath holily used. For if a father's garment and ring, and whatever such like is the more dear to those whom they leave behind, the greater their affection is towards their parents, in no wise are the bodies themselves to be spurned, which truly we wear in more familiar and close conjunction than any of our putting on. For these pertain not to ornament or aid which is applied from without, but to the very nature of man. Whence also the funerals of the just men of old were with dutiful piety cared for, and their obsequies celebrated, and sepulture provided, and themselves, while living, did touching burial, or even translation of their bodies, give charge to their sons. Tobias also, to have by burying of the dead obtained favour with God, is by witness of an angel commended. The Lord himself also, about to rise on the third day, both preaches and commends to be preached the good work of a religious woman, that she poured out a precious ointment over his limbs, and did it for his burial. And they are with praise commemorated in the Gospel, who, having received his body from the cross, did carefully and with reverend honour see it wound and laid in the sepulchre. These authorities, however, do not put us upon thinking that there is in dead bodies any feeling, but rather that the providence of God, who is moreover pleased with such offices of piety, doth charge itself with the bodies also of the dead. This they betoken to the intent our faith of resurrection might be stayed up thereby, where also is wholesomely learned how great may be the reward for alms, which we do unto the living and feeling, if not even that be lost before God, whatever of duty and of diligence is paid to the lifeless members of men. There are indeed also other things, which in speaking of the bestowal or removal of their bodies, the holy patriarchs willed to be understood as spoken by the prophetic spirit. But this is not the place to treat thoroughly of these things, seeing that sufficeth which we have said. But if the lack of those things which are necessary for sustentation of the living, as food and clothing, however heavy affliction attend the lacking, do not break in good men the manly courage of bearing and enduring, nor eradicate piety from the mind, but by exercising make it more fruitful, how much more doth lack of those things which are wont to be applied for care of funerals and bestowal of bodies of the departed, not make them wretched, now that in the hidden abodes of the pious they are at rest. And therefore, when these things have to dead bodies of Christians in that devastation of the great city or of other towns also been lacking, there is neither fault of the living, who could not afford these things, nor pain of the dead, who could not feel the same. This is my opinion concerning the ground and reason of sepulture, which I have therefore from another book of mine transferred to this, because it was easier to rehearse this than to express the same matter in another way. If this be true, doubtless also the providing for the interment of bodies a place at the memorial of saints is a mark of a good human affection towards the remains of one's friends, since, if there be religion in the burying, there cannot but be religion in taking thought where the burying shall be. But while it is desirable there should be such like solaces of survivors, for the showing forth of their pious mind toward their beloved, I do not see what helps they be to the dead, save in this way, that upon recollection of the place in which are deposited the bodies of those whom they love, they should by prayer commend them to those same saints, who have as patrons taken them into their charge to aid them before the Lord, which indeed they would be still able to do, even though they were not able to inter them in such places. But then the only reason why the name memorials or monuments is given to those sepulchres of the dead which become specially distinguished, is that they recall to memory, and by putting in mind, cause us to think of, them who by death are withdrawn from the eyes of the living, that they may not by forgetfulness be also withdrawn from men's hearts. For both the term memorial most plainly shows this, and monument is so named from monishing, that is, putting in mind. For which reason the Greeks also call that mnemion, which we call a memorial or monument, because in their tongue the memory itself, by which we remember, is called mneme. When therefore the mind recollects where the body of a very dear friend lies buried, and thereupon there occurs to the thoughts a place rendered venerable by the name of a martyr, to that same martyr doth it commend the soul in affection of heartfelt recollection and prayer. And when this affection is exhibited to the departed by faithful men who are most dear to them, there is no doubt that it profits them, who while living in the body merited that such things should profit them after this life. But even if some necessity should, through absence of all facility, not allow bodies to be interred, or in such places interred, yet should there be no pretermining of supplications for the spirits of the dead, which supplications that they should be made for all in Christian and Catholic fellowship departed, even without mentioning of their names, under a general commemoration, the Church hath charged herself withal, to the intent that they which lack, for these officers, parents or sons or whatever kindred or friends, may have the same afforded unto them by the one pious mother, which is common to all. But if there were lack of these supplications, which are made with right faith and piety for the dead, I account that it should not a whit profit their spirits, howsoever in holy places the lifeless bodies should be deposited. When therefore the faithful mother of a faithful son departed desired to have his body deposited in the basilica of a martyr, forasmuch as she believed that his soul would be aided by the merits of the martyr, the very believing of this was a sort of supplication, and this profited, if aught profited. And in that she recurs in her thoughts to this same sepulchre, and in her prayers more and more commends her son, the spirit of the departed is aided, not by the place of its dead body, but by that which springs from memory of the place, the living affection of the mother. For at once the thought, who is commended, and to whom, doth touch, and that with no unprofitable emotion, the religious mind of her who prays. For also in prayer to God, men do with the members of their bodies that which becometh suppliants, when they bend their knees, when they stretch forth their hands, or even prostrate themselves on the ground, and whatever else they visibly do, albeit their invisible will and heart's intention be known unto God, and he needs not these tokens that any man's mind should be opened unto him. Only hereby one more excites himself to pray, and groan more humbly and more fervently. And I know not how it is, that while these motions of the body cannot be made but by a motion of the mind proceeding, yet by the same being outwardly invisible sort made, that inward invisible one which made them is increased, and thereby the heart's affection which proceeded, that they might be made, groweth because they are made. But still, if any be in that way held or even bound, that he is not able to do these things with his limbs, it does not follow that the inner man does not pray, and before the eyes of God, in its most secret chamber, where it hath compunction, cast itself on the ground. So likewise, while it makes very much difference where a person deposits the body of his dead, while he supplicates for his spirit unto God, because both the affection preceding chose a spot which was holy, and after the body is there deposited, the recalling to mind of that holy spot renews and increases the affection which had preceded. Yet, though he may not be able in that place, which his religious mind did choose, to lay in the ground him whom he loves, in no wise ought he to cease from necessary supplications in commending of the same. For wheresoever the flesh of the departed may lie or not lie, the spirit requires rest and must get it, for the spirit in its departing from thence took with it the consciousness, without which it could make no odds how one exists, whether in a good estate or a bad, and it does not look for aiding of its life from that flesh, to which it did itself afford the life, which it withdrew in its departing, and is to render back in its returning. Since not flesh to spirit, but spirit unto flesh, procureth merit even of very resurrection, whether it be unto punishment or unto glory that is to come to life again. We read in the ecclesiastical history, which Eusebius wrote in Greek, and Rufinus turned into the Latin tongue, of martyrs' bodies in Gaul exposed to dogs, and how the leavings of those dogs and bones of the dead were, even to uttermost consumption, by fire burnt up, and the ashes of the same scattered on the river Rhone, lest anything should be left for any sort whatever of memorial, which thing must be believed to have been to no other end divinely permitted, but that Christians should learn in confessing Christ, while they despise this life, much more to despise sepulture. For this thing, which with savage rage was done to the bodies of martyrs, if it could any whit hurt them, to impair the blessed resting of their most victorious spirits, would assuredly not have been suffered to be done. In very deed, therefore, it was declared that the Lord, in saying, "Fear not them which kill the body, and afterward have no more that they can do," did not mean that he would not permit them to do anything to the bodies of his followers when dead, but that whatever they might be permitted to do, nothing should be done that could lessen the Christian felicity of the departed, nothing thereof reach to their consciousness while yet living after death, nothing avail to the detriment, no, not even of the bodies themselves, to diminish aught of their integrity when they should rise again. And yet, by reason of that affection of the human heart, whereby no man ever hateth his own flesh, if men have reason to know that after their death their bodies will lack anything which in each man's nation or country the wonted order of sepulture demandeth, it makes them sorrowful as men, and that which after death reacheth not unto them, they do before death fear for their bodies, so that we find in the books of Kings, God by one prophet threatening another prophet who had transgressed his word, that his carcass should not be brought into the sepulchre of his fathers. Which the Scripture hath on this wise, "Thus saith the Lord, because thou hast been disobedient, to the mouth of the Lord, and hast not kept the charge which the Lord thy God commanded thee, and hast returned and eaten bread and drunk water in the place in which he commanded thee not to eat bread nor drink water, thy carcass shall not be brought into the sepulchre of thy fathers. Now, if in considering what account is to be made of this punishment we go by the gospel, where we have learnt that after the slaying of the body there is no cause to fear lest the lifeless members should suffer anything, it is not even to be called a punishment. But if we consider a man's human affection towards his own flesh, it was possible for him to be frightened or saddened while living by that of which he would have no sense when dead. And this was a punishment because the mind was pained by that thing about to happen to its body. Howsoever, when it did happen, it would feel no pain. To this intent, namely, it pleased the Lord to punish his servant, who not of his own contumacy had spurned to fulfill his command, but by deceit of another's falsehood thought himself to be obeying when he obeyed not. For it is not to be thought that he was killed by the teeth of the beast, as one whose soul should be thence snatched away to the torments of hell, seeing that over his very body the same lion which had killed it did keep watch, while moreover the beast on which he rode was left unhurt, and along with that fierce beast did with intrepid presence stand there beside his master's corpse. By which marvellous sign it appeareth that the man of God was, say rather, checked temporally even unto death, than punished after death. Of which matter the Apostle, when on account of certain offences he had mentioned the sicknesses and deaths of many, says, For if we would judge ourselves, we should not be judged of the Lord, but when we are judged, we are chastened of the Lord, that we may not be condemned with the world. That prophet truly, the very man who had beguiled him, did with much respect bury in his own tomb, and took order for his own burying beside his bones, in hope that thereby his own bones might be spared, when, according to the prophecy of that man of God, Josiah king of Judah did in that land disinter the bones of many dead, and with the same bones defile the sacrilegious altars which had been set up for the graven images. For he spared that tomb in which lay the prophet who more than 300 years before predicted those things, and for his sake neither was the sepulchre of him who had seduced him violated. By that affection, namely, which causes that no man ever hateth his own flesh, this man had taken forethought for his carcass, who had slain with a lie his own soul. By reason then of this, the natural love which every man hath for his own flesh, it was both to the one a punishment to learn that he should not be in the sepulchre of his fathers, and to the other a care to take order beforehand that his own bones should be spared, if he should lie beside him whose sepulchre no man should violate. This affection the martyrs of Christ contending for the truth did overcome, and it is no marvel that they despised that whereof they should, when death was overpast, have no feeling, when they could not by those tortures which while alive they did feel be overcome. God was able, no doubt, even as he permitted not the lion when it had slain the prophet to touch his body further, and of a slayer made it to be a keeper. He was able, I say, to have kept the slain bodies of his own from the dogs to which they had been flung. He was able in innumerable ways to have deterred the rage of the men themselves, that to burn the carcasses, to scatter the ashes, they should not dare, but it was fit that this manifold experience also should not be lacking to manifold variety of temptations, lest the fortitude of confession, which would not, for the saving of the life of the body, give way to the savageness of persecution, should be tremblingly anxious for the honour of a sepulchre. In a word, lest faith of resurrection should dread the consuming of the body. It was fit then that even these things should be permitted, in order that, even after these examples of so great horror, the martyrs, fervent in confession of Christ, should become witnesses of this truth also, in which they had learned that they, by whom their bodies should be slain, had after that no more that they could do. Because whatever they should do to dead bodies, they would after all do nothing, seeing that in flesh devoid of all life, neither was it possible for him to feel aught who had thence departed, nor for him to lose aught thereof who created the same. But while these things were doing to the bodies of the slain, albeit the martyrs, not frightened by them, did with great fortitude suffer, yet among the brethren was there exceeding sorrow, because there was given them no means of paying the last honours to the remains of the saints, neither secretly to withdraw any part thereof, as the same history testifies, did the watching of cruel sentinels permit. So, while those which had been slain in the tearing asunder of their limbs, in the burning up of their bones, in the dispersion of their ashes, could feel no misery, yet these, who had nothing of them that they could bury, did suffer torture of exceeding grief in pitying them, because what those did in no sort feel, these in some sort did feel for them. And where was henceforth for those no more suffering, yet these did in woeful compassion suffer for them. In regard to that woeful compassion which I have mentioned, are those praised, and by King David blessed, who to the dry bones of Saul and Jonathan afforded mercy of sepulture. But yet what mercy is that which is afforded to them that have feeling of nothing? Or haply is this to be challenged back to the conceit of an infernal river, which men unburied were not able to pass over? Far be this from the faith of Christians, else hath it gone most ill with so many a multitude of martyrs, for whom there could be no burying of their bodies, and truth did cheat them when it said, Fear not them which kill the body, and after that have no more that they can do, if these have been able to do to them so great evils by which they were hindered to pass over to the places which they longed for. But because this without all doubt is most false, and it neither any whit hurts the faithful to have their bodies denied sepulture, nor any whit the giving of sepulture unto infidels advantageth them, why then are those who buried Saul and his son said to have done mercy, and for this are blessed by that godly king, but because it is a good affection with which the hearts of the pitiful are touched, when they grieve for that in the dead bodies of other men, which by that affection through which no man ever hateth his own flesh, they would not have done after their own death to their own bodies, and what they would have done by them when they shall have no more feeling, that they take care to do by others now having no feeling, while themselves have yet feeling. Stories are told of certain appearances or visions which may seem to bring into this discussion a question which should not be slighted. It is said, namely, that dead men have at times either in dreams or in some other way appeared to the living, who knew not where their bodies lay unburied, and have pointed out to them the place, and admonished that the sepulture which was lacking should be afforded them. These things, if we shall answer to be false, we shall be thought impudently to contradict the writings of certain faithful men, and the senses of them who assure us that such things have happened to themselves. But it is to be answered that it does not follow that we are to account the dead to have sense of these things because they appear in dreams to say or indicate or ask this. For living men do also appear oftentimes to the living as they sleep, while they themselves know not that they do appear, and they are told by them what they dreamed, namely that in their dream the speakers saw them doing or saying something. Then, if it may be that a person in a dream should see me indicating to him something that has happened, or even foretelling something about to happen, while I am perfectly unwitting of the thing, and altogether regardless not only what he dreams, but whether he is awake while I am asleep, or he asleep while I am awake, or whether at one and the same time we are both awake or asleep, at what time he has the dream in which he sees me, what marvel if the dead be unconscious and insensible of these things, and for all that are seen by the living in their dreams, and say something which those on awaking find to be true. By angelical operations, then, I should think it is effected, whether permitted from above or commanded, that they seem in dreams to say something about burying of their bodies, when they, whose the bodies are utterly unconscious of it. Now this is sometimes serviceably done, whether for some sort of solace to the survivors, to whom pertain those dead whose likenesses appear to them as they dream, or whether that by these admonitions the human race may be made to have regard to humanity of sepulture, which, allow that it be no help to the departed, yet is their culpable irreligiousness in slighting of it. Sometimes, however, by fallacious visions, men are cast into great errors who deserve to suffer this. As, if one should see in a dream what Annise by poetic falsity is told to have seen in the world beneath, and there should appear to him the likeness of some unburied man, which should speak such words as Palinurus is said to have spoken to him, and when he awakes he should find the body in that place where he heard say while dreaming that it lay unburied, and was admonished and asked to bury it when found, and because he finds this to be true, should believe that the dead are buried on purpose, that their souls may pass to places from which he dreamed that the souls of men unburied are by an infernal law prohibited. Does he not, in believing all this, exceedingly swerve from the path of truth? Such, however, is human infirmity, that when in a dream a person shall see a dead man, he thinks it is the soul that he sees, but when he shall in like manner dream of a living man, he has no doubt that it is not a soul nor a body, but the likeness of a man that has appeared to him, just as if it were not possible, in regard of dead men, in the same sort unconscious of it, that it should not be their souls but their likenesses that appear to the sleepers. Of a surety, when we were at Milan, we heard tell of a certain person of whom was demanded payment of a debt, with production of his deceased father's acknowledgment, which debt unknown to the son the father had paid, whereupon the man began to be very sorrowful and to marvel that his father, while dying, did not tell him what he owed when he also made his will. Then, in this exceeding anxiousness of his said father appeared to him in a dream and made known to him where was the counter-acknowledgment by which that acknowledgment was cancelled, which when the young man had found and showed, he not only rebutted the wrongful claim of a false debt, but also got back his father's note of hand, which the father had not got back when the money was paid. Here then the soul of a man is supposed to have had care for his son, and to have come to him in his sleep, that, teaching him what he did not know, he might relieve him of a great trouble. But about the very same time as we heard this, it chanced at Carthage that the rhetorician Eulogius, who had been my disciple in that art, being, as he himself after our return to Africa told us the story, in course of lecturing to his disciples on Cicero's rhetorical books, as he looked over the portion of reading which he was to deliver on the following day, fell upon a certain passage, and, not being able to understand it, was scarce able to sleep for the trouble of his mind. In which night, as he dreamed, I expounded to him that which he did not understand. Nay, not I, but my likeness, while I was unconscious of the thing, and far away beyond the sea, it might be, doing, or it might be dreaming, some other thing, and not in the least caring for his cares. In what way these things come about, I know not, but in what way soever they come, why do we not believe it comes in the same way for a person in a dream to see a dead man, as it comes that he sees a living man? Both, no doubt, neither knowing nor caring who or where or when dreams of their images. Like dreams, moreover, are also some visions of persons awake, who have had their senses troubled, such as phrenetic persons, or those who are mad in any way, for they too talk to themselves, just as though they were speaking to people verily present, and as well with absent as with present, whose images they perceive, whether persons living or dead. But just as they which live are unconscious that they are seen of them and talk with them, for indeed they are not really themselves present, or themselves make speeches, but through troubled senses these persons are wrought upon by such like imaginary visions, just so they also, who have departed this life, to persons thus affected appear as present, while they be absent, and whether any man sees them in regard of their image, are themselves utterly unconscious. Similar to this is also that condition when persons with their senses more profoundly in abeyance than is the case in sleep are occupied with the like visions, for to them also appear images of quick and dead. But then, when they return to their senses, whatever dead they say they have seen are thought to have been verily with them, and they who hear these things pay no heed to the circumstance that there were seen in like manner the images of certain living persons, absent and unconscious. A certain man, by name Curma, of the municipal town of Tullium, which is hard by Hippo, a poor member of the Curia, scarcely competent to serve the office of a duumvir of that place, and a mere rustic, being ill and all his senses entranced, lay all but dead for several days, scarcely competent to serve the office of a duumvir of that place, and a mere rustic, being ill and all his senses entranced, lay all but dead for several days, a very slight breathing in his nostrils, which, on applying the hand, was just felt, and barely betokened that he lived, was all that kept him from being buried for dead. Not a limb did he stir, nothing did he take in the way of sustenance, neither in the eyes nor in any other bodily sense was he sensible of any annoyance that impinged upon them. Yet he was seeing many things, like as in a dream, which, when at last after a great many days he woke up, he told that he had seen. And first, presently after he opened his eyes, "Let someone go," said he, "to the house of Curma the smith, and see what is doing there." And when someone had gone thither, the smith was found to have died in that moment, that the other had come back to his senses, and it might almost be said, revived from death. Then, as those who stood by eagerly listened, he told them how the other had been ordered to be had up, when he himself was dismissed, and that he had heard it said in that place from which he had returned, that it was not Curma of the Curia, but Curma the smith who had been ordered to be fetched to that place of the dead. Well, in these dreamlike visions of his, among those deceased persons whom he saw handled according to the diversity of their merits, he recognized also some whom he had known when alive. that they were the very persons themselves I might perchance have believed, had he not, in the course of this seeming dream of his, seen also some who are alive even to this present time, namely some clerks of his district, by whose presbyter there he was told to be baptized at Hippo by me, which things he said had also taken place. So then he had seen a presbyter, clerks, myself, persons, to wit, not yet dead, in this vision in which he afterwards also saw dead persons. Why may he not be thought to have seen these last in the same way as he saw us, that is, both the one sort and the other, absent and unconscious, and consequently not the persons themselves, but similitudes of them just as of the places? He saw, namely, both a plot of ground where was that presbyter with the clerks, and Hippo where he was by me seemingly baptized, in which spots assuredly he was not, when he seemed to himself to be there. For what was at that time going on there he knew not, which without doubt he would have known if he had verily been there. The sights beheld, therefore, were those which are not presented in the things themselves as they are, but shadowed forth in a sort of images of the things. In fine, after much that he saw, he narrated how he had, moreover, been led into paradise, and how it was there said to him, when he was thence dismissed to return to his own family, "Go, be baptized, if thou wilt be in this place of the blessed." Thereupon, being admonished to be baptized by me, he said it was done already. He who was talking with him replied, "Go, be truly baptized, for that thou didst but see in the vision." After this he recovered, went his way to Hippo. Easter was now approaching. He gave his name among the other competents, alike with very many unknown to us, nor did he care to make known the vision to me or to any of the people. He was baptized. At the close of the holy days he returned to his own place. After the space of 2 years or more I learnt the whole matter, first through a certain friend of mine and his at my own table, while we were talking about some such matters. Then I took it up and made the man in his own person tell me the story, in the presence of some honest townsman, of his attesting the same, both concerning his marvellous illness, how he lay all but dead for many days, and about that other Kurma the smith, what I have mentioned above, and about all these matters, which while he was telling me they recalled to mind and assured me that they had also at that time heard them from his own lips. Wherefore, just as he saw his own baptism, and myself, and Hippo, and the basilica, and the baptistry, not in the very realities, but in a sort of similitudes of the things, and so likewise certain other living persons, without consciousness on the part of the same living persons, then why not just so those dead persons also, without consciousness on the part of the same dead persons? Why should we not believe these to be angelic operations, through dispensation of the providence of God, who maketh good use of both good things and evil, according to the unsearchable depth of his judgments, whether thereby the minds of mortals be instructed, or whether deceived, whether consoled, or whether terrified, according as unto each one there is to be either a showing of mercy, or a taking of vengeance, by him to whom, not without a meaning, the Church doth sing of mercy and of judgment. Let each, as it shall please him, take what I say. If the souls of the dead took part in the affairs of the living, and if it were their very selves that, when we see them, speak to us in sleep, to say nothing of others, there is my own self, whom my pious mother would no night fail to visit, that mother who by land and sea followed me that she might live with me. Far be the thought that she should not even console in his sadness the son whom she loved with an only love, whom she never wished to see mournful. But assuredly that which the sacred psalm sings in our ears is true, because my father and my mother have forsaken me, the Lord hath taken me up. Then if our parents have forsaken us, how take they part in our affairs and cares? But if parents do not, who else are there of the dead who should know what we are doing or what we suffer? Isaiah the prophet says, "For thou art our father, because Abraham hath not known us, and Israel is not cognizant of us." If so great patriarchs were ignorant what was doing towards the people of them begotten, they to whom, believing God, the people itself to spring from their stock was promised, how are the dead mixed up with affairs and doings of the living, either for cognizance or help? How say we that those were favoured who deceased ere the evils came which followed hard upon the decease, if also after death they feel whatever things befall in the calamitousness of human life? Or haply do we err in saying this, and in accounting them to be quietly at rest, whom the unquiet life of the living makes solicitous? What then is that which, to the most godly King Josiah, God promised as a great benefit, that he should first die, that he might not see the evils which he threatened would come to that place and people. Which words of God are these? Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, concerning my words which thou hast heard, and didst fear before my face, when thou didst hear what I have spoken concerning this place, and them which dwell therein, that it should be forsaken and under a curse, and hast rent thy garments, and wept before me, and I have heard thee, saith the Lord of Sabaoth. Not so. Behold, I will add thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be added unto them in peace, and thine eyes shall not see all the evils which I am bringing upon this place, and upon them that dwell therein. He, frightened by God's comminations, had wept and rent his garments, and is made, by hastening on of his death, to be without care of all future evils, because he should so rest in peace that all those things he should not see. There then are the spirits of the departed, where they see not whatever things are doing or events happening in this life to men. Then how do they see their own graves or their own bodies, whether they lie cast away or buried? How do they take part in the misery of the living, when they are either suffering their own evils, if they have contracted such merits, or do rest in peace, as was promised to this Josiah, where they undergo no evils, either by suffering themselves or by compassionate suffering with others, freed from all evils which by suffering themselves or with others, while they lived here, they did undergo? Some man may say, if there be not in the dead any care for the living, how is it that the rich man, who is tormented in hell, asked Father Abraham to send Lazarus to his 5 brothers, not as yet dead, and to take course with them, that they should not come themselves also into the same place of torments? But does it follow that because the rich man said this, he knew what his brethren were doing, or what they were suffering at that time? Just in the same way had he care for the living, albeit what they were doing he wist not at all, as we have care for the dead, albeit what they do we confessedly wot not. But if we cared not for the dead, we should not, as we do, supplicate God on their behalf. In fine, Abraham did not send Lazarus, and also answered that they have here Moses and the prophets, whom they ought to hear, that they might not come to those torments. Where again it occurs to ask how it was that what was doing here Father Abraham himself wist not, while he knew that Moses and the prophets are here, that is, their books, by obeying which men should escape the torments of hell, and knew, in short, that rich man to have lived in delights, but the poor man Lazarus to have lived in labours and sorrows. For this also he says to him, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime hast received good things, but Lazarus evil things. He knew then these things which had taken place, of course, among the living, not among the dead. True, but it may be that not while the things were doing in their lifetime, but after their death, he learnt these things by information of Lazarus, that it be not false which the prophet saith, Abraham hath not known us. So then we must confess that the dead indeed do not know what is here doing, but while it is in doing here. Afterwards, however, they hear it from those who from hence go to them at their death. Not indeed everything, but what things those are allowed to make known, who are suffered also to remember these things, and which it is meet for those to hear, whom they inform of the same. It may be also that from the angels who are present in the things which are doing here, the dead do hear somewhat, which for each one of them to hear, he judgeth right, to whom all things are subject. For were there not angels who could be present in places both of quick and dead, the Lord Jesus had not said, It came to pass that also the poor man died, and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. Therefore, now here, now there, were they able to be, who from hence bore thither whom God willed. It may be also that the spirits of the dead do learn some things which are doing here, what things it is necessary that they should know, and what persons it is necessary should know the same, not only things past or present, but even future, by the Spirit of God revealing them, like as not all men but the prophets, while they lived here, did know, nor even they all things, but only what things to be revealed to them the providence of God judged meet. Moreover, that some of the dead are sent to the living, as on the other hand Paul from the living was rapt into paradise, divine scripture doth testify. For Samuel the prophet, appearing to Saul when living, predicted even what should befall the king, although some think it was not Samuel himself that could have been by magical arts evoked, but that some spirit, meet for so evil works, did figure his semblance. Though the book Ecclesiastes, which Jesus, son of Sirach, is reputed to have written, and which, on account of some resemblance of style, is pronounced to be Solomon's, contains in the praise of the fathers that Samuel, even when dead, did prophesy. But if this book be spoken against from the canon of the Hebrews, because it is not contained therein, what shall we say of Moses, whom certainly we read both in Deuteronomy to have died, and in the Gospel to have, together with Elias, who died not, appeared unto the living? Hence too is solved that question, how it is that the martyrs, by the very benefits which are given to them that pray, indicate that they take an interest in the affairs of men, if the dead know not what the quick are doing. For not only by effects of benefits, but in the very beholding of men, it is certain that the confessor Felix, whose denizenship among you thou piously lovest, appeared when the barbarians were attacking Nola, as we have heard not by uncertain rumours but by sure witnesses. But such things are of God exhibited far otherwise than as the usual order hath itself unto each kind of creatures apportioned. For it does not follow because water was, when it pleased the Lord, in a moment changed into wine, that we are not to regard the worth and efficacy of water in the proper order of the elements, as distinct from the rarity, or rather singularity, of that divine work. Nor because Lazarus rose again, therefore that every dead man rises when he will, or that a lifeless man is raised up by a living, in the same way as a sleeping man by one who is awake. Other be the limits of human things, other the signs of divine virtues, other they be that are naturally, other that be miraculously done. Albeit both unto nature God is present that he may be, and unto miracles nature is not lacking. We are not to think, then, that to be interested in the affairs of the living is in the power of any departed who please, only because to some men's healing or help the martyrs be present. But rather we are to understand that it must needs be by a divine power that the martyrs are interested in affairs of the living, from the very fact that for the departed to be by their proper nature interested in affairs of the living is impossible. Howbeit it is a question which surpasses the strength of my understanding, after what manner the martyrs aid them who by them, it is certain, are helped, whether themselves by themselves be present at the same time in so different places, and by so great distance lying apart one from another, either where their memorials are, or beside their memorials, wheresoever they are felt to be present, or whether, while they themselves in a place congruous with their merits are removed from all converse with mortals, and yet do in a general sort pray for the needs of their suppliants, like as we pray for the dead, to whom however we are not present, nor know where they be, or what they be doing. God Almighty, who is everywhere present, neither bounded in with us, nor remote from us, hearing and granting the martyrs' prayers, doth by angelic ministries everywhere diffused afford to men those solaces, to whom in the misery of this life he seeth meet to afford the same, and touching his martyrs, doth where he will, when he will, how he will, and chiefest through their memorials, because this he knoweth to be expedient for us unto edifying of the faith of Christ, for whose confession they suffered, by marvellous and ineffable power and goodness cause their merits to be had in honour. A matter is this too high that I should have power to attain unto it, too abstruse that I should be able to search it out, and therefore which of these two be the case, or whether perchance both one and the other be the case, that sometimes these things be done by very presence of the martyrs, sometimes by angels taking upon them the person of the martyrs, I dare not define. Rather I would seek this at them who know it. For it is not to be thought that no man knows these things, not indeed he who thinks he knows and knows not, for there be gifts of God, who bestows on these some one, on those some other, according to the Apostle, who says that to each one is given the manifestation of the Spirit to profit withal. To one indeed, saith he, is given by the Spirit discourse of wisdom, to another discourse of science according to the same Spirit, while to another faith in the same Spirit, to another the gift of healings in one Spirit, to one workings of miracles, to one prophecy, to one discerning of spirits, to one kinds of tongues, to one interpretation of discourses. But all these worketh one and the same Spirit, dividing to every man severally as he will. Of all these spiritual gifts, whom the Apostle hath rehearsed, to whomsoever is given discerning of spirits, the same knoweth these things as they are meet to be known. Such, we may believe, was that John the monk, whom the elder Theodosius, the emperor, consulted concerning the issue of the civil war, seeing he had also the gift of prophecy. For that not each several person has a several one of those gifts, but that one man may have more gifts than one, I make no question. This John then, when once a certain most religious woman desired to see him, and to obtain this did through her husband make vehement entreaty, refused indeed this request, because he had never allowed this to women, but "Go," said he, "tell thy wife, she shall see me this night, but in her sleep." And so it came to pass, and he gave her advice, whatever was meet to be given to a wedded believing woman. And she, on her awaking, made known to her husband that she had seen a man of God, such as he knew him to be, and what she had been told by him. The person who learnt this from them reported it to me, a grave man and a noble and most worthy to be believed. But if I myself had seen that holy monk, because, if it is said, he was most patient in hearing questions and most wise in answering, I would have sought of him, as touching our question, whether he himself came to that woman in sleep, that is to say, his spirit in the form of his body, just as we dream that we see ourselves in the form of our own body, or whether, while he himself was doing something else, or if asleep was dreaming of something else, it was either by an angel or in some other way that such vision took place in the woman's dream, and that it would so be as he promised, he himself foreknew by the spirit of prophecy revealing the same. For if he was himself present to her in her dream, of course it was by miraculous grace that he was enabled so to do, not by nature, and by God's gift, not by faculty of his own. But if, while he was doing some other thing or sleeping, and occupied with other sights, the woman saw him in her sleep, then doubtless some such thing took place, as that is which we read in the Acts of the Apostles, where the Lord Jesus speaks to Annise concerning Saul, and informs him that Saul has seen Ananias coming unto him, while Ananias himself wist not of it. The man of God would make answer to me of these things, as the case might be, and then about the martyrs I should go on to ask of him whether they be themselves present in dreams, or in whatever other way, to those who see them, in what shape they will, and above all when the demon in men confess themselves tormented by the martyrs, and ask them to spare them, or whether these things be wrought through angelic powers, to the honour and commendation of the saints for men's profit, while those are in supreme rest, and wholly free for other far better sights apart from us, and praying for us. For it chanced at Milan, at the tomb of the holy martyrs Protasius and Gervasius, that Ambrose the bishop, at that time living, being expressly named, in like manner as were the dead whose names they were rehearsing, the demons confessed him and besought him to spare them, he being the while otherwise engaged, and when this was taking place altogether unwitting of it. Or whether indeed these things were wrought, some whiles by very presence of the martyrs, other whiles by that of angels, and whether it be possible, or by what tokens possible, for us to discriminate these two cases, or whether to perceive and to judge of these things none be able, but he which hath that gift through God's Spirit, dividing unto every man severally as he will. The same John, methinks, would discourse to me of all these matters as I should wish, that either by his teaching I might learn, and what I should be told should know to be true and certain, or I should believe what I knew not upon his telling me what things he knew. But if peradventure he should make answer out of Holy Scripture, and say, things higher than thou seek thou not, and things stronger than thou search thou not, but what the Lord hath commanded thee, of those things bethink thee away. This also I should thankfully accept. For it is no small gain, if, when any things are obscure and uncertain to us, and we are not able to comprehend them, it be at any rate clear and certain that we are not to seek them, and what thing each one wishes to learn, accounting it to be profitable that he should know it, he should learn that it is no harm that he know it not. Which things being so, let us not think that to the dead for whom we have a care anything reaches, save what by sacrifices either of the altar or of prayers or of alms we solemnly supplicate, although not to all for whom they are done be they profitable, but to them only by whom while they live it is obtained that they should be profitable. But forasmuch as we discern not who these be, it is meet to do them for all regenerate persons, that none of them may be passed by to whom these benefits may and ought to reach. For better it is that these things shall be superfluously done to them whom they neither hinder nor help, than lacking to them whom they help. More diligently, however, doth each man these things for his own near and dear friends, in order that they may be likewise done unto him by his. But as for the burying of the body, whatever is bestowed on that is no aid of salvation, but an office of humanity, according to that affection by which no man ever hateth his own flesh. Whence it is fitting that he take what care he is able for the flesh of his neighbour, when he is gone that bare it. And if they do these things who believe not the resurrection of the flesh, how much more are they beholden to do the same who do believe? That so an office of this kind bestowed upon a body, dead but yet to rise again and to remain to eternity, may also be in some sort a testimony of the same faith. But that a person is buried at the memorials of the martyrs, this, I think, so far profits the departed, that while commending him also to the martyr's patronage, the affection of supplication on his behalf is increased. Here, to the things thou hast thought meet to inquire of me, thou hast such reply as I have been able to render, which, if it be more than enough prolix, thou must excuse this, for it was done through love of holding longer talk with thee. For this book, then, how thy charity shall receive it, let me, I pray thee, know by a second letter, though, doubtless, it will be more welcome for its bearer's sake, to wit our brother and fellow presbyter Candidianus, whom, having been by thy letter made acquainted with him, I have welcomed with all my heart, and am loath to let him depart. For greatly in the charity of Christ hath he by his presence consoled us, and, to say truth, it was at his instance that I have done thy bidding. For with so great businesses is my heart distraught, that had not he, by ever and anon putting me in mind, not suffered me to forget it, assuredly to thy questioning reply of mind had not been forthcoming. End of On Care to be had for the Dead by Augustine of Hippo. Resurrection of the Dead by Athanasius of Athens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All the opinions and notions of men concerning the truth of things that be have a mixture of something false, not that it proceeds from any substantive principle in the nature of the thing, or from any fault in each particular subject, but is rather occasioned by the perverseness of some, who have honoured the bad seed, the tares, to the destruction of the truth. This appears very plain from such as have of old employed themselves in speculations of this kind, who differ both from the ancients and from their own contemporary, but not least from the confusion of the common notions concerning this subject. Men of such a turn of mind have left no sort of truth uncorrupted, not even the being, the knowledge and the providence of a God, and the plain consequences thereof, nay, not the very things which delineate to us the law of religion. Some openly and once for all deny the truth about such things, and others give them such a colour as suits their inclinations. It therefore is proper, I think, for those who discourse on these topics to make use of two lines of argument, the one on behalf of the truth, the other in explanation of it. On behalf of the truth, to those who disbelieve or doubt, in explanation of it, to those who are of ingenuous tempers and receive the truth with good will. Wherefore, in treating the subject now under debate, what is proper at each time must be observed with accuracy, our words be measured thereby, and our reasoning adapted thereunto, lest, if we should seem to use always the same method, we neglect convenience and the place suitable for each particular thing. For, in the order of demonstration and physical consequence, the arguments which prove any truth are always antecedent to such as only explain it, but with regard to what is convenient, vice versa, the demonstrative may precede the explanatory, for neither could the farmer with propriety commit his seed to the ground before he had cleared the wild wood, and such things as would hinder and choke the growth of the good seed. Nor does the physician give the patient restorative drugs until he has expelled the existing disease or checked its advance. So neither can truth be established, whilst false notions keep their place in the mind of the hearers and oppose the arguments of the teacher. Wherefore I also, looking to what is most expedient, sometimes place the arguments proving the truth before those which are explanatory of it, and in the same manner, with a view to what is fitting, it seems desirable to act in my observations on the subject of the resurrection, for on this subject also we find men who altogether disbelieve, but some who doubt, and some even of those who have received the first principles, who are as much perplexed as those who doubt. But, what is most unreasonable of all, that they have these feelings, though they have no occasion of doubt from the things themselves, nor can give any reasonable reason why they disbelieve or are in difficulty. Let us view the matter thus. If every doubt does not arise in the mind spontaneously and from some inconsiderate thought, but with some good cause and grounds founded on truth, for then it has good reason when the thing itself, about which they doubt, seems to be doubtful, for to doubt those things that are not doubtful is the part of men who have no sound judgment about the truth. then it behoves those who disbelieve or doubt concerning the resurrection to state their opinion about it, not according to their own unreasonable fancy, or to gratify the intemperate, but either to deduce man's origin from no cause, which indeed is also very easy to be refuted, or to refer the cause of things to God, to look to the hypothesis of this doctrine, and by it to prove that the resurrection has nothing credible in it. But this they will do if they shall be able to show either that God cannot or will not again join and form into the shape of the same men those bodies which have died, or are wholly in a state of dissolution. But if they cannot do this, let them cease from this impious doubt, and from blaspheming what they would not. For that they do not speak the truth in stating either his want of power or his want of will, I shall make clear from what I shall here say. A man's want of power is known to be such from the truth, either from his not knowing what is to be done, or from his not having sufficient power to do well what has been determined on. For he who does not know anything of what ought to be done can neither attempt nor do at all that which he is ignorant of, and he who knows well what is to be done, and whence it may be done, and how, but altogether has not power to do what he knows, or has not enough power, will not attempt it at all, if he is wise and considers his own power. But if he attempts it unadvisedly, he will not accomplish his intentions. But neither is it possible for God to be ignorant of the nature of the bodies that will rise again, either as regards a whole limb or a part, nor where each of the decayed limbs goes, and what part of the elements has received the decayed part which goes to its kindred, although among men it may seem difficult to distinguish that which has been naturally again united to the whole mass. For he who is not unacquainted before the particular formation of each, either with the nature of the elements that would be necessary from which to form men's bodies, nor the parts of these from which he was about to take whatsoever seemed suitable to the constitution of the human body, it is manifest that after the whole has decayed, he cannot be ignorant where each is gone, of those things which he took for the completion of each. For as regards the order of things that prevails amongst us, and our judgment in the case of others, to know beforehand things that have not happened is the greatest. But looking to the majesty of God, and to his wisdom, both according to nature, it is equally easy to know beforehand things that have never been, and to know afterwards about things that have been dissolved. And indeed, as regards his power, that it is equal to the task of raising up bodies is shown by the first creation of those same. For if he created the bodies of men, which were non-existent at their first formation, and the principle of such, so when they are dissolved, in whatever manner it may happen, he will raise them with the same facility, for this too is equally possible for him. And it is no detriment to the argument, whether we lay down the first principles as out of matter, or whether they make the bodies of men to have been formed out of the elements as principles, or out of seed. For whatever power is required to give shape to that which passes among them for shapeless, and to arrange in many and diverse species that which is without species and unarranged, and to bring together the parts of the elements into one, and to distribute into many the seed which is one and simple, and to articulate that which is inarticulated, and to give life to that which is not alive, the same power can also rejoin in one that which has been dissolved, and raise up that which is overthrown, and make the dead live again, and change the corruptible into incorruption. Or further, the same being, the same power and wisdom, can distinguish and separate the parts of the human body devoured by whatsoever number of beasts which are used to attack such bodies, and take their fill thereof, can separate them from the mass, and again unite them with the same limbs or parts, whether they have gone into one of those or into many, and from thence into others, and even if, decaying in those same animals, they have returned to their first principles, according to the natural analysis into such. And yet this is the main objection in some persons of considerable reputation for learning, who have attached undue weight to the doubts of the multitude. These then say that many bodies of men drowned at sea or in rivers become a prey to fishes. Many bodies of men slain in battles or by other unhappy cause or casualty are never buried, but devoured by beasts and birds, that the limbs and parts of bodies thus destroyed and incorporating with the bodies of many beasts become by way of food parts thereof, and that in the first place it is impossible to distinguish them from the others. And in the second place there is another objection, that the bodies of such beasts as have eaten human bodies, as many at least as are fit for man to eat, are frequently eaten by men, and become amalgamated with the bodies of those who have partaken of them, Necessarily, therefore, that those parts of the beast which were composed of human flesh do now again incorporate and become part of another human body, seeing that the beasts which were intermediate between the two convey what have been their food to those men of whom they themselves have become the food. Then, to give this objection the most formidable appearance, they set out instances of such as have eaten their own children, in famine or madness, or, by some fearful deceit of their enemies, have eaten them for ordinary meats. The well-known table of Medea, Thyestes' tragical feast, and numbers of strange stories from all nations, Greeks and barbarians, are brought as instances, and from hence they conclude, as they think, the impossibility of the resurrection, since it is manifestly impossible that the same members should be part of several bodies and rise with them. But either the limbs of the first cannot be brought together, since the parts that compose them have been transferred to others, or, if these be given to the former, the latter will be in want of them and be imperfect. But this objection will appear to be entirely founded on their ignorance of the power and wisdom of God, for he hath appropriated a peculiar food and nutriment to every nature and species of creatures, and doth not permit every body, without distinction, to enter into union or composition with any other. Nor would the Almighty be perplexed with separating parts of different natures, could they be joined together, since he permits every creature to go through such active and passive properties as it was at first endued with, and sometimes suspends such laws of nature, and concedes or turns them for the executing any purpose that he will. Moreover, our adversaries seem to be under a surprising ignorance of the nutriment and nature of creatures, or they would know that all food taken into the body does not become fitting nourishment to the body. Several things, as soon as received into the folds of the stomach, are thrown up, pass through, or are otherwise discharged, so as not at all to admit of the first natural concoction, much less mix with the body nourished. As then the much greater part even of things digested and receiving the first change mix not at all with the parts which receive nourishment, since some parts lose in the very stomach their nutritive power, and others are separated in the second change, and the action that goes on in the liver, and are thrown off elsewhere for other purposes than that of nourishment. And since the change which takes place in the liver does not wholly tend to the nourishment of the man, but goes into natural superfluities, and sometimes the nutriment which is left in the limbs and parts of the body nourished turns to something else, according to the prevalence of that which is redundant or superfluous, and which corrupts or assimilates to itself whatever comes near it. Since therefore the several kinds of animals are so different in their natures, and Providence hath varied the food for each, as is most convenient to the species, and thirdly, there being a purification and separation of the food according to the animal, it necessarily results that all which is not adapted for the aliment of the creature is separated and discharged by some natural mode, or is changed to something else, as not being able to blend, and therefore that the power of the nutriment suits the nature of the animal, that this alone becomes pure nourishment, and if we give true names to things, having passed all the various secretions and filtrations of the body, ought to be considered as the aliment of the creature, and whatever was noxious and destructive to the constitution, and was therefore discharged, all that load of sustenance taken into the stomach for its repletion and the sating of the appetite, is not, strictly speaking, to be styled nourishment. And no one can doubt that this is united to the body nourished and blended and interwoven with all the limbs and parts of the body. But should anything of a different nature be eaten by any animal, if that body be vigorous and strong, it will be expelled. But if it be too weak to effect this, such aliment easily gets the better and corrupts it, and turns to evil humours and noxious qualities, as contributing nothing proper or agreeable to the body nourished. We have a convincing argument for this in most animals, where it is observable that pain, danger, and death are the consequences of any unnatural drug being taken in some fit of desire. It wholly destroys the body nourished, for all animals are preserved by what is proper for, and destroyed by what is contrary to, their natures. If then, together with the difference of animals differing in nature, their food also has been distinguished, and even of this not all that the animal gets, nor any chance portion of it, admits of mixture with the body, but that alone which has been purified by all the process of secretion, and has perfectly changed into union with each body, and is fitted for the body nourished, it is clear that things of a different nature can never be blended with those bodies for which they do not form a suitable and correspondent nourishment, but either goes off by the belly before it produces any other juice, crude and rotten, or if it remains longer, causes pain or disease difficult to be cured, corrupting also with it the natural food, and even the animal that requires the food. But even if it ever is expelled by medicines or better food, or by any natural means, it passes off with no little injury, because it has no harmony with the natural substances, by its being incompatible in its nature. But generally, if we admit that the aliment, calling it so out of regard to custom, which enters from these things, though unnatural, is secreted and changes into some one of things moist or dry, hot or cold, yet even thus they will get no advantage from these concessions, since bodies which rise again are composed again out of their own parts, but none of the aforesaid things is a part, or has the form or arrangement of a part, nor remains at all in the parts of the body nourished, or rises with it when it rises, nor contributes anything towards the life, neither blood, nor phlegm, nor bile, nor breath. For neither will the bodies nourished then want those things which they used to want, as the use of those things on which they were nourished has been taken away together with the want and corruption of the bodies nourished. In the next place, because, even if one should suppose that the change from such food reached even to the flesh, not even so will the necessary result that the flesh just changed from such food, attaching to the body of any other man, tends again as a limb to fill up the composition of that man, seeing that the flesh which has received the addition of it does not always keep what it has received, nor does the addition made to it remain stationary to the place where it was added, but receives also much change in both directions, at one time harassed by toil and thought, at another time wasting with pains or fatigue or diseases, and by bad temperature resulting from heat or cold, because the humours, which change along with the flesh and the fat, do not receive their nourishment so as to remain what they are. Since then the flesh is liable to such changes, much more might one expect to find flesh that has been nurtured on improper food suffering in this way, at one time rising in a swelling and becoming bloated from what it has received, and then again throwing it off somehow or other, and shrinking either from some one of the causes before named, or from several, and that there only remains in the limbs which it is adapted to bind together, or to cover, or to nourish, that one food selected by nature and adapted to those limbs, with which it fills out the natural life and the toils of life. But neither if the subjects now just examined are properly judged of, nor if the arguments insisted on by them are conceded and allowed, can what they say be shown to be true, nor can the bodies of men ever be blended with those of the same nature, whether from ignorance they have not perceived the taste, having taken part of such a body through the means of some other, or whether of themselves they have, from want or frenzy, been polluted by the body of one of their own kindred, unless at least any beasts in human form have escaped our notice, or such as have a nature blended out of men and beasts, such as the more daring of the poets have been used to imagine. But why should I speak of those bodies which are not assigned as food to any kind of animal, but which are allotted in honour of their nature only burial in the earth, when the Creator has not assigned even any other animal as food for those of its own species, though in some others there is a natural food assigned them from animals of a different species? If therefore they are able to show that the flesh of men has been allotted to men for food, nothing prevents but that their eating one another should be according to their nature, as any other of the things conceded by nature, or that those who dare say such things should luxuriate on the bodies of their dearest friends as most suited to them, or even feed those who are most friendly towards them on such kind of food. But if it be even impious to name this, and a most hateful pollution that men should partake of the flesh of men, and more detestable than any other unlawful or unnatural feasting or other action, and if that which is contrary to nature can never become nourishment to the members and parts of the body which require it, and that which does not change to nourishment can never unite with those parts which it is not calculated by nature to nourish, neither can the bodies of men ever mix with similar bodies, for which they are not naturally food, though they should often pass through their bowels by some most bitter calamity. But separating from the nutritive faculty, and being dispersed back to those elements from which they first drew their nature, they unite with them as long time as it may be, and being again separated from thence by the wisdom and power of him who adjusts every animal nature with its proper faculties, they are blended each suitably with each, whether burnt by fire, or dissolved by water, or eaten up by wild beasts, or any other animal whatever, or whether any part cut off from the whole body be dissolved before the other limbs, and being again united to one another, occupy the same place, to the harmony and completion of the same body, and the resurrection and life of the body that is dead or altogether decayed. To extend this subject further would be unseasonable, for the decision about it is acknowledged, at least by all who are not half brutes. But inasmuch as many points are of use to our present discussion, I now beforehand ask of those who recur to the works of men and the men who made them, who are unable to mend their works when broken, or worn out by time, or in any other way also destroyed, and then try to show that, as is the case with potters and carpenters, so God also never would be willing, nor if he willed would be able to raise again a body that is dead and decayed, and who do not consider that they thus affront God in the worst way, by comparing together the powers of those who in every way differ, or rather of those who use these, the means and the artificial aids, with those that belong to nature. It would be reprehensible to be serious on this subject, for it is foolish in truth to contradict such superficial and vain arguments. Far more reasonable and truest of all is to say that what is impossible with man is possible with God. But if by these very things as probable, and by all the points which we have examined a little before, reason shows it is possible, it is clear that it is not impossible, nor is it indeed foreign to God's will. For what he is unwilling to do must be so because it is either unjust or unworthy, and again that which is unjust is so with reference to him that shall rise again, or some other besides him. But that no one of these external, or of those that are numbered among the living, is wronged is clear, for no intellectual beings can suffer any injury by the dead bodies being raised, their existence still continuing, and no loss or dishonour thereby accruing to them from the resurrection of the dead. Nor can it be any detriment to irrational or inanimate creatures, for after the resurrection they will not exist again, and no injury can be done to what exists not. But supposing they should exist, they would suffer no injustice by men's bodies rising again. For if now, in the present state of things, during their being enslaved to the power of man, and made subservient to the yoke and to all kinds of service, they are not injured, much less will they suffer injustice when man is raised immortal, and far above the indigent state of this life, wherein they will no more be obnoxious to labour. For not even if they were endued with the powers of reasoning and speaking would they blame their Creator as being unjustly made inferior to man, and not admitted to be partakers of the resurrection, for creatures of such unequal natures as man and beast would be likely to have a different purpose assigned for each by the just God. Lastly, there is another reason why brutes cannot be said to have a claim of justice or to suffer injustice, because they have no sense of justice. Neither again can the person raised be said in any ways to be injured, for man is composed of soul and body, and neither of these is injured. No sane man will say that the soul suffers injustice, because in saying that he will inadvertently include also the present life. For if, when it inhabited a body corruptible and obnoxious to pains, it then was not unjustly treated, much less will the soul be injured, when it hath appointed for its seat of residence a glorious and incorruptible body. Neither can the body be injured, for if being corruptible it was not unjust to unite it to an incorruptible partner, the soul, it will not be unjust to unite both again, when both are incorruptible. And lastly, it cannot be said to be unbecoming God's majesty to raise and join together bodies after dissolution, for since to make what is much inferior, to produce a body mortal and subject to pains, is not unbecoming God, it will be much less so to do what is superior, to renew the deceased body, free both from decay and from all passions. If then, from the premises which naturally come first, and their indubitable consequences, we have demonstrated the present question in all its parts, it is clear that the resurrection of the decayed body is a work possible for the power, free to the will, and worthy of the majesty of God. For by these were shown the falsity of the contrary opinion and the absurdity of unbelievers. Why need I say that the parts of this demonstration harmonize and cohere with one another, if indeed we may speak of coherence as if they were dissimilar, and ought not rather to say that what is possible to God, God can will, and that which God can will is possible to him, and consistent with the majesty of him that wills. But we have proved sufficiently in the foregoing observations that we must after different methods argue for and concerning the truth, and how each differs from the other, and when and to whom each is useful. But for the general good, and that the present discourse may be uniform in its parts, I shall, from the same premises, or some of the same kind, here make a fresh beginning. The one argument naturally stands first, the second, as it were, is a bodyguard to the first, clears the way and removes all obstructions and impediments to the truth. For reasoning concerning truth, being necessary for the safety and security of mankind, is chief both by nature and order of method and by use. By nature as being that which gives a knowledge of the subject, by order as that which must exist at the same time, in and with the things being reasoned upon, and lastly, in point of usefulness, as being that which procures security and safety to all that examine into and understand it. But all disputation for the truth of any object is inferior in nature and dignity, it being less honourable to confute a false notion than to establish the truth. It is second in order of method, because it has its strength against those who think erroneously, but erroneous opinion springs up from the over-sowing and the corrupt seed. But though thus they stand in the disposition of nature, yet such a discourse for the truth is often put first and becomes useful as rooting out infidelity, which troubles some, scepticism or false notions, which stand in the way of newcomers. But to conclude this distinction, both are designed for the same end, both advance piety, that which establishes truth and that which detects error. Yet they are different from each other. One is, as I said, necessary to all believers, and such as have any regard to truth and the salvation of their souls. The other, upon some occasions, and with regard to the persons, is more proper to be applied. Having then premised thus much briefly to remind the reader of what we have already said, I shall proceed to my subject and confirm the truth of the resurrection by the following reasons. First, from the end and design of the creation of the first man and all his descendants, although they were not born in a similar manner. Secondly, from the common nature of all men, as men. And thirdly, from their future judgment at the hands of their Creator, with reference to the time each has lived, and the laws he has lived by, and which judgment, no one doubts, will be a just one, which must be manifested to the distribution of rewards and punishments. The first argument is drawn from the design of the Creator, where we are to inquire whether man was made undesignedly and to no intent, or whether he was made for some purpose, and if so, whether he was made simply to live and persevere in the state he was born in, or to be of use. And if so, whether the use to his Creator or to some other creature nearer to God, more favoured by the divine care than himself. And here, from a process of reasoning more widely, we find that no being acting with prudence, and urged to action by reasoning judgment, can possibly do anything with forethought, and yet do it in vain, but either for his own advantage, or for some other whom he cares for, or for the sake of the thing he does, being moved to the production of it by some natural impulse and affection, as, for instance, for I will speak by a similitude, that the subject may be clear, a man builds a house for his own use, he builds, too, stables for oxen and camels, or such beasts as are of use to him, each shed suitable for each, not for his own immediate use as it appears, though the final cause be his advantage. The proximate is the security of the beasts which he protects. He begets children too, and not for his own profit or the advantage of others, but solely for their own sakes, that they may live and remain as far as is possible after him, thus compensating his own death by the succession of his children and of his descendants, and thus hoping to immortalize his mortality. Upon these motives men act, but God could not create man inconsiderately, for God is wise, and no work of wisdom is in vain. Neither did he create him for his own necessity, since God cannot want anything, and by him who wants nothing, nothing can be done for his own necessity. Neither did he lastly create man for the service of any of his other works, for no being endued with reason and judgment can be thought to be formed for the use and service of a creature of either a superior or an inferior condition, but entirely for its own life and continuance. Nor can any other reason than this be assigned for man's creation, since, on the one hand, immortal beings are naturally above all wants and necessities, and independent of men, for supporting their existence, and, on the other hand, all the irrational creatures are subject to him, they all serve man in the way for which each was created, and make not use of man as their property. It neither was nor is natural for the lordly and sovereign nature of man to be made subject to inferior creatures, or the rational being to be enslaved to the irrational, which by its own nature is incapable of governing. If then man was not created undesignedly and to no purpose, for none of God's works made by his design can be to no purpose, nor for any private emolument of the great Creator of all things, or that of any other creature, it follows evidently that, according to the first and widest view of the matter, God's regard for man's happiness and his goodness towards all his works and his wisdom must have been the only motives for his creation of man. And also, if we push our inquiry more closely, that his creatures might live, but not a momentary life, now born and presently lost again forever. So small a portion of being God may have allotted for reptiles, birds, and fishes, and to all the irrational animals, but to men who bear in them his own image, to whom he gave reason and a capacity of judgment, God hath given too an eternal existence, that, having arrived here to a knowledge of the Creator and his power and wisdom, following law and justice, they might enjoy an eternity in the exercise of those things which they practised in their life, whilst fettered with their mortal and corruptible bodies. For those things which are created for the use of some others, upon the ceasing of those others, will themselves cease also, and not remain uselessly, since God cannot be thought to give existence to anything in vain, and to no end or purpose. But if the existence of any creature according to its nature was the ultimate end of his creation, such creature necessarily will never be liable to any cause which will altogether obliterate its existence, since the same natural reason for its existence once continues to prevail always. But since this is always seen in their existence, the animal that is created must necessarily be preserved, doing and suffering whatever belongs to its nature, each of its parts fulfilling its own duties, and the soul remaining undisturbed in its nature, and fulfilling its natural duties which are to guide the impulses of the body, and to judge and measure whatever befalls by suitable standards and measures, and the body also continuing to be affected with natural objects, and to receive such changes as are proper for it. And among other transmutations of age, form, magnitude, admitting also of a resurrection, which is also a species of change, and the last it shall endure, and changes those which then survive into a better state. Relying upon this no less than upon those changes which are already past, and considering our nature, we content ourselves with the present necessitous and perishing life, as suitable to the state of this world, and certainly assure ourselves of an everlasting life hereafter. And this we believe, not vainly persuaded by men, nor deluding ourselves by vain hopes, but induced by the most forcible argument, even the very design of the Creator in the formulation of man, of an immortal soul and corruptible body, and enduing him with reason, and the principle of preserving and improving such faculties as have been given him, as of advantage to life and his own rational nature, well knowing that he would not have made so glorious a creature as man, and given such excellences to him suited for immortality, if he had not wished his work to last. If then God created man for the enjoyment of a rational life, and for the contemplation of his magnificence, wisdom, and power in all the works of the creation, his existence, according to God's purpose and his own nature, must last as long as there is matter of wonder and admiration in the universe. Thus the end of man's creation proves existence forever, and that proves the resurrection, since without the latter immortality would be impossible. It appears, therefore, from what has been said about the end of man's creation and the design of God, that there must be a resurrection of the dead. Having therefore examined into the reason why man was brought into this world, we are to consider what follows next in the order of nature or connection of the subject. To the cause of man's existence succeeds his nature, and then the just judgment of God following upon these, and to conclude all, the end of life. Having then sufficiently discoursed on the foregoing topics, I proceed to consider the nature of man. Our demonstration of true doctrine, or of anything proposed for examination, if it gain belief for what is said, must be drawn not from abroad, nor from particular dogmas and opinions, but from the more obvious and general opinions of mankind, or the sequence between premises and their conclusion. For the question is either about first principles, in which case we need only to be reminded of our natural feelings, or It is about the conclusions which naturally follow our first principles, and the sequence between them, where method is required to show what truly follows from those leading ideas, so as neither to neglect the truth, nor fail of being right about it, nor to confound together things that are naturally classified and distinct, or to break the physical connection between them. Whoever therefore doth in earnest desire to inform himself of the truth of the present question, whether there is or is not a resurrection of the dead, must first weigh exactly the sum and collective force of all the arguments offered to support the proposition, and what particular part of the demonstration each argument maintains, which is first, which is second, which third, and which last in the chain. Let him then, in methodizing the arguments, first put the end of man's creation, that is, the reason or motive on which God created him, and then the nature of man created, not as being second in importance, but because the two, when joined together, will not be so easy to be understood, though they exist together and mutually conspire to establish the present doctrine. From these reasons, as from first principles drawn from God's works, the resurrection is clearly proved. But it may also be demonstrated no less from the consideration of God's providence, as appears in a just distribution of rewards and punishments according to the actions of men, that their end may be correspondent to their lives. For several have supported the whole question on a third way of proving the resurrection, from the necessity of there being a judgment, but this argument is shown to be false, because all who die rise again, but not all who rise will be judged. If the resurrection was only for just judgment, the holy and religious, and all such as have done good actions, would have no need to rise again, that is, very young children. But since it is allowed for all to rise, both others and those who died in early youth themselves also prove that the resurrection is not grounded upon this principal reason for the sake of the judgment, but on the design of the Creator and the nature of the beings created. Though the reason which has now been advanced on the foregoing argument be enough to establish the certainty of the resurrection, as being what by natural sequence follows a dissolution of the body, yet it is best perhaps not to shrink from any of the proposed arguments, but in harmony with what has been said, and for the benefit of such as shall not be able to go through with the rest by themselves, to show the force of each of the conclusions we have arrived at, and especially the nature of created man, which leads us to the same notion, and affords equal proof concerning the resurrection. For if the whole nature of man be compounded of a mortal body and an immortal soul united, and God gave not either to the soul or body as two separate things, and without relation to each other, such a creation or life or general existence, but to man, that is, to these two joined together, that these two integral parts, soul and body, with which men were born and lived, should again, after life is ended, proceed together to some common end, it necessarily results that as the living being, compounded of both, is one, combining the feelings both of the soul and of the body, and acts and fulfills all the duties of feeling and reason, that the union of these should tend to some one end, that all should concur in all respects to one harmony and fellow feeling in man, whether it be his birth, or his nature, or his actions and passions, or his life and the ends suited to his nature. If there be one union and fellow feeling of the whole animal, both of those things which grow out of the soul, and those which are fulfilled by the body, there must also be one end for all these. And this will perfectly be done if the same animal for which such a purpose was designed to be raised in the same form, but the same animal will be raised if the same parts be again restored in the same form, but the same parts will be according to the particular union, if the decayed members are again joined into the constitution of the animal. For the resurrection of the same man necessarily involves in it the resurrection of the same body that was dead and decayed, and it is impossible to conceive the natural junction of the same parts and the reformation of the same man without the resurrection. Again, if understanding and reason were given man not only for the contemplation of sensible corporeal objects, but also of spiritual natures, and those glorious attributes of the Creator, his goodness, justice, wisdom, it follows necessarily, as long as those attributes, as long as the cause remains, so long will the effect, the powers of admiring and contemplating these, remain. But it is impossible they should remain, unless that nature, which was the proper vehicle of these properties, continue. But the accountable and rational creature is man, not a soul subsisting by itself. Man, therefore, composed of body and soul, must exist forever, But this is impossible if there be no resurrection of the dead, for if there be no resurrection of the dead, the nature of men as men cannot exist. But if the natural man remain not, in vain hath the soul been made obnoxious to the necessities and passions of the body, and the body has in vain borne the restraint of the soul in pursuit of its own pleasures, yielding to the government of the soul, and led like a horse by the rein. In vain were invention, understanding, the observation of justice, and the practice of all virtue given to man. In vain the institution and promulgation of the laws. To conclude all, in vain was all that has been done, great and beautiful by man, nay, the very creation and nature of man was altogether vain. But if all the works of God everywhere, if all his gifts and graces are free from a charge of uselessness, then must the body be of the same lasting duration as the soul, according to its own peculiar nature. Let it not here seem harsh that life, which is interrupted by death and decay, is styled duration, for the word duration admits of various significations. There is more than one manner of duration, as there is also more than one nature in the things themselves. For if each of the things hath its duration according to its own nature, such a sameness of duration as beings incorruptible and immortal enjoy is not to be expected in things of a lower rank, nor in the case of men is it right to seek that even state of existence that never changes, seeing that the ones, being immortal from the beginning, and continuing without end only by the design of the Creator, but that man has an invariableness of duration with respect to his soul, but with regard to his body, doth by changing gain his immortality. This is the idea of the resurrection, on which, having our eyes fixed, we bear contentedly the dissolution of the body as the natural consequence of an indigent and corruptible life, and hope for a glorious and never-ending duration hereafter. Thus we neither liken our death to that of brutes, nor do we vainly equal it with the unchangeable duration of beings naturally immortal, lest by doing so we should unwittingly liken the nature and life of man to subjects wholly out of comparison. Nor let us yet think it strange that man's duration seems to be variable, nor let anyone deny the resurrection because the separation of soul and body and entire dissolution of the parts of the body break the continuity of existence. For neither do we refuse to term it life when we sleep, and are in a state of insensibility, the faculties of the mind, the senses of the body, not exerting themselves. Inasmuch as men have periodical times of sleeping, and somehow or other again rise to life, for which reason is it, I think, that some call sleep the brother of death, not as if by expression there is declared any natural generation, as if they both were derived from the same ancestors or family, but inasmuch as many of the same things are common both to the dead and sleeping, both are in a state of insensibility, ignorant of all who are present, and of all transactions about them, nay, generally not so much as having a consciousness of being or of their own existence. If then we call this human life a continued life, which is so full of breaks from our very birth to our graves, so should we neither scruple to recognize the life which lies beyond our dissolution, and which introduces with it the resurrection, though it seems interrupted by the separation of soul and body. For the nature of man, from the first and by the first institution of the Creator, was made subject to variation, having an unequal life and duration, interrupted by sleep and death and variations from age, where all things appear in such a constant flux that when they first show themselves, others, seen but obscurely, press forward upon them. Who could believe unless convinced by experience that there could be such powers in the simple and similar seed, that such diversities of form and bulk, bones, nerves, gristle, muscles, flesh, bowels, and other parts of the body should be stored up? Should only want an evolution and a distension with other matter to unfold themselves in such beauty and magnificence. And yet nothing of this appears to the eye in the moist seed. Nor do abundance of things appear in infants which show themselves in youth, nor in youth which are manifest in manhood, nor in manhood which discover themselves in old age. But indeed of the aforesaid, some not at all, and others obscurely show the physical sequence and changes which arise in man's nature, yet all who are not blinded by vice or indolence in judging about these things, know that the sowing of the seed is the first thing to be done, and when this has expanded itself into members and parts, and the embryo has come to light, youth bestows on it stature, after which comes manhood, then follows a declension, till in extreme old age the body sinks and is dissolved, as then in this process the seed discovers no likeness of a man at first, nor the life shows any signs of death, when all the parts shall be dissolved again into their first principles. But the connection of natural events furnishes the proof, and forces us to confess the reality of what showed no such appearance. So much more does reason, tracing the truth from physical consequences, establish the resurrection, and is safer and stronger than experience in confirming the truth. Of the reasons proposed for our consideration and proving the resurrection, all are of the same kind, as springing from the same principle, which is the origin of the first men by creation, but some of them are confirmed by the same first principle from which they sprang, and others, following the nature and life of men, derive their force from the providence of God on our behalf. For the cause of man's being, joined to the nature of man, derives its force from creation, but the question of his justice, according to which God judges those men who have lived well or ill, depends on the purpose of their being. These last spring from thence, but hang rather on providence. Having therefore now dispatched all the arguments of the first rank, I proceed to prove the same by the arguments of the second order, such as are drawn from the necessity of rewards and punishments, which must be distributed according to the deserts or demerits of men at the end of man's life. But of these the first must come first. I therefore begin with showing the reason of a future judgment, adding only thus much to the consideration of the principle and the order which suits the subject, that those who believe the existence of a God and his creation of man must also grant that all things are governed and ordered by his wisdom and justice, if at least they will abide by their own allowed premises, and entertaining such opinions about them, they must hold that all things on earth and in heaven are under the management and providence of God, that nothing secret or visible, great or little, is destitute of his regard, for all created nature needs his providential care, and particularly every being is more immediately dependent on him for such things as he was naturally formed and designed for. I shall not here enter into a philosophical dispute concerning the necessaries of every creature, nor make any pompous display of them, for I do not think it an object of ambition to set down or distinguish or enumerate what is suitable to each nature. Man, about whom we now discourse, is unquestionably, as subject to hunger, necessitous of food. As mortal, he wants a succession of children, and as rational, liable to a judgment to come. Again, as man stands in need of food and descendants, the former to sustain life, the latter to perpetuate his kind, so is he also accountable for the same reason of food and of succession. It follows necessarily that, as food and succession are brought together, to the same also should be brought the judgment. I mean by to the same, the man consisting of soul and body, who is the person to be rewarded or punished for his good or evil actions. If by a righteous sentence the punishment is laid on the true actor, and neither the soul separately can be punished for sins committed in conjunction with the body, since the soul, separate and distinct from the body, could not be affected with sensual pleasures, food or luxury, and the like, nor can the body be properly punished alone, as being, when considered alone, incapable of law or justice, but man, composed of these two united, is proper to receive the sentence for such actions. But this due recompense for his actions he receives not in this life. The strict rule of retribution is not observed here. How many does experience point out to us who have lived in infidelity and wickedness all their days, without receiving any stroke of correction for such an impious life? And on the contrary, how many who have lived a life adorned with every virtue, have been always in adversity, malice, and detraction, bodily pains, and all kinds of misery? Neither can rewards and punishments be properly adjusted after death without the existence of the body, for when the soul is separated from the body, there is not the whole compound man, the body being dissolved, and all its parts scattered to the elements out of which it was taken, and no longer retaining the same shape, or form, or consciousness of the past. It is evident that in the Apostle's phrase, this corruptible and decayed body must put on incorruption, that the dead, being brought to life again by the resurrection, and the severed or wholly decayed parts again joined, may each receive the recompense of things done in their body, whether they be good or whether they be evil. With such as allow of a providence and admit the same premises as we do, and then somehow or other fall from such just principles, the foregoing arguments and many more might be used, if the reasoning, here delivered closely and cursorily, be a little expanded. But with such persons as call in question first principles, a different method must be first used, and we must fall in with their doubts and propose such queries as these to them: whether the life and all the existence of man once for all is wholly neglected, and a dark cloud spread over the earth, covering in ignorance and oblivion men themselves and all their actions; or whether it is not the safer opinion that the Creator of all things, howsoever existing or arising, overlooks them, and is judge both of men's deeds and thoughts. For if no cognizance is taken of men's actions, they are upon a level with the brutes. Nay, many of them are much more miserable, as restraining their passions and confining themselves to the practice of justice, piety, and the other virtues. Then the life of cattle and brutes is best. Virtue is stupidity, the threat of a future judgment, highly ridiculous. Sensual pleasure must be man's chief good, the one common doctrine for all, and one law, namely, the known maxim of that profligate and luxurious crew, "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." For according to them, the end of such a life is not a state of happiness or misery, but of utter insensibility. But if the sovereign Creator of mankind takes any notice of his own creatures, or makes any difference between those who have lived well or ill, it must be either in the present life, whilst they are still alive, living in virtue or in vice, or after death, when they are separate and under decay. But just judgment cannot possibly be found in either of these ways, for neither are the good rewarded nor the evil punished in this life. For I here omit to use another argument, that from the very nature of man and present constitution of things, it is impossible that he should have any punishment inflicted adequate to the greater number or the heaviest of his crimes. Suppose a robber, a prince, or tyrant should accumulate murders on murders, how can his single life pay for so many? We may give an instance further of one that has lived in an utter contempt of God, has taken up wrong and blasphemous notions of him, has despised all laws, divine and human, has insulted both boys and women, has unjustly destroyed cities, involving houses and inhabitants in one common flame, ravaged the land, exterminated nations and peoples, or even a whole race. How can such an one, in his mortal body, satisfy for such an immense villainy? Death claims his due before he is punished, perhaps before his nature has sufficed to pay the debt of even one of his villainies. Justice therefore cannot exert itself in full force here in this mortal life, nor yet can it after death. For either death is an entire annihilation, and the soul decays and perishes together with the body, or the soul remains indissoluble, incorruptible, and imperishable, whilst the body decays and perishes, no longer preserving a memory of former actions or perception of the passions it before felt. For if the life of man is utterly destroyed, no examination can be made into the actions of men that are not alive, nor judgment of those who have lived piously or wickedly. The evils of a lawless life will follow thick upon one another, with the whole swarm of untoward consequences, and even the grand impiety of denying the existence of a God. But if the body were dissolved into its elementary principles, and the soul remained incorruptible, not even thus can judgment be passed upon it, because the rule of justice could not be applied. For it is impious to think God should judge, and not justly, but no just judgment can be made where the party that has done the justice or the injustice is not forthcoming. For it was the man, and not the soul separately, which was the author of all such actions as then come under cognizance. In a word, this view of the matter will in no respect secure justice. For both in the reward given to good deeds, the body will clearly be ill-treated in participating with the soul in the toils of its good deeds, but by being deprived of its share of the honour and reward of good actions, and in many cases from the being pardoned for some of its misdeeds through the necessities and wants of the body, and yet the body being unrewarded for the good deeds to which it supplied its labour during life. And on the other hand, were all sins punished in the soul, that would be unjust, since she alone would then bear the punishment of crimes committed through the disorder of the body, which seduced her to peculiar pleasures and gratifications, at one time by persuasion and deceit, at other times overcome by some more powerful temptation, and at other times willingly yielding to the body's desires in compliance to the weakness of her partner. How then can the soul be justly punished for such crimes as she could not possibly, by reason of her nature, be guilty of in desire, bias, or impulse, if separate and not joined to the body, such as luxury, violence, covetousness, and injustice, and the crimes that grow out of them? For if most sins proceed from men's not duly governing their troublesome passions, and they are provoked by the wants and necessities of the body, and the care and attention which it requires, for the possession of riches and still more their use are for the sake of the body, as well as marriage and all the transactions of life, in which and about which we consider what is vicious and what is not. How can it be just for the soul to suffer singly for such affections as were properly inherent in the body, and the soul hath only such a share in as her union with the body doth necessarily oblige her to? Shall lusts, pleasures, fears, sorrow, and all criminal excess proceed from the body, and yet the soul only, which neither wanted, nor desired, nor feared, nor suffered anything of that kind, such as man is born to suffer, bear the whole punishment due to such crimes? But if we will, and perhaps with more propriety of speech, call them not the passions of the soul or body separately, but of man, since his life is made of the union of them both, yet cannot these offences be charged on the soul when we plainly consider its proper nature? For if the soul wanted no nutriment, she could not desire such things as were perfectly useless to her nature, and as not desiring, she would not be eager to take from others any of such things as she was naturally incapable of enjoying, nor would she be grieved for want of riches and possessions, as being things foreign to her. But if also she is superior to decay, she is incapable of fearing anything that might destroy her, for she fears neither famine, nor disease, nor mutilation, nor deformity, nor fire, nor sword, since none of these could either hurt or disturb her, since no body or bodily power can in any ways affect her spiritual nature. But as it is absurd to impute affections, such as the above mentioned, peculiarly to the soul, so is it strangely unjust and unworthy God's judgment to assign the crimes arising from these, and the punishments due to them, to the soul alone. But, in addition to what we have said, is it not absurd that virtue and vice cannot be conceived as actions of a separate soul? For we know virtues are the properties of men, as also their opposite vices, and cannot be conceived inherent in the soul, separate and distinct from the body, but that the rewards and punishments of good actions should be given the soul alone. How can fortitude or courage be conceived as properties of the soul alone, which, upon account of its nature, can apprehend nothing terrible from death, wounds, maiming, punishment, ill treatment, or the pains consequent upon these, or suffering from those pains? How can continence and temperance be imputed to the soul, which is incapable of desiring luxurious delicacies, sensual or other pleasures and gratifications, nor is excited by any internal or external object to provoke or excite it? How can prudence be imagined to be in the soul, since nothing to be done or left undone, to be sought or to be avoided, is left to her only, but rather no motion at all is found in her, or physical impulse to anything practical? In what sense can souls be said to exercise justice to each other, or to their kind, or to any other kind, since they have not the things or means whereby to exercise such actions as may be called just or equitable, excepting only a power of paying an honour due to God, nor have any impulse to enjoy their own riches, nor to abstain from those of others? Enjoyment, according to nature, and abstinence are only properly imputed to such natures as are capable of making use of such objects, but since the soul cannot in any way want or enjoy such things, neither can she therefore be said to practice any such quality as that of attending only to her own interests. Indeed, this also is the most absurd of all, that a law should be promulgated and given to man, and the punishments and rewards of disobedience or obedience to this law be given to souls alone. For if man, and not a distinct soul, received this law, the first therefore, and not the latter, ought to bear the punishment of disobedience. Since God did not command souls, but men, to abstain from such unlawful actions as adultery, murder, theft, rapine, disobedience to parents, and in general from all unjust, unlawful coveting the possessions of others. For the precept, "Honour thy father and thy mother," is not suitable to souls, such names belong not to them, for souls beget not souls, so as to claim the appellation of father and mother, but man doth man. Nor can "thou shalt not commit adultery" without absurdity be spoken to or understood of souls, since in them there is no difference of male and female, nor adaptation or desire of coition. Since such a desire is impossible to souls, the thing is impossible, and where this is wholly so, not even a lawful union as marriage is possible, and in consequence lawless desire of other married women is impossible also, which is adultery. Nor is the precept against stealing or coveting the goods of others applicable to souls, for they have no need of such things, and they only, who want them for the supplying of their necessities, steal from others, or rob such as gold, silver, cattle, or something proper for food or raiment, but an immortal nature regards not these things, which indigent creatures desire only because they want. A more complete discussion of these things may be left to those who require further explanation on the point, or would more effectually combat with our adversaries. The foregoing discourse seems to me to have sufficiently established the doctrine of a resurrection. It would be unseasonable to delay longer on these topics, for it was not here my intent to say all that so large a subject as the resurrection would furnish, but briefly and in a close demonstrative method to prove the truth of the doctrine and to adapt the sources of argument which lead in that direction to the capacity of my hearers. As I have then sufficiently discoursed on the foregoing arguments, it remains only that something should be said of the inference to be drawn from this conclusion. This is a plain consequence of what has been said, and only wants here so far to be mentioned and dwelt upon, lest it might seem through neglect passed over, and the discourse not complete and uniform. For these and the like reasons, thus much shall be said on this head, that all the works of nature or art are formed to some peculiar end and design, as the common experience of all men and the evidence of their eyes clearly attest. The several orders of men, farmers, and physicians are appointed to different ends, and again plants which grow from the earth have an end different from animals who feed upon it, and who propagate their own species. Since this is fact, and that all physical and technical powers and the practice of them have and pursue such peculiar purposes as they were appointed for, it follows that man too must have an end peculiar to himself and different from that of the generality of animals, proportionally as his nature is peculiar and distinct from theirs. For it is preposterous to put the rational nature of man, who works according to an implanted law and reason, and who enjoys a life of prudence and justice, upon a level with irrational brutes. A state of insensibility cannot be the end for which man was designed, for beings altogether without sense have that. Nor can voluptuousness and a number of pleasures be the end for which man was appointed, or else the life of brutes is more excellent than that of man, and a life of virtue and imperfection. For I think such sensuality must be the chief end of beasts and cattle only, and not of man who has an immortal soul and rational discrimination. Nor can the happiness of the soul, separate from the body, be the end of man, for we were not inquiring about the life or purpose of each of those two parts of which man is composed, but of the compound of the two. For every man who enjoys this life is so compounded, therefore the end or result of that life must be in accordance. If then the end of man, as consisting of soul and body, is demanded, and it is plain from the reasons repeatedly laid down above that no proper end can be found during his living here, nor yet in a state of the soul's separation from the body, because while the latter is dissolved and its parts scattered through the whole mass of matter, such a man does not even exist, though the soul be allowed a distinct existence by itself, it is absolutely necessary that the same compound being be again restored to life, the same man again raised, that the proper end and purpose of the men may appear, and consequently the very same dead bodies, however their parts be dispersed, must again be raised, and the same human beings be again put together. Since the law of nature does not lay down the end in general terms, nor as applicable to any men whatsoever, but of those very men who lived in the former life, and it is impossible the same men should be raised if the same bodies are not restored to the souls, and the soul cannot have the same body in any other way than by the resurrection. When this comes to pass, then will man have the end suitable to and for which his nature was framed. And we may presume to say that the end of a virtuous life and a rational nature is to be through all eternity conversant with and employed uninterruptedly about such objects as are agreeable to a spiritual nature, the contemplation of the great Being, and enjoyment of such pleasures and happiness as he hath promised to give for all eternity, though the generality of mankind are far from considering this end, from being deeply and strongly pre-engaged in the affairs of this life, but the multitude of them that fail of it does not at all disprove the common end to which they were appointed, seeing that the inquiry about these things is incumbent upon every individual, and that reward or punishment will be distributed to every one according as they have lived well or ill. End of Resurrection of the Dead by Athanasius of Athens. A treatise made by Athanasius the Great, wherein is set forth how and in what manner ye may use the Psalms, by Athanasius of Alexandria. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A treatise made by Athanasius the Great, wherein is set forth how and in what manner ye may use the psalms according to the effect of the mind, of gladness or sorrow, accordingly which psalms ye shall use for prayer, which for thanksgiving, which for rehearsal of God's wonderful acts, to the praise of his name. Ye also may see in them how God hath holpen his chosen people from time to time, and never forsook them. The whole Scripture universally is, as it were, a divine mistress, teaching both virtue and true faith, but the book of the Psalms hath over and besides that, in a manner, an express image of the state and condition of souls. For as he which goeth to a king composeth first his behaviour, and setteth in order his words, lest he should be counted rustical and rude, so this divine book, first by choice of all motions wherewith the soul is affected, warneth, then frameth and instructeth by diverse forms of speaking, all such as covet virtue and desire to know the life of the Saviour. It is easy, therefore, for every man to find out in the Psalms the motion and state of his own soul, and by that means his own figure and proper erudition. Moreover, with what words he may please God, and with what words he may correct himself, and give God thanks, lest if he speak that thing which is not lawful, he fall into impiety. For not alone of deeds, but also of every word must we give account before the judge. Wherefore, if thou wilt pronounce any man happy, thou hast how and wherefore and whom thou mayest call happy in the Psalms, as you may see in the 1st Psalm, 32nd Psalm, 41st Psalm, 112th Psalm, 119th Psalm, and the 128th Psalm. If thou wilt complain of the lying await of the Jews against the Saviour, say the 2nd Psalm. If thine acquaintance persecute thee, and many rise against thee, thou hast the 3rd Psalm. If thou, being troubled on this sort, hast called upon the Lord, and because he hath heard thee, thou wouldst give him thanks, sing the 4th Psalm and the 115th Psalm. If thou perceivest weight to be laid for thee of evil willers, and desirest that thy prayer should be heard, sing the 5th Psalm. If thou feelest the threatenings of God, and thereby perceivest thyself to be dismayed, thou mayest say the 6th Psalm and the 37th. If any consult or conspire against thee, as Ahithophel against David, and some man tell it thee, sing the 7th Psalm. When thou considerest the grace of our Saviour everywhere spread abroad, and mankind restored unto health, then, if thou wilt talk to the Lord, sing the 8th Psalm. If again thou wilt sing of the wondrous works of God, giving thanks, thou hast the 8th Psalm and the 81st Psalm. If thou wilt have thine enemy stopped and driven back, and nevertheless the creature to be saved, not trusting in thyself, but in God's Son, say the 9th Psalm. If any man will make thee afraid, thou, with trust in the Lord, shalt sing the 10th Psalm. If thou seest the pride and malice of many to abound, so that nothing which is good and godly is regarded amongst men, fly thou unto the Lord, and say the 11th Psalm. If the lyings in wait of enemies continue still, do not forget thyself, as though the Lord set naught by thee, but call upon the Lord, singing the 26th Psalm. If thou hear any man blaspheming and speaking ill against the providence, be not thou partaker of their wickedness, but flying unto God, say the 14th Psalm and the 53rd Psalm. If thou wilt know after what sort the life of a citizen of the kingdom of heaven is, sing the 15th Psalm. If thou hast need of prayer for them which withstand thee and compass thy soul about, sing the 17th Psalm and 68th, 89th, and 142nd Psalm. If thou wilt know how Moses prayed, thou hast the 90th Psalm. If thou art escaped from enemies and delivered from them which persecute thee, sing the 18th Psalm. If thou marvellest at the order of things created and the grace of the divine providence, sing the 19th, 26th, 27th Psalms. If thou seest any man troubled, comfort them, and praying for them, say the words of the Psalm 20th. If thou seest thyself kept of the Lord, and that thou prosperest, rejoice and sing the 23rd Psalm. If thine enemies rush upon thee, lift up thy soul to God, and say the 25th Psalm, and thou shalt see them work wickedness in vain. If thy enemies persevere and continue, as with bloody hands seek to seduce thee or kill thee, give not judgment unto man, for all human things are suspect, but requiring God to be judge, who is the only judge, say, 26th Psalm and 35th and 43rd Psalm. If thine enemies cruelly curse thee, and multiply, as it were, an host with despite, fear not no more them, though thou were nothing in danger at all, and sing the 46th Psalm. If again they be impudent which lie in wait, set thou nothing by them, but sing unto the Lord that which is in the 47th Psalm. If thou wilt know how thou ought to go unto the Lord when thou wilt give him thanks, plainly thou shalt understand and sing the 48th Psalm. Furthermore, when thou renewest thy house and soul, which receiveth the Lord, and the sensible house in which thou bodily dwellest, give thanks and say 49th and 127th Psalm. If thou see thy kinsmen and friends hate thee for the truth, leave not off thy love, neither fear such adversaries, but think what is to come, and sing the 31st Psalm. If thou seest them that be christened, delivered from the corruptible birth, marvelling at the divine bounteousness, sing the 31st Psalm. If thou wilt sing with the just men, and remembering them which live aright, sing the 33rd Psalm. If thou hast fallen amongst enemies, and wisely escaped them, and fled from their snares, and therefore wilt give thanks, call together the meek, and sing with them the 34th Psalm. If thou see the wicked strive to do mischief, think not that sin is naturally in them, as certain heretics held an opinion, but say the 36th Psalm. If thou see the evil work unrighteousness, and bear themselves lofty against the lower sort, and desirous to warn some thereof, say the 37th Psalm. If thou hast determined to take heed unto thyself, and seest the adversary lying in wait, who is most earnest against such, and wouldst arm thyself against him, sing the 39th Psalm. If thou seest many poor men and beggars, and wouldst pity them, thou mayest both try them which are now pitied already, and exhort other to do the same, saying the 41st Psalm. If thou hast a desire towards God, and hearest the enemies upbraiding, let it not dismay thee, but understanding the mortal fruit which springeth of this desire, comfort the soul with hope towards God, and with this relieve and mitigate the griefs of life, saying the 42nd Psalm. If thou wilt often call to remembrance the benefits of God which he showed to the fathers, both in the going out of Egypt and in the wilderness, and how God was good to them, but they were unthankful, thou hast the 44th Psalm, the 79th, 80th, 102nd, 106th, 107th, 114th Psalms. If fleeing unto God thou hast escaped such things as were spoken against thee, and wouldst give thanks unto God, and declare his liberality and goodness towards thee, thou hast 46th. If thou hast sinned, and being turned, fallest to repentance, and wouldst obtain mercy, thou hast the words of confession in the 51st Psalm. If thou hast suffered a false accusation before an evil king, and seest the enemy to boast, go aside and say the 52nd Psalm. If any persecute thee, and quarrel willingly to betray thee, like as the Pharisees did Christ, and strangers David, abash not thyself, but with trust in the Lord, sing the 54th Psalm and the 56th. If persecution chance, and the persecutors, unawares, enter into the cause where thou art hid, fear not, for thou hast in this straight profitable words, both for comfort and for remembrance of the things, in the 57th Psalm and 142nd. If he that lieth in wait of thee have commanded to watch and beset thy house, and thou hast escaped, give thanks unto God, and in the tables of thy soul grave the things, and say the 59th Psalm. If the enemies which trouble thee upbraid thee, and with many words backbite thee, which seem to be friends, and in the exercise of this thy tross thou art somewhat weak, thou mayest call upon the same also, saying the 4th Psalm. Against hypocrites and such as brag to a man's face, say to convert them withal the 58th Psalm. If they sharply rush upon thee, and would catch thy soul, set against them thy subjection to Godward, and be of good comfort, for the fiercer they are, the more they shall be subject unto God, say thou the 62nd Psalm. If to avoid persecution thou flee into the desert, fear not as though thou wert there alone and desolate, but having God, and in the dawning of the day rising to him, sing the 63rd Psalm. If the enemies make thee afraid, and cease not to sow deceits, and search always against thee, although they be never so many, cease not for all that, for their nets shall be like shafts of little children. If thou sing the 64th, 68th, 70th, and 71st Psalms. If thou wilt sing of God and his praise, thou hast the 65th Psalm. If thou wilt instruct any man in the mystery of the resurrection, thou hast the 80th psalm. If thou ask mercy of God, sing the 67th psalm. If thou seest the wicked prosper in peace, be not so offended that thou be moved, but say the 73rd psalm. If God be angry with his people, thou hast words wherewith thou mayest comfort the same in the 74th psalm. If thou thinkest expedient to confess thee, sing the 71st, 75th, 92nd, 105th, 106th, 108th, 111th, 118th, 136th, and 138th psalms. If thou wilt rebuke a Gentile and an heretic, namely such a one as knoweth not God, thou mayest with intelligence sing and say that which is in the 86th psalm. If the enemies have taken thy refuges, and thou art in great distress, although thou art troubled, yet despair not, but pray, and if when thou criest thou art heard, give thanks unto God, saying that which is in the 77th psalm. If the enemies hold on and continue breaking in and defiling the house of God, and killing the saints, and casting their bodies to the souls of the air, fear not their cruelty, but suffering with them that suffer affliction, say the 79th psalm. If thou wilt sing to the Lord in solemnity, call together the servants of God, and sing the 81st and the 95th psalm. If the enemies be gathered together everywhere, and threaten the house of the Lord, conspiring against godliness, let not the multitude and power of them dismay thee. Thou hast, as it were, an author of hope, the words which are in the 83rd psalm. If thou see the house of God and his everlasting tabernacles, and hast a mind or affection towards them, as had the apostle, say the 84th psalm. If rancour be stinted and captivity released, thou hast to give God thanks with all the 85th psalm and 116th. If thou wilt know discord of the Catholic Church against divisions, and wouldst convert them, thou mayest say that which is in the 87th psalm. If thou wilt move thyself and other to true religion, and persuade that the hope in God maketh not the soul ashamed, but rather put away all fear, praise God, saying the 91st psalm. If thou wilt sing upon the Sabbath, thou hast the 92nd psalm. If thou wilt give thanks upon the Sunday, thou hast in the 13th psalm. If thou wilt give thanks in the second Sabbath, sing the 95th psalm. If thou wilt sing upon the day of preparation, thou hast a form of praise in the 93rd psalm, and therefore a song of rejoicing ought to be sung unto God himself. If there have been imprisonment, and the house wasted and builded again, sing that which is in the 96th psalm. If the land have been vexed of the enemies, and whilst the Lord ruleth and reigneth it be at quiet, thou hast to sing the 97th psalm. If thou wilt sing upon the fourth Sabbath, thou hast the 94th psalm, for then he being betrayed began to revenge death and to triumph over the same. Therefore, when thou readest the Gospel, and seest the Jews consulting against the Lord, and the Lord himself standing boldly on our side against the devil, sing that which is in the 94th psalm, as is next before said. If thou markest the providence of the Lord in all things, and the Lord of the same, and wouldst instruct any with the faith and obedience thereof, when thou hast persuaded them swift to acknowledge, sing the 100th psalm. If thou knowest power in him to judge, and that God judgeth, mingling judgment with mercy, and hast a desire to attain unto it, thou hast for this purpose words in the 101st psalm. If because of the imbecility of our nature thou art, after the manner of a physician, irk and wearied of the manifold mischiefs of life, and wouldst comfort thyself, thou hast the 102nd psalm. Forasmuch as it is meet and convenient always and in all things to give God thanks, when thou wilt praise him, thou hast wherewith to exhort thy soul in the 103rd psalm. If thou wilt praise God, and know how to praise him for anything, and what words he that praiseth ought to use, thou hast the 113th, 127th, 146th, 133rd, 147th, 148th, 149th, and 150th psalms. If thou hast saith, as the Lord hath said, and believest in those things which thou speakest when thou prayest, say the 96th psalm. If thou be captivated with strange cogitations, and hast perceived thyself to be led out of the way, and are sorry therefore, cease from henceforth, and staying there where thou perceivest thyself to sin, sit and mourn also, as the people did, saying the 137th psalm. If thou suppose temptations to be for thy trial, give thanks after the temptation unto God, saying the 139th psalm. If thou art again caught of thine enemies, and wouldst be delivered, say the 140th Psalm. If thou wilt make thy prayers, say the 5th Psalm, and the 141st, 142nd, 143rd, 144th Psalm. If an enemy and tyrant be risen up against the people, fear thou no more than David did Goliath, but with David believe and sing the 144th Psalm. If thou call to remembrance the goodness of God towards thee and all men, and wouldst praise God, say the 85th Psalm. If thou wilt sing unto the Lord, thou hast to say in the 96th and in the 98th Psalms. If thou, being but a mean man, peradventure, art set before thy brethren in something, puff not up thyself in pride against them, but give the praise to God, and sing the 52nd or the 151st Psalm. If thou wilt sing obedience, thou hast the 105th and the 106th, 107th, 111th, 112th, 113th, 114th, 115th, 116th, 117th, 118th, 119th, 134th, 145th, 147th, 148th, 149th, 150th Psalms. If thou wilt sing particularly of the Saviour, thou hast of him in every psalm, but especially in the 25th and the 110th Psalm. Such psalms as show his lawful generation of the Father and his presence are the 11th Psalm, such as preach of the divine cross, and how much lying in wait he received for us, and how great things he suffered, are the 2nd Psalm and the 119th. Such as signify the lyings in wait of the Jews, and the malice and Judas Iscariot's betrayings, are the 21st Psalm and the 50th and 72nd Psalms. Such as declare his kingdom and power to judge, and his presence in the flesh, is the 16th Psalm. For declaration of his glorious resurrection in the flesh, read the 24th and the 47th Psalm. For his ascension into heaven, the 93rd Psalm, 96th, and the 98th, the 99th Psalms. Which if thou read, thou mayest espy what benefits the Lord bestowed upon us by his passion. To him be glory forever. End of a treatise made by Athanasius the Great, wherein is set forth how and in what manner ye may use the Psalms, by Athanasius of Alexandria.